Now, if there is any natural disaster related to water, you can say in media and news that the first title comes in the climate change impact. So is it really true? We need to really look into. I was discussing with Professor Gosain in the morning. Climate change is one aspect of it, but then human interventions in the resource utilization and the land use pattern, specifically deforestation and all those things, have also caused into the natural disasters increased frequency. As a chairman, I don't want to extend my discussion very long. So we have around 15 minutes for the total session. And we have around 6 panelists here, all eminent people. I would also like to mention something here that I'm very humbled here to sit here along with Professor Gosain. I did PhD with Professor Gosain. So I was, in fact, I met him in IIT Delhi day before yesterday, and I was telling him like probably IMD did not realize that I'm your student. So I should not be chairing this session, rather he should be chairing the session. But he was very, very professional in that, like roles are defined, so let's not worry about it. So thank you, sir, for that. So with all your blessings, let me chair the session. So what we'll do is we will take 2 minutes, maximum of 3 minutes for giving an opening remark by the panelist about the topic of discussion today. And then we will significantly or specifically pose some questions to the panelist so that they can elaborate on the questions. Then we will come back for discussion and other things, and then we will also open it up to the audience for asking a few questions to the panelists if there are specific questions. So can I start with Sri Manoj Tripathi, who is the chairman of Bakra Bees Management Board.
Good morning, everyone. Regarding this particular topic, I am chairman Bhakra Bees Management Board. So this particular topic and the next 2 topics related to agriculture and electricity. So all these topics are correlated if we see from the perspective of a developer like BBMB. We are operating multi-purpose projects like Bhakra Nangal project and the Pong project, wherein we are using water. We are using water to the tune of around 34 BCM every year in producing the electricity as a byproduct. And apart from electricity also, we are giving that water, whatever we are releasing through our turbines, and we are giving that water for the agricultural sector also. If we see the role of BBMB, we are irrigating almost 8% of the total irrigated area of the country. It comes to the tune of 135 lakh acres of land what we are irrigating. So these multi-purpose projects, they have played a very big role in boosting the economy, boosting the economic health of the country. And from that perspective, I find that this topic is very much relevant to especially those people, because I am from the developer side and the other panelists, they are from the government side, or we can say whatever data they provide, we are using that. So I wish all the best for this particular session. And regarding the use in BBMB, what I can see that whatever data, QPF data we are getting from the IMD, we are using it in optimal utilization of Innova dams. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Manoj Tripathi. I think Bakra Bees is a well-managed reservoir system. We might, or we would like to learn from you about it more in details when it comes to the discussion session. So can I request now Dr. Mohammad Faiz Saeed. He is the Director of Flood Control Application Unit, Central Water Commission, New Delhi.
Thank you, sir. Myself currently posted as Director in Central Water Commission. We in Central Water Commission have been using the rainfall data for last, say, 5 to 6 decades for translating it into early warning system. Central Water Commission has a very dense network of its HO observation stations, wherein we collect all type of water-related data. like water level, discharge, even water quality data and the sediment data. And we have a huge repository of this data for last 70 to 80 years. But the important point is that how we are using that data for our practical application. And one of the most important applications that we are using is early warning system. We have been doing flood forecasting for last 5 decades, and we are relying mainly on conventional statistical approach where we use gauge-to-gauge relation technique to forecast for a particular station. But recently, say last 4 years, we have upgraded ourselves to the use of mathematical models in the field of early warning system. In 2016, CWC launched its service of 3-day advisory, which has now been upgraded to 7-day advisory. And it's a very robust system, and it is online 24/7, and it covers the entire nation, covering all the 20 river basins. And I must thank to IMD for their continuous support that they give to us for the forecasted rainfall data that we receive from them, and we make effective utilization of that data in forecasting the forecast for our around 200 stations. So that is the way we are moving ahead, and we are very thankful to IMD and all the related service providers who have made this system a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we would also like to know more about the flood control applications you are doing in the country. It's very nice to hear that 20 watersheds have been fitted with the flood forecasting systems with advanced technology. Now, I request Sri Rahul Saxena, who is a scientist, GN Head, Hydromet Division of the India Meteorological Department.
Good morning to all. I'm Rahul Saxena. I'm working as scientist G in Hydromet Division of India Meteorological Department. And just to begin with, I would also like to, just draw the attention that yesterday, during 3 of the addresses that were done, it is a very proud moment for us that the flash floods actually, the South Asia flood guidance system that was initiated during Dr. KGR, he's here. He triggered that movement, and now we are very well established in providing the South Asia flash flood guidance services. It was actually, as we all know, that flooding is obviously one of the worst natural disasters, which proved to be of significant damages to both the economy on the social front as well. And of all the floods that we have, I mean, the flash flood is one of the most, exhilarating phenomena in terms of its dynamics that are involved. I mean, the word itself, as we all know, that it gives a very less response time to us. And there is where it is probably different than the riverine floods in terms of both the spatial and temporal domain that it affects. So we initiated a program called Flash Flood Guidance Services for the South Asian countries. And in addition to India, we have 4 other neighboring countries of Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka, for which we are providing the flash flood guidance services. And these services, as of now, are provided on every 6 hours, and we get an update. So this is a combination of all the, satellite and radar estimates that goes into the system. It monitors the geomorphological conditions of the ground, the soil moisture conditions on the ground. And we issue a 6-hourly, flash flood guidances, which gives us the threat score and as well as the risk score. Risk is always for the 24 hours validity, and threat is a 6 hours validity because of obviously the short-term period of the flash floods. So it's a very novel, it's a very significant step towards the disaster mitigation that we are talking about. And we are providing the services to CWC and all the other government agencies. And through our regional centers, we provide these guidances. And obviously, these guidances are then, the value addition is done at the regional levels, and so that the stakeholders, finally the stakeholders, that outreach is provided to the stakeholders, to our regional centers. So it's a significant step towards, the large repertoire of the weather services or weather and climate services that are being provided by IMD. And we hope that, the evolution process is already there. Initially, we started with only 30,000, watersheds, and now we have almost about 1 lakh watersheds for which the services are being provided. And very specific, areas. So we are, the impact-based forecast, we are moving from a very generic, state level right up to the district level and even up to the watershed level. So that is what the resolution and the granularity of the system is. And it has evolved over a period of time. We already have the numerical models. Presently, we have 3, numerical weather models. IMD runs 3, both global as well as the regional models, which gives us the input to the system. Then we have almost 18 Doppler weather radars which go into the system. So all in all, it's a good, ecosystem that has been established, and a very, significant component of early evolving for all system. So I look forward to, interacting with other people, and we hope that these services reach out to mass and mass. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul. I know that there are a lot of things to be shared. We will come back to you with discussion points after we do this round. Can I request Dr. Deepak Kumar, who is the Director of River Directorate, Central Water Commission.
Thank you, sir, and good morning to all. Myself Deepak Kumar, and working in Central Water Commission as Director, River Data Directorate. Let me start with we are, as a country, we are only 2.4% of land masses of the world. And our population, when we consider the population of the country, considering 4% of natural surface water we are having, fresh water we are having, we are one of the most water-starved country. And to manage, to provide the drinking water, irrigation requirement, etc., we need to have a robust water management system. And to have that system, we need the water data in a big way. IMD is providing this rainfall data to our system. And the Central Water Commission is involved in the observation of river data. We are collecting data related to this water level data, discharge data, silt data. And these data are being used for various purposes. And we have started this data collection since 1950s. And till today, we have established more than 1,500 centers for collection of these data. And our ministry has started this National Hydrology Project. And under this National Hydrology Project, the ministry has funded establishment of more data collection center on the river. That includes not only this water level data and discharge data, that includes also the rainfall data. And these data, more than 3,000 rainfall stations have been established by various states under National Hydrology Project. And I think these data will provide development of various applications in the water sector, including flood forecasting and irrigation requirement, basin water assessment. And these data are also available on India Waris portal, which can be used by everyone. And we hope that it will provide the important contribution towards developing the various applications. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Piyush Kumar, Director of Morphology and Climate Change Division of Central Water Commission, to share his experience and thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. I am Piyush Kumar. Thank you, sir. And am I audible now? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. I am Piyush Kumar, working as Director Morphology and the Climate Change in Central Water Commission. So, theme for this session is about weather and climate services for the water sector. And we all of know that the change in climate is mainly affecting the water field areas like floods, droughts, sea rises, melting of glaciers, etc. So currently, my office is looking after the work of monitoring of glacial lakes and the water bodies. And we started this work in 2016. And in that year, we started monitoring of around 480 lakes and water bodies. So when we compare the lakes with water bodies, then we are more concerned about the glacial lakes, because water bodies are more like stable type of assets. So we are more concerned about the lakes, and from 2022 we started the monitoring of 902 lakes, the glacial lakes and water bodies. Out of these, there are around 544 lakes, out of which 100 are located in India, and rest are 444 are boundary lakes. So what we mean by this monitoring of lakes, because when we monitor the lakes, we just check them size, change in sizes, and output of this monitoring is one term which is quite known in these times, which is glacial lake outburst floods. So after the monitoring of these lakes, we are working for the estimation of GLOFs and all. And if we can do the early warning system for these GLOF incidents, and other prime factor is we know about all aspects of climate change, but we don't know how to quantify it, how to amalgamate these changes with the design of work, design of flood control works, design of HEPs, etc. So I think the focus for these, to gauge these changes must be in the line of how to quantify these effects, so that we can adapt ourselves as per those events. So I think from this session we can gather more knowledge, more exchange of ideas, so that we can plan, we can check out something better to handle all these effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piyush. Now I request Professor Gosain to say his remarks.
Thank you. At the outset, let me congratulate once again IMD for completing 150 glorious years and contributing so much to the society. I was also quite fortunate to be party to the initiative taken by WMO in 2012 to formulate the global framework for climate services, I had attended a meeting which was to have a dialogue between the users and the providers to identify what kind of services are required. So that has taken a long route, and that is quite obvious. And then when I came back, I had been interacting with IMD since 70s, and I must accept here that it was Dr. K.J. Ramesh who had challenged us that we should provide some services for the benefit of societies, and we started with the early warning system for the flow forecast using the hydrological models, and the support was given by him as well as Dr. Mahapatra to provide all the data on the rainfall forecast. Now I'll just mention here that water has become very complex. It's not an easy resource to tackle, and we need all kinds of people to really get inducted into this, providing solutions of various kinds, which are complex in nature, but only way forward is to do the integration, to have the frameworks of the kind which have the capacity to integrate all the sectors and create a base framework for the water, which is a source, which is a key basic source, and to look at the interaction of all the users with this water. And that is our focus. We have been working on that. The scales are different. We sometimes have to be at the basin scale, and the other time we have to be at the local scale when we are talking of the urban flooding. Some of the solutions can be done by using the international sources of data, but the other solutions need local data, which is the most important requirement. We cannot talk of urban flooding if we don't have the good terrain information available, because all the derivatives which we are having in terms of loss and damages, you cannot identify loss and damage until, because most of the losses are in urban areas and the populated areas. If you're talking of some happening in terms of the flood, creating a problem for industries, you'll have to look at which industry was there at that locality level and how much inundation it created. What was the duration of the inundation? Unless you have that information generated, you cannot even think of doing the loss and damage calculations properly. You might be vague in terms of getting the numbers which are not reliable. So I think reliability of your outcome or your services, what you are providing, is very important. And that's where all the communities have to work together, the data providers, the solution providers, and the disseminators in tandem to really provide some benefit to the society, which will be really making a difference. I'll stop here and then I'll share in the second round what we are doing as a unit, as a team, in terms of providing some of these things ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, after this round, what we probably can summarize is like, most of the services of the IMD or the weather and climate services of the IMD is well utilized by different organizations. Primarily, they talked about reservoir operations, flood management, then flash flood management, and also river basin management, and Professor Gosain uses it for his own research as well. So, the next point probably would be, how do we improve these weather and climate services, and how do we take it forward so that it can be better utilized? That is where we need to focus the discussion on, and with the availability of the advanced technologies like AI and Internet of Technologies, how do we primarily look at filling the gaps where the deficiencies in service are occurring, if at all it is there. So how do we all work together for getting into that? One of the reasons I suggest, I mentioned this is, we know that IMD has set up automatic weather stations and rain gauge stations and all other weather monitoring stations across the country at very large density, but then when it comes to the hilly terrains, the density is a little less compared to what is happening on the plain terrains, which is primarily because of the land availability and the suitability of a location where it can be effectively put in. This is what we felt. I come from Kerala, I represent government of Kerala, and the recent landslide which devastated one of the districts in Kerala very, very widely. And that is where we realized that the density of the network needs to get increased in those regions as well. Because otherwise we were not able to get a proper information. Well, we got advanced warnings and all with the available information, but then if we have additional information about this, then we will be able to manage it in a better way. Thanks to IMD and the Department of Earth Sciences, they have decided to establish a Doppler weather radar in the Wayanad district with immediate effect. So that was one of the after effects of the discussions what we had after the event. Now let me come to specific questions to the panelists, which we have indicated in the beginning. So based on their experience working with different systems, how did they utilize the services of IMD, the climate and weather services, for efficient management of the system which they are leading? So my first question would be to Dr. Manoj Tripathi. Well, we all learned that the largest multipurpose projects like Bakranangal and Beest, which has been managed very effectively and which is primarily an example for the academicians like me to teach the students how these systems are managed with the information, with advanced warnings and all. So the question probably what I pose is, how do we optimize the utilization of waters of river Satluj and Beas with the support of the IMD and the way ahead for further betterment of the system? Sir, could you elaborate on that?
Thank you very much. I have specifically come for this purpose because we are based at Chandigarh, and I thought it better that I would explain what's the role of the multipurpose projects and what are the difficulties we are facing in this regarding the optimal utilization of water. If we talk of Bhakra-Nangal project and the Beas stage 1 and 2 project, they are one of the largest multipurpose projects in the country. We are irrigating almost 135 lakh acres of irrigated land in the country, and that accounts to almost 8% of the total irrigated potential of the country. In terms of electricity, because it's not only food security, we are also catering to power security also. So we are producing power to the tune of 2958 megawatt of electricity. And that's a sort of byproduct. What the water we are releasing from our dams, that's a byproduct. Electricity is our byproduct. And the other aspect is, apart from water and food security, third is the electricity security. So all the three topics which are to become in this session before the lunch, they are all related to the multipurpose projects because we are the ultimate users of these projects. When we talk of optimal utilization of water in these multipurpose projects, I feel that there must be other operators of the multipurpose projects in here also, and we also have the service providers like IMD is there, Central Water Commission is there. So in case of multipurpose projects, specifically storage dams, we find that whatever water we are receiving in the monsoon, we are storing it in that filling period. So filling period normally starts from the start of the monsoon period till the end of the monsoon period. And there the factor comes in regarding the optimal utilization of water. If we know beforehand what's the amount of water that's coming in the monsoon, even if we don't know beforehand what's the amount of water coming in the monsoon, but specifically at the end of the monsoon period, because that's the period where a lot of water gets wasted to the spillway dams. In case of storage dams, we are producing electricity from whatever water we are getting during the monsoons, and we are releasing to our canal network. So regarding the data what we are getting from IMD, it's the quantitative precipitation forecast, QPF, for the next 7 days. So we are finding it very useful, but however we suggest that if the resolution of this data, what we are getting, if it can be improved upon, because our Beas and Satluj catchment, they are very near. And if you see the resolution, spatial wise, it's 25 kilometer, almost horizontal, more than 25 kilometer. If that can be improved upon, then it will be much useful to us, because in some of the years it had happened that whatever that the rainfall had been predicted for the Beas catchment, it actually went to the Satluj, or Satluj predicted went to the Beas. So that factor can improve on our optimal utilization of water. Regarding our storage dams, we are catering to water to the tune of 34 BCM every year. And that's a huge quantum of water if we talk for the irrigation sector. And there also that factor of optimal utilization comes from the use of water as well as the use in the electricity. Because at the tail end of the monsoon period, if you see, if we get a better forecast, especially when we are near the full reservoir levels, then what we can do that, we can release that water through our turbines, not release to the spillways. And the other constraint, what we face that if you are releasing through a spillway, because the river carrying capacity downstream of the storage dams, normally it is not as per the standards, what has to be there. So certainly that flood zoning act had to be implemented, flood zoning guidelines had to be implemented in the downstream areas also. And the embankment of the downstream, that also has to be improved upon, so that whatever water we release, the area doesn't get flooded. So that's the other aspect not related to it. But ultimately, what I suggest IMD that if we can get better resolution of data in terms of the spatial resolution and in terms of long range forecast. So we are getting the forecast QPF for next 7 days. If it can be improved upon that will lead to better optimal utilization of water for our multipurpose projects. And I feel that all the multipurpose operators, they are facing the same issue regarding the optimal utilization of water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for mentioning on the way you are handling the big project. And I completely agree with you that high resolution data is more important for a better management of any system. And that I guess all of the panelists will agree with me on that. Now, can we hear from Mr. Rahul Saxena about the flash flood guidance system which is being implemented at different spaces?
Thank you, sir. So flash flood, basically, like I said, we commissioned the flash flood guidance system in 2020, sir. And with, of course, India being the regional center, and we are covering these services to, besides India, to the 4 neighboring countries. And presently, 72 countries worldwide are under the regime of this flash flood with the regional centers. 15 regional centers are actually covering these services to 72 countries. And with the phase 2, there are additional of 30 countries which are going to be, but primarily the African countries which are going to be covered under the flash flood guidance systems. And the services are provided through our regional centers, like I said, to the stakeholders, including, of course, the disaster management agencies. There are certain, like I said, this is the nascent stage of implementation of the flash flood guidance services. We do have these success stories. Recently, 2023, of course, the hilly regions of Himachal and Uttaranchal, there were consistent instances of the flash floods, which were very well captured. But then there are other certain issues. Of course, like any other forecasting system, the ingestion of the data, especially the granularity of the data, becomes the backbone of how good the system is. And especially when we know that the major cause of the flash floods is the extreme rainfall events. So the onus is on the numerical weather predictions and the estimates that we get from radar and satellites, how well they are able to capture those estimates of these intense systems. Once these intense systems are, captured, location-specific intense systems are captured, I think the system is obviously going to be in a much better framework to provide a much better services. And especially pertinent to the orography. Orography becomes a huge challenge. And we know that especially the hilly regions are very vulnerable to the flash floods. So the flash floods, I mean, the scientific community as such, we need to work upon how better we are able to predict these extreme events, especially in the orographic areas. The other factors, of course, the urbanization, that is another major challenge. The way the and we have been seeing, the instances in Himachal and all that, how the urbanization has, changed the whole dynamics of the causing of the flash floods. Though India Meteorological Department observation network has gone from initial 4,000 to now almost 6,000 rain gauge stations we have under the DRMSC schemes. And we have under the monsoon mission, we have, the mandate is to increase the observation network both in terms of the radar coverage as well as the ground coverage in terms of more and more AWS stations. Better accuracy and better mechanism, I think, would definitely help in evolving this system into providing much precise forecast for the flash floods. In addition to that, I think the second stage of, like I said, phase 2 of the flash floods, they were, it's a learning curve for us. The flash floods guidance services are learning curve for us. And there are certain lessons learned also. The model updation also is, we know that it is basically how the ground, respond to the extreme rainfall events. And the soil moisture conditions or land use, land cover conditions, which are very dynamically changing, those, are required to be updated, much frequently. So these are certain conditions that are required. But in all, I think there are pretty good success stories in the last 3-4 years since we have implemented this system. And we hope that with the, coming up of the monsoon, setting up of the monsoon mission, we would be able to provide much better services.
Thank you, Ms. Saxena. Well, we have short of time, so I just would like to mention IMD's help, which was extended to us in Kerala after the 2018 flood. We were having a lot of issues with the flood warning systems in Kerala, but then IMD was kind enough to provide us the daily rainfall forecast for the next 10 days on a daily basis, which is 3-hourly. We were able to set up a hydrological model and a hydraulic model along with that to get the advanced warning for or preparation for the flood inundation and the policy changes which needs to be done in Kerala. So I would like to hear from Professor A.K. Gosain on what he has been doing as part of the academic system in IIT Delhi, and also for getting this information in the form of whatever be the output to the general public. Sir, please.
Thank you. I will complete the story which I had initiated. So we started working on the early warning system for all our river basins. And it was not an easy task because you have so much man-made interventions. You have around 4,500 big dams and the medium dams. They have to be brought into the simulation. But we did that, and now we have a portal which is available publicly to the public, where we are getting the rainfall forecast from IMD every day, and then doing the simulation of the whole country, all the basins, and updating the forecast. Now this also have byproducts like, because the continuous simulation, we don't even stop when there is no rain. So every day the simulation is on. So it's a flow forecast, not the flood forecast only. During the monsoon is flood forecast, but otherwise the flow forecast, which is very important for people like the Bakra Basin Management Board, where they can find out how much is the inflow coming into their reservoir from the hydrological simulation. So that is what is available. And along with that, we have the soil moisture conditions predicted. As we update, the soil moisture conditions also get predicted. They get updated, and that can be a good input to the advisory for the farmers. So there are so many other things. But I think what we are trying to reach as a vision is that we have to have an integrated base, integrated information system, which not only talks of the surface water hydrology. We have already started working on the groundwater interaction with the surface water, how the groundwater modeling should also be done side by side, and how much is the groundwater usage which is being done in different basins, and we are having all the basins which are under stress because of the over-abstraction of the groundwater. So ultimately, we have to really bring the hydrological health and the environmental health of these basins into a situation which is really sustainable. And that is our objective, that is our ultimate goal. And other things which are micro level, for example, the urban flooding, they should also become part of this framework where you are looking at, because the urban flooding can be also due to the riverine flood, it can be due to the local rainfall, or it can be due to the coastal effect. All those things should reflect in your simulation. That is what we are trying to achieve. And another thing I think which is very important, the validation of these models. See, we have to have the online systems established and the data which is being observed for the river locations where we are having the observatories, we are having the gauge stage gauge stations. That should become available so that you can feed that back into the simulation so that your forecast can become better, they can become much reliable. And the other aspect is shortening or enhancing the forecast lead time. That is what is happening on the hydrological aspects where the big basins are there. But there are systems, for example, urban systems, the lead time is very short, is maybe half an hour, 1 hour at the most. So there we are using the technology like AI, the other options where we can reduce the computational time and enhance the forecast lead time, which is effective forecast lead time. So I think there are many things which are working, and ultimately I think the ultimate goal is to really have the feedback mechanism from these information bases for the policy making, and also do the evaluation of our policy implementation, which normally we are missing. Unless we evaluate our policies, what is the outcome, what we had targeted and what we have achieved. If there is a shortfall, what is the reason for the shortfall? Unless we do that, we might not be in a position to really use these resources more effectively, and that is our ultimate goal. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. So, as I said, we are running short of time, but then before we conclude, I think we will take one question from the audience. Is there any discussion points that to be raised? Yeah, there is one. Dr. Rajivan,
When I am Rajivan, so when we are discussing about the verification which Hussain Saab was asking, so we have been verifying IMD as well as NCMRW have been verifying their quantitative precipitation forecast. It's pretty bad. And so somebody was saying from Bakranangal that the forecasts are pretty good. I'm not sure how far these forecasts are being used. So you know from the model, the quantitative precipitation forecast is the most difficult thing which a model can produce. And if you really see the rainfall threshold of 3 centimeter and above, the probability detection even for 24-hour forecast is only 0.20. It's pretty bad. I don't know. So the ultimate thing which I would like to highlight is the most important priority is to improve this quantitative precipitation forecast. We installed a flood warning system for Bombay. And I have been, when I was in the secretary, I have been verifying this forecast of, see what is more important is what is coming from the sky. And if that is not good, then whatever you do in the ground is not useful. So the precipitation forecast, when I NCMRW of the very high resolution 4-kilometer model forecast are not up to the mark, quantitative precipitation for Bombay city. So only thing is you can put a lot of instruments, rain gauges, and we have put now 4 radars there. We can monitor on daily, on hourly basis, or even hourly basis. But what is more important is if we really want to have a flood warning to the government and municipal corporation, what we need is the improvement in the precipitation forecast. So I urge the secretary is here and DG is here. I would like to highlight that in the next the Mausam mission, they should highlight the importance of QPF in the models.
Yeah, there is one more point of discussion. So with that, we'll close. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the panel. So now from the panel, we came to know that non-IMD networks by Central Water Commission, different states are available rainfall data. those data sets in real time, if they are shared with IMD, then that will be very useful for flash flood guidance generation, because that is generated at 4 by 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer watershed scale. Now the flash flood is about 37,000 watersheds are there. Whole India is divided into such a fine scale computations are becoming possible. So that Central Water Commission or state network data should come in real time to flash flood guidance system, and then that goes to modeling of assimilation. Then rainfall forecast quality will improve significantly even with the existing models, and then that can feed the water level changes from the catchment rainfall happening from Professor Gosain's framework sort of things. So it is possible that whatever data collected in the country with whatever possible granularity, that should be shared in real time for the benefit of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I reply?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Sir, whatever data CWC or states are collecting regarding this rainfall, those data are available on India Waris portal. And we also hope that IMD will utilize those data for fine-tune their models.
To continue from your...
Those are real-time telemetry system, and those data are available on India Waris. If there is any glitch, we will look into that. Okay, sir.
Apart from that, to continue from your point, I can talk about the Kerala state government, what we are doing. There are around 600 rain gauges across the state, which is managed by the private agencies, which is, well, they use it for their own purposes. But now, after this Wayanad landslide event, what we have done is we have coordinated with IMD and also the Disaster Management Authority and one of the research institutes of Kerala, Institute for Climate Change Studies. We are all integrating this data. We are trying to integrate all these data, but one of the concern is they may not be according to the standard rain gauge locations and other things. But then what we thought is some information is better than nothing. So we are trying to utilize that to bring up with advanced warning system for various kinds of disasters. So this is being thought about. I think most of the other states also will follow in that direction. So, yeah, maybe one last one.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Just want to add to what the panelists just informed. That Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare has now come up with a project named WINDS, Weather Information Network Services. There, the plan is to install one rain gauge in each Gram Panchayat in the country. That amounts to about 260 to 70,000 number of rain gauges, and one full automatic weather station in each block, 7,000 odd numbers. And we are trying to rope in the existing data in the country, like I informed Deepak Kumar Sahab that Minister of Water Resources agreed to supply the data, link has been provided. We are now sorting out some formatting issues are there, State of Kerala, we are getting, Sudhir Sahab, already we are getting Kerala data. Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, UP and Uttarakhand already have their network. They have started sharing the data, and those data will be available on the public portal and in digital form also for real time and maybe delayed use by all kind of users. So data would be open, and in association with IMD, we are trying to put a robust quality control mechanism before the data passes through it and is available in the public domain. So that's for the information of the House. By this monsoon, certain number of states would have a very good network. And monsoon 2026, I think entire country will have that kind of a network in place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think all of us have realized the importance of measurements and disseminating the data for utilization. So I think all the agencies concerned with the water sector probably are working towards that. Now there is an integration required for this, which probably IMD should take the lead of that. And I guess to conclude, what I would say is most of the panelists and I guess all of the audience also will agree with me that the importance of climate and weather service is well established, primarily for understanding and forecasting, if at all required, for the natural disasters especially, and also any other kind of water management activities. And as Dr. Rajivan rightly mentioned, when you go for a warning system, the important point is, of course, you should have a appropriate and accurate rainfall forecast with advanced lead time. Maybe as the lead time increases, probably the error will increase, but then at least in the next 1 or 2 days, if you are able to get an advanced information about it, then flash floods and other things can be well modeled and simulated. So with these remarks, with the permission from the panelists, I'll conclude this session and I switch over to the coordinator for that. Thank you.
So thank you very much. That was really a nice, wonderful discussion, and several questions came up, and I hope these discussions will be fruitful. Now I would like to invite Dr. P.S. Goel, former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, to kindly come up upon the dais to facilitate our panelists, speakers, and the chairperson. Sir. So Chairman, Professor K.P. Sudhir, sir. Professor A.K. Gosain. Sri Rahul Saxena, Head Hydromet Division, IMD. Please give a big applause for all the speakers. Engineer Sri Manoj Tripathi. Sri Piyush Kumar ji. Sri Deepak Kumar ji. And Sri Mohammad Fayaz. Now I would request all the panelists for a group photo, please. Thank you, sir.
चेयर लगाइए, चेयर और टेबल। लोग सोच रहे हैं क्या
So good morning to everyone. So now we are moving to the panel discussion agriculture, weather and climate services on agriculture sector. So this session promises to be an engaging and insightful conversation as we delve into the critical role of weather and climate information enhancing agriculture productivity, ensuring resilience, and supporting the sustainable livelihood. So now it's my pleasure to invite our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Lakshman Singh Rathod, former Director General of Meteorology and permanent representative of India with the World Meteorological Organization, United Nations, to join us on the stage. Sir, please. Sir. Yeah.
Good morning.
Sir, we are honored to have your leadership for this session, sir. Thank you, sir. So joining on the panel, we have a distinguished lineup of experts who bring diverse perspectives and immense expertise to the table. Please welcome Dr. Vinay Kumar Sehgal, who is a principal scientist and professor, India Agriculture Research Institute, Pusa, New Delhi. So, Dr. Prajna Patankar, Head Climate Resilience, DRR, SSTC, World Food Program. Madam, please. Dr. Lavanya R. Mundalkar, Chairman, Managing Director, Agriculture Insurance Company, Kidwai Nagar, New Delhi. Dr. Soumya Bandyopadhyay, Director, Malana Novis National Forecasting Center, New Delhi. Dr. Shantanu K. Bal, Project Director, ICAR, Krida. So, please. Then Dr. D.S. Pai, Scientist G and Head, so Agriculture Advisory Services Division, IMD, New Delhi. So, Mr. Yes, sir. So, Dr. Marup will be late. He's stuck in the traffic. He'll be joining shortly. Now I request Dr. Ajit Tyagi, who is former Director General of Meteorology, Indian Meteorological Department. Just offer a bouquet to Dr. Lakshman Singh Rathod, who is former Director General of Meteorology, IMD.
Sir, my pleasure.
Yes. Sir, now I request Murtyunjay Mahapatra sir to offer a bouquet to. Sir, I'll request Ajit Sagi sir to just offer a bouquet to all the panel members, sir. Yes, sir. I request Mahapatra sir to just offer a bouquet to Dr. Bandyopadhyay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Now I request Mahapatra sir to offer a bouquet to Dr. Sehgal. So, Dr. Padnakar. So now I request a bouquet to Dr. Bal. Now I request a bouquet to Dr. Lavanya madam. Request Lavanya madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, thank you all for being here. Now I hand over the session to Dr. L. Singh Rathod, Chair and Moderator of this session, to lead this is an important word to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all, and welcome to this session, second session today on weather and climate service for agriculture sector. Weathermen, they deal with uncertainties, and so also the farmer. Farmers' uncertainties are far more than what we deal in the sector of weather prediction and allied sectors. But interestingly, when you merge these two uncertainties, the level of confusion comes down. The point is, if we smarten our meteorological information and tailor-cast it to suit the needs of farmers and communicate to the farmer in the language and form in which he can comprehend the information and use the information, the impact is very positive. In this session, we are going to discuss about how the meteorological, both weather and climate information, can assist the end user. What is the level of prediction, their skills? How can that be better assimilated? Ultimately, we need to identify the better products which are of use to the farmer. Because when we talk of one crop, it is not one crop. There is so much of varietal difference whose meteorological requirements vary so much, and then there are different levels of crop age. So they are at a different phenological phases, and the meteorological requirements for different phenological phases are also very different. We have a very distinguished panel, and they represent most of the related stakeholders. I will, the manner in which I will organize this session is, I will introduce the panelists and throw two broad topics, not in the form of questions, but two topics where he or she can elaborate, primarily targeting as to what is the current level of information system and how far we can stretch it to improve the system, and so what is in the future plan. The information in form of weather prediction, in form of observations, their granularity is increased, and further, as was informed by Dr. Bhan, we are going to have very large number of data. At times, if you have anything which is copious, also is a problem. We really can't chew that information. So what should be our strategy if we have a village level observing systems? How can that be blended with the forecast products and provided to the farmer in a form which he can use it? I'll start with Dr. Pai, who is head of ASSD and scientist G at IMD and veterinary forecaster. I would request you to kindly enlighten us as to what is the level of current forecast which is going to the farmers and what is in store. And what are the gaps which you have identified as yet? Because I recall when 1991 we started with 150 kilometer grid resolution of global model, and now we are at 12 kilometer, and the regional model 1 and 3 kilometers. So, but most important is the skills. Kindly inform us, and what skills you are contemplating at village level? Because ultimately we have to reach to the village level. Currently we are at the block level. Over to you, Dr. Pai.
Thank you, Chairman. So, in fact, for agriculture services, we have got, in fact, a seamless forecasting system is there, starting with seasonal forecast. So, particularly for monsoon season, which is most important for our agriculture. So, we start with in April and May, what is the likely for all India and homogeneous regions. In addition to that, nowadays in every 0.25 degree, probabilistic forecast is given for the entire season. And in addition to that, we also update with the monthly spatial distribution of rainfall and temperature. So in fact, that is done for seasonal forecast also. And it is done for the entire calendar year. Okay. And then it is also complemented by every week, Thursdays, we generate a weekly forecast for the next 4 weeks. Again, rainfall and temperature forecast is done. And then for the next 10 days, the short range forecast. And in fact, for agriculture specific, we generate both the forecast and agro advisories for all the around 725 to 30 districts, entire country, and also around 6,500 blocks for the next 10 days. And this is done based on multi-model ensemble method, for which we use best 6 models within the world itself, along with our own GFS and NCMRWF model. We use other 4 models and to generate a multi-model ensemble forecast, and along with that agro advisories is given. And then recently we had a very location specific forecast, that to say around 2.7 lakh GP level forecast is being done actually for entire 5 parameter: temperature, rainfall, wind and cloud. And that is given for next 10 days. First 36 hours, it is for hourly forecast, and 3 hourly forecast for the next 5 days, and 6 hourly for the next 10 days. So, and these are all available, updated twice in a day, and it is available through web portal called Mausamgram of IMD, and as well as eGram Swaraj of government of Panchayat Raj, which that also given. And that forecast they convert in the local language, all that statement, all that. So these are actually for agriculture specific. In addition to that, for lightning and other thing, because it is very important that farmers work in the field. So if there is a lightning is there, nowcast is being given. Similarly, whenever extreme rainfalls or extreme weather events happen, cyclone or heavy rainfall, heat wave, impact-based forecast for the very localized also is given. So these are in just a summary, what the suite of forecasts that are available for the farmers.
Thank you, Dr. Pai. Thank you very much. I would now revert to Dr. Vinay Kumar Sehgal Saab. Dr. Sehgal is a professor and principal scientist at Agriculture Physics Division of Indian Agriculture Research Institution, and he has a very long experience of remote sensing. Earlier he was with the Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, and so on and so forth. From the point of view of monitoring the crops and recording observations, not only for crops but also for soils and pest diseases, and identifying stress is a very big challenge. We have been doing it through various agrometeorological units, but we are still challenged. And to us, the remote sensing sector come to the rescue for monitoring, but there are, of course, limitations. I would like to request you, Dr. Sehgal, as to what is the status of identifying crop stresses and determining the crop characteristics and assimilating that information into the models to develop tools and information which can be provided to the farmers? Over to you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Before directly addressing to your question, I would say that I want to bring in focus one important factor, that currently our farmer is really distressed in terms of he has the responsibility to do the food security of this country, and that to be done sustainably, reducing his carbon energy footprint. So challenges to, and without providing any incentive and profitability on his produce. So there are a lot of risk, and an important component there comes related to weather and monitoring. So the today's panel discussion, I think we should, whatever recommendation comes, these 3 points should also be taken care of. How to, because now ultimately for these farmers, we have not to talk of only agro advisory at a GP level. The requirement is that we have to provide him wisdom to take decision at his farm scale. So that is our vision, to go up to that farm scale, and only a weather-based forecast and observations are not going to work. A lot of information in real time now satellites are providing. And as you say, sir, within country and outside also, the status is that we have been able to assimilate forecast and observations into simulation models which are run, because for every field you cannot have what is the crop sown, what is the date of sowing, when the farmer has put fertilizer. So those assimilations have put together at individual farm scales, and studies have been shown that they could be used with good level of confidence. So now we have coming products related to crop status in terms of phenology, leaf area index, chlorophyll content, and that to put into models, whether we use machine learning models, whether we use simulation models, or whether we use statistical model, are able to generate those kind of information which can help in making more focused decision at farm scale. So, sir, status is a lot of research. My recommendation here would be that to DG sir, that the SATMAT division of IMD has long been working on the geostationary satellite data products, but they have been lacking in terms of using the polar orbiting satellite data products and assimilating those products with more specific geophysical products related to weather, related to water, related to agriculture, crop, vegetation, and so on and so forth. So because IMD is one such place where observations, forecast, and these informations can be easily integrated by involving a lot of research institutions, ICR institutions, state universities, and even state government departments. So there is a need to build their capacity and also change focus, that whatever observed data sets are being generated, they have to be spatial. They have to be more focused at granularity, where only these forecasts could be taken to that granular level where satellite data can also be assimilated into them. So that is what I say, sir. So a lot of operational things have come into play with respect to identifying of crop from satellite data, with respect to identifying their stage, even generating the yield forecast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll come back to you on this subject. I will now move on to Dr. Shantanu Kumar Bal, who is looking after the All India Coordinated Research Project on Agrometeorology and understanding crop weather relationship and crop weather pest and disease relationship is a very Herculean task. And IMD has been doing that since 1932, since the establishment of Division of Agriculture Meteorology at Pune at IMD. And later on, ICR took up this research in association with the state agricultural universities and institutes of ICAR. But there are new emerging challenges because by the time we understand the crop-weather relationship, both crop and weather have changed. New varieties come, their weather requirements are different, and weather is on constant move. And therefore, it is a very intrinsic subject to identify the evolving gap in that research and technology which can be utilized to assist the farmer in their effective decision-making processes. I would request you to kindly elaborate as to what is the scenario of undertaking research, what are the priority crops, but more importantly, because to the best of my knowledge, we are yet to embark upon understanding the problems of livestock, poultry, plantation crops, and because we have been more obsessed with field crops, oilseed crops, pulses, and so on and so forth. Kindly enlighten us and give your recommendation. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Good morning, all, and thanks, IMD, for giving this opportunity. So to address that, the question that you asked me, so I'll just give some background for the, the audience here. The farming business is becoming more risky. And in India, if you look at the farm scale, more than 80% farmers are very small and marginal. And if you look at the whole country, more than 45% area is rain-fed. That means the whole agriculture is dependent on agriculture and on rainfall. So looking at this complexity, if you look at any particular crop, the crop does not only depend on the weather, it also depends on the type of soil, then water, soil moisture is a very important aspect. And at present, ICR, this particular project that I'm leading, we have different centers across the country. We are taking up many crops, starting from field crops. As just the chair told that we are more concentrating on the field crops like rice, wheat, maize, and other some pulses and oil seeds. And this particular project is going on for the last more than 35 years. And presently, we are trying to move into taking up the horticulture crops as well as moving into taking up some animal component, livestock component to this. And for this, the long-term experiments that we are conducting at our centers, so we are trying to establish relationship between different crops and how this weather, climate, and climate change is impacting on that crop, and what kind of interventions that you can do so that the crop that catches up and we can reach a little bit nearer to the optimum yield. So that kind of relationship we are trying to develop. And also we are trying to look at how this insect pest is dependent on the weather. We are trying to develop some thumb rules, some forewarning models. And we are also looking at different, developing some decision support systems, crop models, and looking at the association between IMD and ICR. It is too long. And we all know that the advisories that we are giving to the farmers, that is through the GKMS program where this ICR is a part. And to do that operational agromet advisory, the basic component, that the research component is being done mostly by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. And in our ambit, we are trying to establish different kind of relationships, as well as we are trying to define the critical weather limits for different crops, as well as the animals, because those information has to be fed into the system or model which will help in developing those advisories so that those advisories can be make reach to the farmers. So in that, besides from those field crops now, our focus is mainly on the horticulture crops as well as we are also trying to move to the animal component as well as poultry. So this is, I think, will be my basic introductory remarks, and further I will contribute.
Thank you very much. The climate is changing, and the farmers are always challenged to adapt and mitigate in response to the changing weather and climate patterns. I would therefore now resort to the Pradnya Paithankar, who is with World Food Program and looking after climate resilience and disaster risk reduction, and also the South-South cooperation. Dr. Paithankar, would you kindly enlighten the House about the changing climate patterns? How are they putting pressure on farmers, and how the resilience can be developed, not as a state level, but at the farm level resilience, which is more important because the approach has to be from bottom upwards. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. So again, at the outset, I'd like to congratulate IMD for completing 150 glorious years, and thanks again on behalf of WFP for making us part of this entire deliberation. Actually, honestly speaking, I mean, WFP has been working and supporting the climate services early warning systems in around 32 countries across the globe. I must say that the overall work of Agromet specifically is quite evolved in India. When we are talking about really producing the advisories, earlier quite a lot was also dependent on the farmers' traditional knowledge. Now with the changing patterns, what we have seen like in the last decade and a half, there is more and more uptake of the climate services, which is a very positive thing, but which is also indicative that people are wanting to rely more on the scientific knowledge, even if they have their traditional knowledge. And so from that perspective, it indicates in a sense to that uncertainty which is really growing. So the climate is really changing. I mean, what is happening is like, even if we say that the monsoon will be delayed, how that is interpreted at the farmer's level. So it has various implications. One is like delay the cropping, delay the cultivation, delay the or choose the different kind of varieties of crops, or choose different crop completely. And so those decisions, which will again have, because I mean, we have all talked about, I think, the complexity of agriculture or complexity of this particular sector. Now I'll look at this entire sector as a agriculture and food security. And if we look at it from the agriculture and food security perspective, though the Agromet really talks about what really is required for the farmers, but just the cultivation and agriculture doesn't stop there. The entire food system will have to be taken care of. For example, the changing climate has implications on the storage practices, how the storage actually has to be done. You know that, I mean, if there is increased moisture, then there is a different implication on the storage system. The post-harvest management and handling, that entire aspect also has climate angle, which probably is a bit less explored. If we talk about the entire transportation systems, that again has a different impact. So when we are saying that there is a less than normal rainfall, or a delayed rainfall, or we say that there is a drought, or we say that there is a flood, the implications are different for different people in the entire value chain. That is one important thing which probably needs to be taken into account more strategically. When I said that agriculture system is much more evolved in India, I really meant that the way IMD and ICAR and agriculture ministries, they are working together, it's really good. And I've seen that a lot of things actually really work and they have been institutionalized. For example, I mean, there are some, I mean, we just recently organized a session which is called Monsoon Forum or Monsoon Outlook Forum in the state of Assam, just to basically understand a sectoral impact and plan together for ahead of the season. It's quite well-established system in India, so that is definitely working. The second thing is that the entire agriculture system, we have a great potential with around 2 lakh odd extension system, where we really can reach to the end farmer with this information effectively, which is a potential but maybe not explored completely. So as you have rightly stated, that if we are talking about farmer and if we are keeping the farmer at the center, a lot has been done, but a lot really has to be done because the farmer still is not at the center. It is more from the whole focus is more on the dissemination of the advisory so that they reach the farmers, but whether they are able to really understand, interpret and act on it, whether they can take their adaptation measures on their own, whether they have that capacity, is something which is still unexplored, and maybe in the next set of questions I'll give some examples how that can be done using some of the other techniques. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Patrankar. Thank you. And I'll come back to you on that. And also I would like to understand as to what are the environmental impacts by agriculture, because that also is causing disaster. I'll come back to you. But now, nice you raised the question of agribusiness and storage. And so I would link that with the crop yield prediction. We have with us Dr. Soumya Bandyopadhyay, who is director of Mahalanobis Center for Crop Forecasting, Ministry of Agriculture. He has a very long experience on assessing the crop health and that predicting thereafter using different techniques, including the weather prediction, weather information. Dr. Bandyopadhyay, would you kindly enlighten us as to what is the system at the current level, how that is helpful to the farmer in undertaking his marketing strategy? Agribusiness, not only at a global level, is influenced by weather, but also national level, state level, and even the mandi level. But from the farmer's perspective, how this information can assist him in selling his products, and at what time he should be able to sell those kind of commodities, and at what location? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Chair and distinguished panelists and participants. This is specifically focusing on the farmer's livelihood, how the farmers, the produce which farmers get, and how they will market, and they will get the proper amount by selling. And that requires the planning. And there are a series of efforts has been made, even using the space data, remote sensing data also, the supply chain analysis, how the farmers will get where the minimum route where the fertilizer can reach to the farmer, the type of the seed which farmer can purchase from the nearby market, and with that seeds and the varieties based on the weather and climate, and with the changing of the situations due to the climate change, that type of advisory to the farmers, and the produced, how they will market. So now the government has also come up with the e-market concept and the mandis, where the farmer can sell their produce, and also it comes through the internet services. And there is the focal points in each of the taluk levels are there to help the farmer to do that. Now, coming to the farmers which to produce optimally in those areas where they are cultivating the type of crops are grown. For that, there are a series of focus has been made, first of all, that crops need to be saved from the hydrometeorological or other type of disasters like pest and diseases. For that, from the Ministry of Agriculture side also, there are a number of initiatives has been developed and started to help the farmer. One of the things which every weekly meetings are going on in the ministry, which is the Crop Weather Watch group meeting. And in that meeting, it is being focused how the role of the weather as well as the agricultural situations in the country. And there is the monitoring is going on the rainfall, weather forecasts, reservoir level, fertilizers and seed availability, pest and disease informations. And also the soil moisture which is available through remote sensing data and the mandi prices and the procurement situations in these regards. So these data are analyzed and also it includes the other satellite data, the price trends also and the ground reports which is existing in that area. Now, with this type of informations, this crop weather group also issues the early warning type of situations where there may be some type of floods or drought may occur. And now this requires the coordination and accurate information which should be reached to the farmers in time. And this will provide, and also this provides the inputs for the development of the policies and the strategies for the ministries to provide the services to the farmers in time. So other informations which is being provided in the drought informations, the ministry is carrying out drought status assessment. And as a technical wing of the ministries, Mahalanobis National Crop Forecasting Centers assisting ministries for this drought assessment using the satellite and weather-based inputs. And this is also going to this crop watch weather groups, and every week we provide this input to them. And Dr. Bhan Sahab has also told that wind system, weather information network and data systems, which has been established in collaborations with the IMD. And that will also reach the granular levels data, and it will be open to the all, and it will be used particularly for the crop insurance purpose and crop planning, and to provide the indemnity payment for the farmers. And in these occasions, I want to submit to the August gathering and the secretary also, that one working group may be formed with IMD, Ministry of Earth Science, ISRO, ICAR, IARI, and also Ministry of Agriculture, to focus on this type of disaster situations which farmers are facing, and how to address these issues, either with ICR and IARI with the research, with the Ministry of Agriculture, which is collecting the data from the ground, and with Ministry of Earth Sciences and IMD, who will come up with the robust model for the early warning and forecastings. And combinations of all that will help the Indian farmer to face the trivial situations and grow more to earn their money from the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. Thank you. And nice you raised the point of risk proofing. And with that, I move to Dr. Lavanya Mundayur, who is CMD of Agriculture Insurance Company. So nobody's better than to talk on this subject. I've been associated with crop insurance business since we developed weather-based crop insurance system, and since then we are being criticized, both by farmers as well as the other groups, for two reasons. We were always blamed that my farm weather situation or disaster or calamity is not represented by the product you are giving me. And the second is lack of transparency in settling the claims. And now the premium is a different issue, but now government has handled that, so that is settled. Would you kindly tell us that as to what we are doing in resolving these kind of questions and assisting farmer in making use of meteorological information now, since at that granularity you will have observations. Despite of that, in my personal opinion, the problems will not solve, but problems will increase. This is what I contemplate. What is your take on this?
Yeah, so thank you so much. Hearty congratulations to IMD on the 150th year, and thanks for having me here. So before getting into specifics and details and technicalities, I'd just like to go back to July last year when I was visiting the UK. Nice, bright, sunny morning, and we were all set to go out. And my colleague picked up a bunch of umbrellas and put it in the car. So I was a little surprised. But they said, no, ma'am. If you just see, the weatherman had said that there will be rains, heavy rains at 4 p.m. And hard to believe. Well, I was skeptical, as most of us Indians are. And true to name, around 3:45 p.m., clouds gathered on a very sunny day when we did not expect it at all, expect ही नहीं किया था, और 4 बजे जोरदार बारिश. We were hit by rains which was completely unexpected. Now, this is faith. This is trust. When the weatherman says that it's going to be a sunny day and you don't have to worry, they leave the umbrella behind. They don't even take the raincoat along. That kind of faith is what is required on both sides. One, for the farmer, and two, for us as insurers, because what do we do at the end of the day? We are just taking over some of the risk that the farmer has. Not his daily business uncertainties. We are not able to help out there. But there are those severities, those unexpected events for which we are there to give support. Now moving on to, Agricultural Insurance Corporation itself has come a long way in the last 22 years from being an implementation agency of the government to today working more and more even with reinsurers to provide ease of settlement in claims. Now, there's a lot of talk about parametric, not just in crop, but in various other sectors as well. And the whole talk about parametric is simply because, again, there is a lack of faith in the claim settlement process when it is either physical or digital. Some states have moved on to satellite technology, using satellite technology, using more and more of AI, using almost, in fact, I was just sitting through the session in the last 1 hour and the last 15-20 minutes here. There are a lot of pockets of data which is invaluable in the country. But I don't know whether there is any central repository other than IMD, or even do each and every one of these institutions work closely so that the data flows real time to one central repository. So I think the IMD is like the moderator here. All of us talk about our own individual stakes, but the moderator brings it all together into one pool and then generate some very useful information out of that combined inputs. So we as insurers, work heavily based on data. In fact, whether it's pricing or whether it's claim settlement, it's all based on data. We are dependent on data, clean data, and data without gaps over the longest period. I mean, here historical data is very critical for us, for our actuaries. So pricing is not to be put aside. I think pricing is critical. And quality of claim settlement, prevention of claims, quality of pricing becomes sustainable and viable when claims come down. And if we are able to, we can build faith only if we pay claims to the right person, not if we pay claims to everyone. So बैठे बैठे जिनको मिल गया बल्ले बल्ले और जिनको बिल्कुल नहीं मिल रहे उनको दिक्कत होती है. किसी का 1 रुपया भी कटता है तो बहुत दिक्कत होता है. So this can happen only with data. More and more accurate data, satellite data, maybe in pockets where we feel that there is leakage, maybe we need to come together and maybe have even other additional technology like sensors or accurate sensors, working sensors, and maybe drones, anything, whatever it takes to make life easier for the end customer, the farmer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is a very valid point that generalized claims settlement is no good. And I'll come back to you on this particular aspect. And we have completed one round and we still have time which is allocated to us. So 1 minute each, panelist, 1 minute each. Very quickly you have to respond to the question or whatever thought which is you think that important for making a very vital recommendation, you kindly include that. And I'll come back to Dr. Pai because yesterday Prime Minister told that we have announced our outreach by from 10 million to 50 million farmers. But we have still miles to go. Though we are able to reach out, but the usability of the information by the farmer is again still a key question. We are pumping so much of information, farmers is not able to identify what is useful to him because he has 1 crop and you give him information for 7 crops and so on and so forth. So what is your take on minimizing these hurdles and increasing the outreach to the farmers?
See, first of all, we need to, not a single agency cannot do that. First important is that if you want to actually execute very localized information to reach to farmers, we need work a lot of together. One is in the generation of the forecast and another forecast or information. Then another is the dissemination, reaching how to reach up to that. And also work with them of awareness, how to make use of best information and how that can be done. Coming to the information generated, as already mentioned there, we are working with Agriculture Ministry for installation of surface instruments all throughout so that very localized weather information can be generated. So network has to be expanded very heavily. The next is that along with that Mission Monsoon, Mausam, we will have a lot of radar and other things that will give you us actually very localized forecast. And also with the new high power computing system comes, the very high resolution forecast, very localized is important because localized important means that in each region, vulnerability is different. As you already said, people are in a certain region only 1 crops and because of a different kind of vulnerability. So some of them are more vulnerable for heavy rain, vulnerable for heat waves. So we have to very targeted information, crop information has to be reached, for which we are already around with 15 state government mechanism, to reach this up to the farmers. We are working with them because they have implemented already technical infrastructure there, whereby this forecast and weather information can reach up to the farmers in the local language, the language in which they know. So we have to further work with the entire state government and should reach into the entire country so that, as Prime Minister said, we can reach to more number of farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pai. I will move to Dr. Sehgal. Dr. Sehgal, agriculture is also one of the very big pollutant. And we are pumping a lot of agrochemicals, both in terms of pesticide and fertilizer and so on and so forth. We have integrated pest management, wherein the role of weather is very important, and so also the fertilizer management. From remote sensing point of view, do we have any mechanism to identify agri-induced problems and also link it to the soil moisture monitoring and information, which is very essential for farmers to take decisions and integrate into the advisory system?
Thank you, sir. First, I'll respond to your question, and then I have few recommendations also on the 150th year of establishment of IMD. Sir, currently, we don't have yet an Indian system, but we have international system for monitoring of pollutants across the world, but they are at very coarser resolution. So the current technology does not provide us to pinpoint the exact source of emission unless the sources are very large like industry. But it doesn't mean that we cannot do that. The other thing is that you have to integrate that with observations and model. So a system has to be created to basically downscale those columnar observations at a coarser scale to some ground information which is either coming from a CPCB network, the pollution network, or it is coming from IMD weather network and putting into a weather chemistry models. So that is, sir, one of the way which is being tried across by different research institutions, yet no operational system is existing. What you say rightly, sir, I remember when 40 years back when I visited Shimla office, Pune, we used to have AgriMet, and there was a lot of work happened on measurements of soil moisture, as well as measurements on evapotranspiration by the lysimetric networks established across ICR institutions and State Agriculture University. Over time, that has really, it has gone into doldrums, and that information is really now extinct. So one of the recommendation is that whatever, whether we want to do precision agriculture, we want to do drought monitoring, we want to do yield forecasting, we want to do a more granular agro-advisory, soil moisture and actual evapotranspiration are one of the essential new elements along with measurements on radiation. Long we have believed on cloud data, but now cloud to radiation, and better to move to photosynthetically active radiation if we are talking of vegetation, forest, agriculture sector. So there is a need to strengthen those observations, and the good thing is now we need not to establish lysimeters, now other micrometeorological instrumentations which are much cheaper, which can provide much granular information in terms of time interval, every 5-10 minutes you can calculate, so that you could and integrate with model and remote sensing observation to calculate large area, what is the cropping system water productivity. So that is one. Sir, another important point raised by Mrs. Patankar is on adaptation. We are really thankful to IMD for generating the historical and current gridded weather data, whether relates to rainfall, Tmax, Tmin. But the recommendation is that we now, if I have to, from generic climatic risk, I have to go to commodity specific climatic risk, whether it is wheat, rice, whether it is cattle, it is piggery or poultry. I need a much better, finer resolution data sets, something of the order of 5 kilometers, and need to include some parameters related to wind speed and humidity also. Because then only, then only we can recommend and evaluate which adaptation option is going to work in that kind of sub-regional scale. Another information is that this gridded data, the observations which are whether available at district scale, currently there are some complications that need to be made easy for retrieving the archived district scale data. They should be now available on a computational cloud platform in real time, because that time is going to go away when you are going to access the data, download the data and put into the model to come out with something. Everything, every computation has to be done on the cloud, on the go, by the program. So that is my one more recommendation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sehgal. And I'll go to now Shantanu. Dr. Shantanu, agriculture sector has been demanding weather forecast at more granular level. Fortunately, over the last decade or so, the resolution of the weather forecast has tremendously improved, and as was told by Dr. Pai, it is going to be further improved, and now village level forecast would be available. Now, this would be a very challenging task for agriculture scientists, and particularly agrometeorologists, as to how to generate localized agro-advisory based on that form. So we would like to have your recommendation on the pathways which can be developed for assimilating this kind of high-resolution weather forecast into agro-advisory system. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as you know, at present, we are giving agromet advisory based on basically the medium range forecast and to some extent extended range forecast in that NAS bulletin. But the only thing is that the accuracy, we can generate forecast and we can prepare agromet advisory based on that forecast. But when we increase the resolution and we're trying to go into the panchayat level, we can generate the agromet advisories, but only thing is that the accuracy and the usability of that advisory, that is the main concern. We cannot blindly use that forecast and develop some advisory and try to push into the farmers, because ultimately the farmers, trust is the main issue. Once we lose that trust, then it is very difficult to approach that farmer the second time. So that is the main concern. I know that, I do understand that, the improvement in the forecasting ability, all those things are a gradual process. It has been, seen a lot of improvement during the last days, and we expect that will continue, and the resolution as well as the accuracy will improve. And at present, I think Dr. Mahapatra is there and Dr. Ravichandran is here. Some years back, we developed one dynamic crop weather calendar, which was supposed to be used in that agromet, in the preparation of the agromet advisories, and that was being used in 92 districts. It took a lot of efforts to develop that, and good collaboration between IMD and ICR. A lot of data that was generated in the ICR system that was used and developed. And my recommendation will be personal request as well as the request from ICR that more dialogue should be there at the higher level between IMD, MOES and ICR, so that we can take those kind of decision support system at the next level, because ultimately we have to automize the agromet advisory bulletins, because it is very difficult, because when we are looking at the district level, it's okay, but when we are moving to block level, then looking at the panchayat level, it is not possible to manually develop those advisories and disseminate. So we have to automatize. So for that, we need good decision support systems, better than what we developed, like dynamic crop weather calendar. And for that, a good team, including scientists and officials from IMD, MOES and ICR, there and talk on that and how to go to the next level, how to automatize or develop a system which can take the weather data and soil data and the crop data automatically, and using all the decision support system that will be developed in the collaboration will be used, that will generate the agromet advisories and push into this system and push into the farmers at a maybe grid level or at a GPS level. So that kind of, and that is the next step. We have to go for that, and for that lot of effort has to be done. So my request will be, this can be put as a recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu Kumar Pal. Dr. Padnya has global exposure, and So I would like to go to her as, because Government of India has made lot of investment in developing climate resilient agriculture, and this is going to increase further. How can you direct to make it more prudent? Because maybe, I'm not confident that the investment we are making in this area is irrelevant.
Absolutely, it is absolutely relevant. And in fact, I mean, I would refer to WMO's 2019 report on the state of the climate services, and where they have also provided the economics of investment and how the return on investment is much higher. So, I mean, and I have been hearing as well that there is a plan to really invest to get more granularity, to get more localized advisories. And I think Dr. Bal just elaborated on this specific thing of really working together. What I see as missing at this point in time to have that robust, very context-specific, very localized, easy to understand, at the same time accurate information is the involvement of the farmers or the end users.
Thank you very much.
So in that case, I just want, I mean, if you include that feedback loop in the entire system, then the system becomes much more, because it then will keep on developing and becoming accurate, and then will be useful from the user's perspective.
Thank you. We are falling short of time, and I have been warned that kindly wind up. So the message is that we had a very good discussion. Recommendations which emerge is that no single agency can handle this kind of service mechanism. And therefore, the mantra is the collaborative mechanism. And all the institutions working in the sector of agriculture has to come together, work more closely to deliver the service which is farmer-centric. The risk proofing is the ultimate thing, but it needs to be made more pointed and can be done only and only if we have observations at that granularity which is related to the actual farmer. I would take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for a very beautiful deliberation on the subject, and also thank the organizers to give us opportunity to discuss it to this learned audience. Thank you very much.
So, thank you for all such a being engaging and insightful panel discussion. We deeply appreciate the valuable perspective and expertise shared today. So now I would like to request Dr. M. Ravichandra sir just to offer a moment to all our chairman and panelists. Sir, please. Now I also request Dr. M. Rajavan sir to also please come on the desk to just offer a moment to sir. Sir, please. Sir, sir. Secretary, sir, to so yes, sir. Sir, now offer a moment to Dr. Rathod, sir. Sir, now I request offer a moment to Dr. Bandopadhyay, sir. So now I request a moment to offer to Dr. Sehgal. Yes, now I request offer a moment to Dr. Sehgal. Now I request a moment to Dr. Prajna. Now I request Dr. Ravichandran sir to offer a moment to Dr. Bal. Now I request to offer a moment to Dr. Lavanya madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, sir.
Now we are breaking for the tea break. So you all are requested to reassemble here again at 12:10. We will begin with the next session. So you all are requested to assemble here. And you all are requested to kindly visit the exhibition. We have a wonderful exhibition there. So kindly do visit the exhibition. 12:10, sir. So kindly reassemble here at 12 o'clock. सबको पता है शायद एक बार ऐसे बोलो पता तो because some new people also The tea is served at the same place as yesterday, so it's a multi-purpose hall. So you may enjoy your tea at there.
बाकी सब कहीं भी लगा दें
सेट पे नहीं सेट
our generation schedule and also to defend our structures from these cloud bursts or this flash floods, etc. Our projects are mainly situated in Himalayan regions, which are, there are many disaster occurs like landslides, cloud bursts, flash floods, avalanches, glacier lakes, outburst floods. Recently, we have seen that in the last 10 years, the number of glacier lakes have increased almost double in Himalayan region. And also, along with number, the areas of glacier lake also increasing, which are posing threats to our dams. In that case, the role of IMD becomes more important, and the information provided by, timely provided by IMD may help us to save our dams from any damage. Recently, 2 years back in October 2023, you have seen one of glacier lake outbursted. That is Lohanak Lake in Tistar Valley. So due to lack of system or some established early warning systems, you can say we have lost one major dam of 1200 megawatt. So that could be saved if some system is there where we could get early warning and have some time to take some proactive measures to save life of our property as well as people. So in that case, role of IMD becomes very important, as well as some mechanism has to be developed to cater for this requirement. Government of India has shown confidence in NHPC and entrusted the NHPC to take some effort, to do some efforts in this area. Accordingly, we have established a master control room where a master control room at our capital Faridabad and established early warning systems at our different projects. So at our master control room, we are obtaining information from our 22 power stations, along with our control room is able to take information from other stakeholders, from public dams owners of other public sectors or private sectors. So I request all dam owners, whether they are in public sector or in private sector, they can integrate with our system, and their data will be obtained in our our master control room at NHPC office, Corporate Office, Faridabad. In master control room, for operating the system, we have developed a specialized software named eAbhas. And our collaboration is with IMD our collaboration with IMD is pivotal in this endeavor. IMD provides us with accurate and timely weather forecast, essential for predicting extreme weather events like heavy rainfall, flash floods, and cloudburst. Moreover, where in eAbhas portal we have a video wall where all the warnings are color-coded, generates immediately, and we can warn all the stakeholders or dam owners regarding the oncoming any disaster or hazard. Accordingly, they can take some protective measures. Moreover, IMD's flash flood forecast color-coded warnings have been invaluable in ensuring the safety and operational efficiency of our projects. Our generation schedule also depends on the forecast of IMD's rain. When we get some information that there is a huge snowfall, we become happy because that snowfall larger the snowfall, we get more water in non-lean season to generate the power. That is very important for us. If we can get long-term forecast regarding snow melt or snow precipitation that is also very important for us for lean season generation. For flood season, that is more important for safety of dams. If we know beforehand the flash floods is about to come or some glacier lake outburst is there, so we can get some lead time and we can take preventive measures. So that is very important regarding GLOF. Sometimes Central Electricity Regulatory asks us to verify our data for generation with the flow, availability of flow. In that case, we have some sites are there where there is no gauge. So in that case, precipitation data is very important to correlate with the discharge for generation. So we also utilize IMDs to design storm studies. IMD help us to give design storms that are very important for capacity of spillways and for also that the gridded daily rainfall data is useful for preparing water availability series. Okay. In addition to the that is water precipitation as well as snow precipitation, we have also seek help regarding our seismic data center from IMDs. Earlier, this seismic department was with IMD, but now it is with NRSC. So, NRC, I think. NCS. So in that case, we are also sharing data. We have also our seismic stations, and we are collaborating with NCS regarding seismic data. And this NCS expertise is using for finalizing our earthquake parameters, and the parameters finalized by NCSDP. We are designing on that parameters, and our dams are quite safe till now. There is no occurrence of failure from earthquake, we see. So we can request IMD to, if they can help us in landslide monitoring or some give data, or if we are there doing some work on landslides in our reservoir areas or dam areas, that will be very helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pandit. Thank you, Divyaji ji. Now I request the renewable sector, solar now, I request Prafulla ji to take us through their experience of using weather and climate parameters, particularly in terms of sunshine duration and the incoming solar radiation in watt per meter square. Some of those things are generated and given, and how they want them to be improved in coming days for their efficient use to the power generation. Over to Sri Prafulla Pathak ji. Briefly, I request you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, IMD, to invite us on this platform. And I'm very much impressed, or rather, it surprised me that IMD is celebrating 150 years. In fact, when we talk about our country, we talk about 75 years of our country and all that. And IMD is 150 years. So I request all of you to have a clap for our own sake. That's a really big thing that an organization like IMD is working for our country. And another good thing which I want to share with you is in yesteryears, whenever there was a weather forecasting or something like that, people used to talk that if it has been said, don't believe. But now the things have changed. Last couple of years, I'm seeing whenever IMD predicts anything, it happens. It happens in weather. So that is where the solar and all these things, we are gaining confidence on whatever we are planning, whatever we are going to operate in solar sector. So IMD has a very, very important role in energy sector, in solar sector. Before that, one more thing which I want to express from my side. I am having a energy sector experience of 35 years, more than that. And we used to say that energy or electricity is one which touches to everyone. But when I came to this place and just thought of the 150 years, so now I want to change myself that your department, weather forecasting, is life for everyone. So that is a good thing you are doing. Because wherever you go, even there are possibilities that electricity is not available there, but weather forecasting and weather reports are important for that people. And you are witnessing various discussions that are going on. Now coming to the solar sector, as you know, it's a solar sector, so everything which our sector is on the basis of solar. So whatever the solar lights, solar radiations that are coming or reaching to us on the ground, those we are using. It is also termed as a distributed generation, means wherever you want an energy, you can put a solar plant and then you can generate it and you can very well use it there and there only. That gives you an advantage of the reduction in losses, because if you are familiar with the energy sector and if you know that the energy generated at one place and you have to take it to the other place, so whatever transmission or distribution losses are there, that cost to the public who are using. In case of solar, that is the advantage, that whatever you want, you can put it, a solar plant there, you can use it. The only restrictions till these days is somebody may say to you that solar is not available 24 hours. So that is a case of past. I don't want to say that solar is available 24, but the situations are such that whatever you generate in 8 or 10 hours solar radiations available to you, you can store it. Energy storage sector has also grown up, that has developed. So whenever you don't have a solar power, that stored electricity or stored energy can be put to the use. And even in our Indian conditions, you all know, when our all life is based on the rise of the sun and sunset. So the point which I want to communicate is, after sunset, there are metros which uses energy, which needs energy, but if you go beyond metro, the requirement of energy are less. So whatever energy you store, that can be utilized very nicely. So coming to my point, weather plays an important role, because as I mentioned, solar sector is dependent on whatever energy or light we are getting from solar. So in between is a weather. If weather conditions are such that it's a clear weather condition, the radiations which we will get are definitely much better than what otherwise else do. And for the production of the electricity or whatever plants that are putting in, the only thing which we are worried is how much we can be in a position to generate in next 15 minutes, next 30 minutes, or hour, or day, or whatever. So there, the weather sector or IMD plays a very, very important role. So solar sector is very much really looking after IMD for various types of inputs that we will discuss in the course of this thing. But yes, if you ask me what is the requirement of solar, see, it is like a heart, means heart pumps for a body. Similarly, the weather is important for solar sector. Thank you.
Thanks very much for appreciating the services received so far. And now I move on to the wind sector. I request Mr. Khosla ji from Manikaran Analytics Limited Corporation to tell us in the wind clusters, sustainable wind forecasting is very important to you. And how are you able to get this information, access this information, and whatever further customizations are required, please tell us to build those value additions as well. Over to Mr. Khosla.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. K.J. Rajesh ji, and good afternoon to everyone. We at Manikaran Analytics Limited is a company which is providing the renewable energy services, energy forecasting services to the sector, to the wind and solar sector both. And we are into this sector from last about 12-13 years. And we started our journey with the IMD or subsidiary of IMD, NCM RWF. When we say we have to do forecasting of energy, that means there is a backbone which is weather. Weather is the backbone, wind and solar, wind speed, wind direction, solar GHI, radiation, temperature, rain, all these things are there. And we at Manikaran, we are not only associated with our renewable energy generators, we are also associated with the utilities in India, where we provide the demand forecasting. So we say that the supply and generation and supply gap, both the things are dependent on weather. So weather plays a very important role. And if we talk about the wind energy, yes, wind energy, there is a time when we started this journey somewhere about in 2012-13, there was a great error. I would say the error has been reduced and it has come down to maybe 30 to 40% improvement in terms of mean absolute error. With the way that it has improved, that indicates that IMD, NCM, all these organizations are working towards improvement in their models, either by improving on the spatial resolution or by providing the forecast at a various different elevations from the ground, and improvement is always there, which is required from time to time. And if we talk about yes, why there is still an error and why we need more improvements, yes, there is the grid operator, Mr. Vivek is here, he rightly said the grid operator wanted to have accurate forecast. That means they wanted to know, if a generation plant is about to produce 100 megawatt, it should not produce 105 or maybe 95. It should stick at 100 megawatt, which is very unlikely because weather is only predicted. It is not absolute numbers and it is predicted. But again, rightly said, we need more accurate forecast and we do it at a cluster level. As the question was from Mr. Ramesh, in wind, we create different clusters in various regions, and on the basis of that cluster level information we receive from IMD or NCM, we make that level, we convert that value to the level, required level of the wind turbines. And similarly in solar also we depend on the GHI, and again the clusters are created wherein that information is used to improve the forecast quality.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I request Sri Ram Mohan ji, CEO Athena Renewables, Mumbai, to take us through their experiences of using weather and climate forecast and what is the new value-added products they would like to seek from this fraternity. Over to you, Sri Ram Mohan ji.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, congratulations to IMD for celebrating 150 years. It's a significant milestone. And thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to be here. So without taking and without repeating, I would just like to delve and talk about, in terms of solar, when we talk about the installed capacity, today India has touched 20% of its overall installed capacity, while in terms of generation, thermal still happens to be 70%, as Vivek ji has said. And all this has happened in the last 10, 12 years, which means there is a significant ramp up of solar energy in the country. Now, this entire solar and the wind journey is also driven by a lot of private investors apart from government. And a significant investment is also coming from the international investors. So we represent Athena Renewable. It's a part of Actis, a private equity company based out of UK, London. And there are many such companies who are in India who are invested into it. So hence, I would just take what is the expectation from IMD and who the stakeholders are. So when you look at the international and domestic investors, they are looking at a long-term horizon. And what is really significant here is the solar irradiation pattern over for the next 20-25 years. Because what we are generally seeing is that there is a dimming pattern in the irradiation. Now, solar irradiation should not be confused with temperature. And worldwide, the studies are happening that due to the aerosol effects, there is a general dimming that is happening. And hence, the investors would be interested in a long-term GHI forecast. Now, when we come to the medium term, which is a cycle, what our observation is that in a cycle of 4 to 5 years, when you look at it, the annual irradiation at any given site seems to be like a cyclical pattern. And what it does is that it has an impact on the cash flows, because whatever generation you have, it's turned into a cash flow. And here is where the lender community is very interested in. Our ability to service the debt hugely depends on the cash flow, which in turn depends on the cyclical nature. And interestingly, in the West and some of the LATAM countries where we have invested into, especially Chile, Brazil, and other countries, they are able to see a pattern in wind and solar related with El Nino and La Nina. So this is one, maybe a suggestion from our side to IMD is that if we could look at into those patterns, it will help us to at least estimate the patterns and how the solar resource will vary or how a wind pressure is vary. And quite a bit of studies have been done in those LATAM countries. Now,
Totally, yes. Thank you.
yeah, on a short term, when I come to that, maybe that's where the solar becomes very interesting. And Vivek ji has also said, is that it becomes very nuanced. It's no more about annual, it's no more about monthly, it's no more about daily. It's about how are you predicting in that 15-minute slot. And that's where the regulators want us to predict, and that's where the supply demand is forecast by NLDC. And I can empathize with the kind of pressure that they are on, you know, for the informed nature of renewable energy that it is.
Demand forecasting is a challenge.
It's a 15-minute. And what fundamentally drives, and which is where we will, we are working with IMD, and I think this is where a significant improvement is also needed, is that let's understand the pattern. A typical 250 megawatt plant is spread across 1,300 acres. Now you would know that on one side, very often we see that on one side of the plant is bright and shiny, and the other side is cloudy.
Yes,
Yeah, so how do we predict that and how do we give an estimate? And secondly, we have plants which are slightly smaller, and on one plant we are finding that there is over injection, and exactly at the same time in the adjacent plant there is an under injection. So how do we do that? You know, so that's the challenge. So I would say the problem statement for all of us, not just to IMD, but for the entire industry, is that can we be more nuanced? Can we be more local? And that's where I think we'll all have to collaborate. From the developer side, we have paranometers, which measure the global horizontal irradiance and also the tilted irradiance. And we port data to NLDCs on a real-time basis, so a lot of accumulation is happening. We tried porting to NCMR-WF also, but however, I think there is a limitation that there are no pressure sensors in those locations where we have installed solar. So we are willing to come forward, not only in future, but also in some of those where we have already executed to install those. If they can help to build the numerical model and sharpen them, I think that will be a step in the positive direction. And maybe if, I know at the cost of touching this a bit sensitive, I would say that IMD traditionally has been forecasting into, which is their forte, is the cloud, the rain, you know, the fog and things like that. But how do they all translate into solar irradiance is something that needs to be looked upon. And just to let you know, if it is drizzling, it doesn't mean that solar generation is zero.
Yes.
It still has irradiance and it still generates.
Yes.
And module technology is advancing so much today that it is able to capture low light and it is still able to produce power. And hence this field is very interesting, is that how does the focus get more concentrated also on GHI prediction? And that would be my submission to IMD. And I know that Chairperson CEA has constituted a committee, and then there are a lot of members from diverse stakeholders are coming together and working in this direction. But I think there is a need to accelerate this for a larger interest of, I would say, the grid stability. Yeah, so
See,
that's
for this demand to happen, now the 12-kilometer global model, which is run for next 10 days, will be start running at 6 kilometers very soon. New HPC is already under commissioning. So when you have 6 kilometer scale cloud predictions and then the rainfall estimated, predicted rainfall based on that fine scale cloud predictions. So your inputs also will be sharpened to that scale. So at least half of the resolution increase will happen very soon on operational basis within a 10-day time scale. So that should help you to plan these activities which you are seeking. Thank you very much for your, as time is not available, so I have just request Pathak ji to flag immediate concerns from the solar energy sector to the platform.
Thank you. As I said or shared, and one more thing which I want to share, that whatever our plans in future are to go to green energy. So more and more solar, wind and all these energy sector installations are going to increase. So my first request to IMD is you be parental to solar sector and renewable energy, because whatever inputs you can give that are very much important. So at least once in a year IMD should hold such type of stakeholder meet for renewable energy and understand that what are the things that are happening. Second thing, as I mentioned, solar is a distributed generation. So if IMD wants to put or gather the data, maximum data, so now solar can give them the advantage that they can have that energy and they can put their sensors there and can have the inputs from if needed. And the third thing is, as our Prime Minister emphasized on local and all these things, I belong to Maharashtra. I know one person, you might be also knowing, that this person predicts the weather forecasting on the basis of what they see in the weather. So I request IMD to get hold of these peoples, get hold of these, I can't say it as a technology, but they have that understanding. They have that that vision, or you can say they have that ability to predict. So that is also one thing IMD should patronize them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Briefly, Patnaik, you want to tell about the decision support system which is built for energy sector. Just 1 minute, please.
Just to add, actually, what happened now, since we are closely working with the earlier POSOCO and now the Grid India, so we are having a now dedicated web portal is there. So all the information, observation, data, forecasts are being supplied to them. So that is available in the portal, and also the decision support system. Because that decision support system will also take care of the uncertainty in the forecast and the observation uncertainty, so that the whatever their requirement of generation forecast, demand forecast, that will be taken care by the DSS. So that we are already, the DSS portal is going to be operational. That has come after many discussions. Actually, we understood their requirement very precisely. Earlier, when we started the interaction 10 years before, it was not very clear what they want actually, the power sector or energy sectors. Now we understood they need 15-minute interval data, updated every hourly also. So the requirement is very tremendous. So, but with the availability resources or whatever the thing is available, we are providing to them, and the DSS will help them to subsequently utilize it properly for the generation and demand forecast. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, wonderful. One suggestion has emerged from the floor is to have consultation, stakeholder consultation of energy sector on annual basis. But seeing the demands here, all the three institutions of MOES, IMD, NCMRWF and IATM should conduct 6 monthly energy sector consultation meeting, so that their demands on 6 monthly basis, some products will be additional products, new and additional products will be possible to roll out, so that country will have robust green energy targets to be met. They are totally dependent on weather and climate practices. With these remarks, I thank all the distinguished panel members for taking out their time to share their demands with us and share the experiences so far they had. Thank you very much for their valuable feedback, and we work on their demands and needs at very, very dedicated and sincere manner from the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Thank you.
For such an enriching discussion. Sorry, we had to cut it short because of time constraint. I request Chairman to present memento to all panelists. Sir, please. Now I request Dr. Kelkar to present memento to chairman of this panel. Sir, please. Sir. Sir, we can have a group photograph also, sir, please. Group photograph, please.
हरमीत कहाँ से चेंज कर दो हमारे में
मैंने तो यूज ही नहीं किया मैं तो यूज ही नहीं किया
All the best to the next session.
Good afternoon, all. This is the last session before lunch, so we'll try to do it quickly. But it's a very important session. Mausam Purva Chetavani Seva, early warning services of weather. It depends not just on generation of the forecast, it also depends on action taken on the forecasts, and dissemination and communication forms an important part of this entire process. In this respect, the media is a very prime source of transmission of this information, and also in monitoring the health of this entire chain of participants in this early warning services. Today we have with us a very esteemed gathering for the media component, weather and can you make it bigger? Yeah. So today we have a very esteemed gathering of journalists and print media, from the print media, Mr. Amitabh Sinha, who is from the Indian Express, and Mr. Kalyan Roy, who is from Deccan Herald. Very esteemed print journalists who have gone way beyond just the weather forecast, but to analyze the weather throughout. So I invite Mr. Amitabh Sinha and Mr. Kalyan Ray to the dais, please. We also have with us Mr. Jaideep Karnik from Amar Ujala Web. So he kind of straddles the print as well as the web media, which is a very important medium now for us to disseminate our forecasts. We have with us Mr. Kumar Kunal from Aaj Tak. I think there is nobody in the audience who does not see the evening TV bulletin from Aaj Tak. So this entire group, they are a big Hindi and English group, so that is represented by Mr. Kumar Kunal. And we have Ms. M. Sulakshana Bhramta. She is from 92.7 Big FM. So if you see, we are trying to address concerns from the print, from the web, from TV, from radio, from all sectors. On the other hand, we have Mr. Mulangi Nandakishore. He's from PIB. And we also have, of course, our chairman, our former DGM, Dr. Kelkar. But he's also known for another thing, post-retirement, he is a very celebrated and very active weather blogger and very involved in weather decision communication. So welcome all. I request Dr. Hosalikar sir to kindly felicitate the audience here. The panelists, please. First, Dr. Kelkar. Then I will say, I request Dr. Hosalikar to kindly felicitate Mr. Kalyan Roy, please. Mr. Kumar Kunal, please. Mr. Amitabh Sinha, please. Mr. Mulangi Nandakishore, please. Mr. Sulekshana Bhamta, please. And Mr. Jaideep Karnik, please. I hand over the session to the chair of this session, Dr. Kelkar, sir. Sir, as you know, we are standing between lunch and we are standing the last session before lunch. So I hope you understand the urgencies of it.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pre-lunch session, I'm told, but it's going to be a lively session with so many nice people here. So don't be a little hungry. It helps to actually assimilate things. So I'm hungry for information, that's right. In fact, many of them I know already. Some of them I'm seeing in the flesh for the first time. Some I've been seeing their pictures. So it's nice to be here. And Kalyan I've been knowing for the last 25 years or something. So good to be here. We have a galaxy of media persons here, and there are some in the audience as well. And if they have a couple of questions, I won't mind spending a little time to hear them, because they've come from here and there. They're from the language media. So we have with us Sulekshana Bhamta from Big FM, all big people here. Amitabh Sinha from the Indian Express. I've been reading your articles almost every day. Kalyan Ray, my good old friend from the Deccan Herald. कुमार कुणाल, आप उनको आज तक पे देखते हैं. अगर आप हिंदी में बात करना चाहेंगे, आपका स्वागत है. We have Jaideep Karnik from Amar Ujala. आप भी हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं अगर चाहें तो. We have from the PIB Mulangi Nandakishore. He's the government person. Whatever we say, he's subject to his consideration or whatever it is. You're the last word. And we have Dr. Somerset Senroy, meteorologist. So we are actually 1 against 6 in this debate. So we are on the wrong side, but I'm both media as well as this. So I'm going to start with one or two points for discussion. We don't have much time, but one is that IMD needs media, and the media needs us, because you can't have breaking news unless IMD does something. So the breaking news is usually something going wrong somewhere. Second thing is there's a problem of private weather forecast. It's a new problem, because with everything that IMD says, there's a juxtaposition of a private view, and the viewers are confused. I mean, whether we are wrong or they are wrong or we are both wrong. So this is a problem which the viewers have. And many of the contrary views are unscientific, to be frank. But they're highlighted many times because the media needs a story. And the story can't generate unless there are both viewpoints. So this is the problem. Third thing is there are official statements and unofficial statements. Unofficial, like in Pune, where I see YouTube channels in Marathi. The moment I put on YouTube, there are something like 12 people giving contrary weather forecasts. 12, one dozen. And then, you know, some of them are retired people, some are just hobby forecasters, and some are just novices. And all of them are put together as if they are all wise enough, which is not the case. Then we have the language of weather. People always say IMD की भाषा समझ में नहीं आती है. आपकी भाषा हमको समझ में नहीं आती है कभी-कभी. आप कभी ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ देते हैं कि पुणे is frozen to death. It's quite alive. It's not frozen. We are moving around. Or Delhi is perspiring. तो हमको आपकी भाषा भी समझ में नहीं आती कभी. So this is the thing that I'd like to tell you. And finally, there is things like sensational headlines. This is one. There are also headlines which are totally unscientific, like Marathwada mein Nisarga ka kop ho gaya. How does it happen in this day and age? But you give headlines. So what people say is that the people who write the news don't write the headlines. Am I correct? So they take excuse under that the headline writers are different and the news writers are different. And finally, we want to know from the media, how do our warnings impact people? Because we can't go to the people and ask them, but you can ask. And you can tell us that if you are wrong or how many times you were right. We'd like to get a thing like that. So this is what the points that I've jotted down. But I'm going to start a very quick round with just one single question. 1 minute each. आपने IMD से क्या-क्या मांगा था या मांग रहे? What are you asking IMD for and not got it so far? Just 1 minute each. What will be something that you'll put the highest priority on, that this is what we want, and you're not giving us? ऐसी कोई चीज़ है? Starting from here? Start. Kunal.
Namaskar, sir.
Okay, go ahead. This is a very informative. You can
So
start. No problem.
basically, because
No
अभी
problem, please.
अभी तक जितने भी लोग बात कर रहे हैं, वो mainly या जिस तरह की बात आपने भी रखी, वो मेनली आपने प्रिंट और न्यूज़ के फॉर्मेट में रखी. मैं रेडियो के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बात करना चाहूँगी. हमने आज तक जब भी IMD से मांगा, रीजनल लेवल पे, हमारे स्टेशन लेवल पे, बिकॉज श्रीनगर में भी हमारा स्टेशन है, हिमाचल में भी है, उड़ीसा में भी है, साउथ की मार्केट्स में भी है, 58 स्टेशन का हमारा नेटवर्क है. तो रीजनल लेवल पे जितने भी डायरेक्टर्स हैं या वहाँ के हेड्स हैं, दे डू गिव अस देयर बाइट्स ऑन एयर. लेकिन कई बार ऐसा होता है जब चेंज होते हैं, जो मैं मांगना चाहती हूँ IMD से, जब भी कोई ट्रांसफर्स होती हैं या कोई नई डायरेक्टर ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो वो आइस ब्रेकिंग एक होनी चाहिए. बिकॉज मेरे आरजेस जब रीच करते हैं नए डिपार्टमेंट में जो भी आए हैं डायरेक्टर या किसी और को, तो उन तक पहुंचना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. वो फ्रेंडलीनेस इमीडिएट नहीं होती और उससे अवेयरनेस अफेक्ट होती है. Yes. So that's the only thing we want to ask you.
You know, there's a new met person. We should have throw a party. Is that right? Something like that. Noted.
We are waiting for the lunch, so everyone is.
Okay, Amitabh.
Thank you, sir. Very frankly, मीडिया को यूजुअली इन जनरल स्पीकिंग वेरी जनरली मीडिया को दो चीज़ों की ज़रूरत होती है. एक इंफॉर्मेशन विच इंक्लूड्स डेटा एंड द अदर इज एनालिसिस. I mean, data अगर आ भी गया, information आ गया, you are not able to make sense of what exactly does it mean. So, very frankly, in the last 10 years, or probably more that I've been looking at, there has been huge positive improvement on both these counts. So, personally speaking, I'm like, I think jitna information aa raha, I think it's already quite, it's very sufficient. But media itself, like, it's a multi-headed sort of a thing. लोगों के requirements बहुत ज़्यादा, और जैसे जैसे information बढ़ रहा है, ज़्यादा information आ रहा है, ज़्यादा analysis भी आ रहा है. IMD people have made themselves available for, you know, all sorts of information, and people you can reach out directly. अब तो WhatsApp group में बहुत सारे सवालों के जवाब मिल जाते हैं. But जैसे जैसे ये हो रहा है, वैसे वैसे मीडिया के requirements भी बढ़ते जा रहे हैं बहुत ज़्यादा. So I mean that's probably going to be a never-ending sort of a thing. But just looking at, say, 10-year, what is happening 10 years back and now, there's been a huge improvement.
I'm happy to
there's
hear
absolutely
that.
no
I'm
doubt.
happy to. Kunal, shall I call you Kumar or Kunal?
Kunal, you can say. Kunal.
बताइए.
So, good afternoon, everyone. मैंने अभी थोड़े देर पहले I was jotting down my comments कि how I will pursue. Although केलकर साहब ने तो बहुत सारी चीजें खुद कह दी. तो मुझे लगता है कि I don't know how important we are for you, but you people are very much important for us.
It's both ways.
We
are very important for us.
आज सुबह उठा, I am giving you one example. There was fog, nothing was visible. मैं बाहर निकला, देखा कि zero visibility. And immediately I want information. We require information from IMD. And information at any point of time. No matter कि सुबह का 5 बज रहा है कि रात का 1 बज रहा है. अगर बारिश हो रही है तो मुझे चाहिए, आई वॉन्ट इंफॉर्मेशन एंड आई वॉन्ट टू, बिकॉज पीपल आर हंग्री फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन दीज डेज. जो आपने कहा कि देयर इज सो मच कंफ्यूजन, सो मेनी freelance, whatever you can say, amateur meteorologists, they are inside. So we need authentic information to pass it on to the public, to the residents. And they need, बारिश हो रही है तब चाहिए, pollution है तो तब चाहिए, गर्मी पड़ रही है तो चाहिए, fog है तब चाहिए, हर चीज के लिए चाहिए और हर मिनट चाहिए. इतना हम भी एफर्ट अगर मारते हैं तो आई एक्सपेक्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू मेक सम एफर्ट, बिकॉज वी आर द मीडियम बट यू आर द रियल हीरोज. हम विजिबल होते हैं स्क्रीन पर, लेकिन आप लोग हैं जो सारे हीरोज हैं जो हमें इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोवाइड करते हैं और दिन रात काम करते हैं. एंड थैंकफुल टू यू ऑल. तो वी रिक्वायर लॉट्स ऑफ थिंग्स बट नथिंग विदाउट यू.
थैंक यू सो मच. कल्याण.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think I largely agree with Amitav कि in the last 10-12 years, there is a lots of improvement from the on the part of IMD to share information and in timely information. We do get a kind of very timely information from IMD these days. Not much of a complaint there. The only thing that I would like IMD to improve is possibly on the website and maybe on the search engine, because if I have to look for archival information for my story, to look for one particular event that may happen in 15 years back or 20 years back, that is, I think, is a tall order to find out from the IMD website. So I'd like the IMD to kind of overhaul its OMD and to overhaul its, this website, and particularly to improve the search options. Because okay, for a lay person, if you just search for some information on the IMD website, it's very complicated. Because those of us who kind of use IMD website on a daily basis, we know the section from where you can find out information. Okay, from an unknown, okay, for a common man, it's tough. So I think that is one point I would like IMD to improve
I'll
upon.
just respond to that, because if you go to the website and you click on forecast, it gives a table of the next 7 days it gives, and below that there's a little note. It's a bit complicated, and then you can get the records for the last 50 years or 100 years. So as you said, those who are using it regularly know, but as a novice, I think the search option should be. You want to have another point? You said, oh, that's Nandkishore ji.
So thank you, sir. Sir, PIB is a government organization that is placed between IMD and media. So actually, PIB statements or whatever, that is being consumed by the media organizations traditionally. So right now what is happening is, like, actually they are getting information from various sectors, like directly media houses are getting information directly and all. So being a government organization, PIB expects, like, so whatever is published on the PIB website has to be accurate, that has come from, like, officially from the IMD or whoever is authenticated to provide that information and all. So in these things, I guess actually we are losing a delay of time actually. So whatever IMD, the services of IMD right now are becoming real-time basis, basically. So that real-time scenario, how we can work with IMD being both our government organization, that we need to work, sir. I think this is the missing link
Thank you.
sense.
Jaideep?
आप सभी को नमस्कार. मैं केलकर साहब के सवाल का जवाब दूं उसके पहले 1 मिनट सिर्फ इस बात के लिए लूँगा कि दिल्ली की इस कोहरे भरी सुबह के बाद हम सब यहाँ इकट्ठा हैं, और अक्सर जो बड़े कॉन्फ्रेंस सेमिनार होते हैं सर, उसमें कहा जाता है कि लंच के पहले और बाद के सेशन सबसे ख़राब होते हैं. पहले भूख लग रही होती है और बाद में भूख के बाद, खाना खाने के बाद नींद आ रही होती है. लेकिन आप लोगों को इन्फॉर्मेशन की भूख है और इसलिए आप सभागार में पहले अपने लिए ताली बजा लीजिए. थोड़ा लेट हुआ है. मैं मौसम विभाग के अपने साथियों को बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा कि मुझे अमर उजाला की तरफ से यहाँ प्रतिनिधित्व का मौका दिया, और केलकर साहब जैसे रिनाउंड मौसम विज्ञानी के साथ मैं मंच साझा कर रहा हूँ. 150 साल की इस यात्रा पर मैं आप सभी को बधाई दूंगा, क्योंकि मेरे बचपन का वो ज़माना मुझे स्कूल का याद है जब हम कहते थे कि अगर मौसम विभाग ने कहा है कि बारिश हो रही है तो छाता लेके बिल्कुल मत जाना. नहीं
आर के लक्ष्मण जी के कार्टून
होते
याद है.
और हम उस मीडिया में मौसम विभाग की उस छवि को देखते हुए बड़े हुए और वहां से हम यहाँ पहुंचे जहां मैं कह सकता हूं कि अब अगर मौसम विभाग ने कहा है कि बारिश होगी तो छाता जरूर लेकर जाइए।
पर वो जमाना बदल गया अभी,
तो हमने
वो जमाना बदल गया अभी।
अभी जमाना बदला है, विज्ञान बदला है, तकनीक बदली है और उसके हिसाब से मौसम विभाग ने खुद को बदला है। लेकिन मेरा सिर्फ ये निवेदन है, आपने चूंकि एक बहुत फ्रैंक सवाल पूछा है कि क्या नहीं मिला, मैं कहता हूं कि जितनी तेजी से तकनीक और दुनिया बदल रही है उतनी तेजी से जानकारी को प्रसारित करने के तरीके भी अगर मौसम विभाग के बदलेंगे तो हम समय के साथ ज्यादा बेहतर कदमताल कर पाएंगे। शायद अपनी अपनी लैब्स में मौसम विभाग में आप लोग बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस जानकारी को पहुंचाने के लिए जो मेहनत और व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए उस व्यवस्था में गैप है, कमी है। आपने सर बहुत ठीक बात कही कि आपकी भाषा अलग है, हमारी भाषा अलग है, इसीलिए हमको जनसंचार का विद्यार्थी कहा जाता है। जनसंचार का मतलब है मास कम्युनिकेशन। डॉक्टर की भाषा, वैज्ञानिक की भाषा, पुलिस वाले की भाषा, वकील की भाषा, नेता की भाषा अलग होती है। उसको आम फहम भाषा में समझाना ही मीडिया का काम है और इसलिए दोनों भाषाएं अलग होगी। हाँ, जो लोग उस बीट पर काम नहीं करते, जो चिकित्सा बीट पर काम करता है, मैं अपने साथी को कहता हूं उसका नॉलेज डॉक्टर से बेटर होना चाहिए। जो मौसम विभाग की बीट देखता है उसको मौसम विभाग वाले वैज्ञानिक से ज्यादा जानकारी होगी, तभी तो वो उसकी बात को लाखों करोड़ों लोगों तक पहुंचा पाएगा। भाषा का गैप इस वजह से। लेकिन हाँ, आपके पास अभी एआई का जमाना है, आर्काइव्स की बात हुई थी, एआई का चैटबॉट होना चाहिए जो सुबह 5 बजे भी अगर कुमार कुणाल उठकर अपनी गैलरी में कोहरा देखते हैं तो उससे पूछ सकते हैं कि कोहरा कब तक रहेगा, आगे क्या बारिश होने वाली है, नहीं होने वाली है, क्या इसका असर इतना ज्यादा होगा कि मैं अपनी न्यूज में कह सकूं कि ट्रेनें और फ्लाइटें इतने समय तक विलंबित हो सकती हैं। मुझे लगता है कि वो मेरी एक रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से मैं कहूंगा, नई तकनीक से हम कदमताल करेंगे तो जानकारी का प्रसारण और ज्यादा तेजी से होगा। मौसम की भूख बहुत बढ़ चुकी है जानकारी की। मैं चूंकि डिजिटल मीडिया से आता हूं, सिर्फ एक हमारी मौसम के लेकर जो खबरें होती हैं उस पर आने वाले व्यूज बहुत तेजी से पिछले 5 साल में बढ़े हैं। हर शहर की मौसम की जानकारी अब हम अपडेट करना हमारी टीम के लिए अनिवार्य कर दिया है। अमर उजाला का बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क है, लगभग 10 राज्यों में हमारी टीम है। हम हर शहर का मौसम सर अलग से प्रकाशित करते हैं क्योंकि हमें उस पर व्यूज मिलते हैं, लेकिन उतना कंटेंट मिलना चाहिए।
We'll come back into. Thank you everybody. I think the points which have come out because Mahapatra Saab has just come. Where is he? He's somewhere here. Okay, fine. So one of the things. Let me wait till he finishes. There's a point for Dr. Mahapatra from these people. One is that whenever you transfer a man or a woman from one place to another and he or she takes charge, he or she should throw a party for journalists. This is something that has just come out. Please tell your people that let them be at home somewhere and let all journalists come and know each other, because that is something which is happening. What is happening is that the meteorologists also keep changing and the media people also keep changing, so they have to be all part. So this is one point. Second point which came out was that there is a search requirement in the website which is not very up to date. That should be refined. And the third thing I think is that people should be aware of authentic information from the website. So these 3 things have come out. So what we'll do is we'll give, I think, 3 or 4 minutes to each panelist. And I've read out those 5 points, like the problems of impact of warnings. What do you feel people are doing with our warnings? Are they happy? Because you can find that, we can't find. This is one. Second is the sensationalization of weather. Whether it should be to attract people or whether it should be something boring, it's your choice. I mean, either way, there's a problem. And the third thing is using stories generated by people who are unofficial speakers or amateurs. There are many amateurs who give forecasts on Facebook, for example, and they're different from what we are saying. So these two, and then something, how do you kind of filter out unscientific forecasts, which is very easy for you to say because the source is dubious. I mean, the forecast may look very nice, but if the source is something that we don't really think is a proper source, I think they should be given a low priority. Because many times people interview me, and when I said a statement, what comes in the press is like this. Dr. Kelkar says this, but XYZ says this. Now that XYZ is absolutely dubious person, but he gets the same status as mine, and people think that, look, he's an old man, he doesn't know. This man knows more. So this is something that the press people should really do that. So I think we'll give 3 minutes each to everyone, starting from Selection in the same order. You can cover these or any other points. Any other points you can
add. Sir, basically, what all was discussed here, talking from radio perspective, we have to understand somewhere that if the Prime Minister of the country has chosen radio, which is a free medium, to talk about Man Ki Baat, because it reaches, being a free medium, it reaches so many people. There are no subscription charges and all. And I'm representing commercial FM station, not the private one. So we are entertainment-led medium. With information in tits and bits, we use them in between. So the RJ till date is one of the most authentic face, because if he gives a traffic update, कि इस रास्ते से नहीं जाना है, तो लोग उसको avoid करते हैं आज भी.
RJs have their own fan following.
They have their own fan following. And now that supported with digital, it has become much more easier to reach people who are not directly that time listening to radio, but they can follow later. Coming to traffic updates, how we operate, sir, we take bites from the various departments, representatives of that very city. Every day morning there is a weather update. In the evening also there is a weather update. In the afternoon also a weather update. So we get support from the IMD for that.
Just to interrupt you for a minute, you see, FM is something which a car driver puts on moment he gets into his car.
Yeah.
So FM should have something which is absolutely latest.
Yes,
That's what
sir.
I think.
Yeah, because the shows are live. The shows are live, so in between RJs do that. But when we record an expert, it completely is dependent on the time when the expert is on air with us. And we record for the day. Now, I hail from Himachal, sir, and I come from the Apple Belt. Where, you know, like everybody said 10 years back, you know, but now the forecast of IMD is such that if they say hailstorm in another 10 days, so I'll give experience, my own experience. My father put nets on the apple, you know, the trees and all, you know, so that it protects it from the hailstorm. Now there are orange alerts, red alerts, yellow alerts issued, which not only help the farmers when the RJ takes the bites on air, tourists also, the farmers also, and the residents of that particular city, you know, how to plan their day. And, you know, जैसे sir ने पहले बोला कि बारिश है तो छाता नहीं लेके जाना, लेकिन अब actually reversal है, because tourists also plan accordingly. Coming to your point that how do we, you know, negative news or sensationalizing of news, from a radio perspective, radio does not sensationalize any news because we do not have the authority to air news. What we impart is information in a very engaging manner. And if we have to tell something to somebody, the expert has to be on air. So that's the beauty of Radio 1. So sensationalization of news is not there. Till the time PIB sends us the information, or we read it in newspapers, like, or maybe somebody from like Kunalji is telling, and then we take the information from there. So the information is authentic. Sensationalizing is not there, and how it has impacted, as I already said. But like in Punjab, I do not know whether he is there, Manmohan ji is there, or in Srinagar, you know, Muftar ji is there, I think so, this is his name. My RJs were telling me before.
Sonam Lotus.
Yeah. So my RJs were telling before I came here, I had to come prepared. So they told me these names and they said they are easily available. And even if, you know, to that extent, that when we crack a joke also, कि मनमोहन जी आपने तो बोला था कि 2-3 दिन में मतलब ये तो धूप निकल आई है या कुछ ऐसे. So they take it very lightly and then they say कि we forecast, it's a prediction, you know, and it completely depends on whether it will be, I just want to, sir, just take one more minute. I remember during the floods in Srinagar, you know, when the aviation department of the government was, you know, making the tourists to reach the safer places. The announcements around the wind, you know, whether they can fly or not, it was very, very critical. Cyclone recently in Odisha, we saw, you know, the information there. You know, lots of accurate information which the RJs are using. बारिश होने वाली है या इस लेवल की बारिश होने वाली है, you know, so people, it makes people aware that this is happening and take necessary precautions. If I want to travel to say Leh Ladakh and it's going to snow heavily, and especially in say Jammu or Srinagar highway, वो completely depend करती है information के ऊपर, it's going to rain, so the people know that it's, you know, block हो सकता है रास्ता या कुछ ऐसे. So it really helps a lot, and we do a good job, I think so.
I'll just make a statement. See, radio is highly localized, especially FM. You know, all India radio is widespread, but so you have a very different clientele. I mean, you should give specific something for your area. Like it's Pune, you should say Pune city will have this. So radio has a major role to play now, especially people who are driving cars are always on FM. So that is something that...
The only thing I think so, what is in the mind of people is because it's a free-to-air medium, you cannot, for digital, you know that these many views, these many impressions. For whatever news is publicized or even comes on e-papers or something, people know how much traffic has come. You know, but radio is something, because all RJs are so mindful of what they are saying. आपको नहीं पता कि आपको एक इंसान सुन रहा है कि आपको सिटी के 60,000 लोग सुन रहे हैं कि 1 लाख लोग सुन रहे हैं. So every time an RJ goes on air with an expert, they have to be very, very mindful of what they say. And this, as I think so, all radio stations, not only Big FM, we follow it as a Bible.
What about
So
the
yes.
impact of warnings? Can you say something? I mean, do people phone you back and saying that what you said is wrong?
Yes, I remember, sir, there were, I think so, 3-4 days, one of the experts was not available in my stations, because I take care of the north stations. So they said कि इस बार आपने खुराफाती नितिन, they said कि आपने लिया नहीं वही किसी को on air, आपने बताया नहीं कि authentic way में.
Please should tell us.
So yeah.
When that happens, please tell us. I mean, if you're in Chandigarh, tell somebody one more.
So I remember, sir, in Punjab, there was, during the crop cutting and all, they spread it like that. They have to plan their cutting of the crop or laying the crop or storing the crop accordingly. So the information, of course, goes from newspapers and TV channels and all. But our listeners, which are, say, near the Jalandhar belt or Ludhiana belt or in Amritsar or somewhere, they do tend to ask RJs ki, experts se पूछना जरा और detail दे दीजिए इसके बारे में या कुछ ऐसे. We do get off and on, like
So
that.
we'd like to know that from you. I mean, whatever good or bad, you'd like to know. I mean, not now.
In
but
future, yes, sir. I'll keep it in mind because,
yeah.
this kind of interaction is happening for the first time. Thank you
Send-
so much
send-
for that.
Send me
So,
a WhatsApp
yes.
message, otherwise I'll
Noted,
pass
noted,
it
sir.
on. Okay.
Noted, sir.
Amitabh?
Yes, sir.
So, two things that I think has happened over the years, recent years. One, of course, now there is a general acknowledgement that IMD's information and prediction is much far better and very much more reliable than it used to be earlier. It's also because, IMD's success or failure is out in the open. I mean, you can't hide whether the information was right or wrong is for everyone to see. You can't have a spin on that, right? So, and there is a general acknowledgement across the board probably that it's improved hugely, because of which the perception of people take IMD much more seriously, and also the same thing with media. Media takes, in fact, the whole criticism about IMD's capabilities in media used to be because the forecasts were not that accurate at one point of time, but now things have changed, and that's why you see a much more positive coverage or a better understanding coverage of weather in the newspapers, at least. The other thing that has simultaneously happened was earlier, the engagement, media's engagement with IMD used to be seasonal and mainly during the monsoon. That was the season wherein people we used to run to IMD for information and all. Now that engagement has become all year round because of climate issues, because of disasters, because of the greater application of weather-related information for all sorts of things, economic activities, or like we see in power sector, we had the last session on. So, and that greater engagement with IMD, that has led to is a better understanding amongst media persons about the complexity and the uncertainties attached with weather forecasting, weather prediction. So, once that understanding comes, then, the quality of your reporting or writing or, when you're on TV, those things improve a lot. And that, I think, has happened. Like you mentioned, the case of private forecasters, for example. When the private forecasters first appeared on the scene, and there is absolutely nothing against, nothing wrong with private forecasters also playing a role, and it's better that if there are more players on the scene. But when the private forecasters first appeared on the scene, making public forecasts that about a decade or so, you would see both, again, the same kind of thing that you mentioned, IMD and private forecasters being put side by side, and very often the forecasts were very different. And they were getting the same kind of, prominence in the newspapers as IMD was getting, without realizing that probably they did not have the kind of resources, they did not have the, computational ability or analytical ability to be able to match up with what IMD was saying. But over the years, I think, at least I do certainly notice that their prominence has gone down. Again, there's absolutely nothing against private companies getting into this, but the way they used to be treated at one point of time, now because IMD's credibility has gone up, so there's greater reliance on IMD now. The third point now, going from there, is something that again you mentioned, the problem of unverified information coming from not so reliable handles. And we have had in the last season, for example, we have had, I'm sure you are aware, there were a couple of incidents in Mumbai and Pune itself where very deceptively named Twitter handles. Just by the name, probably you would assume that they are people, reliable people behind them, but they were very deceptively named and were putting out not that reliable information in the public domain. And for normal users, it can be very misleading. So I think that's one thing that we'll have to deal with. It's not something specific to the weather thing. I mean, misinformation on social media is a general problem, and I think this would seep into weather-related things as well.
Amitabh, thank you, because I read your article. They are very kind of comprehensive. They explain quite a lot, and they are in simple language. So I think something like that should be attempted by most media people, because the people really want to be educated. They don't want to go in for something which is just hazy. But sometimes they're too long, your articles. I mean, you don't have time I don't have time to read that much, so it's a little short and crisp. So thank you very much for your things. Kunal, we always, हम लोग उनको देखते हैं, वो छाता लेके खड़े रहते हैं कहीं, लाल रेनकोट पहन के आज यहाँ हमारे साथ है. वेलकम टू अस.
थैंक यू.
बताइए.
सबसे पहले तो जो हमारा क्रिटिसिज्म सबसे ज़्यादा होता है, जो आपने सवाल भी पूछा कि हाउ यू पीपल डू ओवर ड्रामेटाइजेशन. या सो आई विल टेक अप दैट thing. Yeah, I will take up that question. Actually, what is happening कि जैसा सबने बोला, all the panelists are of view that there is an immense interest in the meteorology now. People are looking for each and every smallest information, and that's why the amateur meteorologist which has become a very regular feature now, स्पेशली ऑन द सोशल मीडिया. तो उसके पीछे भी एक बड़ी वजह यही है कि लोगों को लगता है कि उनको फटाफट इंफॉर्मेशन दे दें, और इंफॉर्मेशन देने में ये प्रॉब्लम होती है कि आप यू डोंट गो बाय द साइंटिफिक वे. यू एक्चुअली पुट लॉट्स ऑफ एफर्ट, डिफरेंट मॉडल्स यू स्टडी, आप बहुत सारी चीजें करते हो, देन यू पुट सम फाइनल रिजल्ट्स ऑन द वेबसाइट और वेयर एवर. लेकिन वो क्या करते हैं, फटाफट लाते हैं, कहीं से उन्होंने लिया, उधार ले लिया और उसको उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया पर डाल दिया. तो दैट इज डेंजरस इन सम वे. और हमारे भी यहाँ भी कई सारे लोग हैं, आई एम ओपन टू क्रिटिसिज्म, जो उन इंफॉर्मेशंस को यूज करके उसको बहुत ज्यादा सेंसिबल तरीके से नहीं, बल्कि उसको बहुत सेंसेशनल बनाने के तरीके से ज्यादा काम करते हैं. तो दैट इज रॉन्ग विद सम वेयर इवन वी हैव टू लुक inside ourselves as well, that where we should improve. एक तो वो हो गया. दूसरा है क्या कि बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो ग्लैमरस वर्ड्स हैं, मेट्रो आपके हैं, जैसे ला नीना, एल नीनो, एमजो, IOA. पता नहीं लोगों को समझ, मुझे भी नहीं समझ में आता था कई साल, 10 साल पहले, 15 साल पहले, जब तक मैं कवर नहीं करता था मौसम को, तो मुझे नहीं समझ में आता था क्या होता है ये ऑसिलेशन. ये पता था फिजिक्स में कुछ होता है, लेकिन ये इसका काम मेट्रोलॉजी में कैसे, ये तो कुछ मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था. कि फिर ये डाइपोल क्या होता है, ये कैसे लानीना क्या होता है, ये स्मॉल बेबी, स्मॉल, पता नहीं, कुछ समझ में उल्टा पुल्टा कुछ हो जाता था. तो ये काम लोगों को लगता है कि उनके पास वर्ड आ गए, वो पढ़ते हैं कि कहीं पर इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में पढ़ लिया अमिताभ जी का आर्टिकल, उनको लगा कि अरे वाह, ये लानीना की वजह से इस बार बहुत ज्यादा सर्दी पड़ने वाली है, बारिश भी हो सकती है. वो उसका यूज सही जगह पर नहीं करते. We as a weather journalist, we somehow understand कि उसको कैसे appropriate उसका यूज किया जा सके, उसको कहां पर लिखा जाए या नहीं लिखा जाए. But all of in our organization, they are not so apt to use those information. तो वो गलत information कई बार जाता है. तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम है. सबसे बड़ी बात मैं आपको कहूं कि आज की तारीख में मैडम ने कहा कि आपका लोकल है, हमें ग्लोबल ऑडियंस को देखना पड़ता है। अब पुणे में बारिश हो रही है, उसका दिल्ली वालों को क्या लेना देना है? तो आप जब तक थोड़ा उसको बड़ा नहीं बनाओगे ना, तब तक लोगों का इंटरेस्ट पुणे की बारिश में होगा नहीं। मुंबई की बारिश है, जाम लग गया, ये हो गया, इतना ज्यादा हो गया, तो थोड़ा उसको
पुणे डूब गया,
ये डूब गया, हाँ पुणे डूब गया, तब तक दिल्ली वालों को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। दिल्ली वालों को सानू की है ना, वो जो है, तो उनके लिए रेलिवेंट बनाने के लिए कई बार हमें उस तरीके के वर्ड्स यूज करने पड़ते हैं। जैसे दिल्ली में जीरो विजिबिलिटी, तो उसको हाथ को हाथ नहीं दिख रहा है ना, वो दैट इज नॉट इन लिटरल सेंस कि हाथ को हाथ नहीं दिख रहा है, नो कि वहां तक मुझे दिख रहा है, बट हमें थोड़ा उसको जार्गन्स यूज करने पड़ते हैं टू मेक इट रेलिवेंट फॉर दोज हु आर नॉट इन दिल्ली। तो अभी मैं बता दूं, अभी मैं 2 तारीख को चला गया उत्तराखंड छुट्टियां मनाने के लिए, कि वहां बर्फबारी हो रही होगी, और सरप्राइजिंगली दिल्ली में ज्यादा टेम्परेचर नीचे था, उत्तराखंड इस बार वेरी प्लीजेंट। तो ये होता है, तो लोगों को इंफॉर्मेशन केवल नहीं चाहिए। और एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर, ये आज मैं आपके सामने करूंगा कि हमारे जो सबसे ज्यादा ऑडियंस और व्यूअर्स हैं, दे आर कमिंग फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर। एग्रीकल्चर के लिए आज आपका रोल बहुत 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 इंपॉर्टेंट है। लोग हर रोज पूछते हैं कहाँ पाला पड़ने वाला है, कहाँ बारिश होने वाली है, मॉनसून कैसा रहेगा, कब बारिश होगी, किस तरीके की बारिश होगी। ये सबसे ज्यादा किसानों को इम्पैक्ट कर रहा है। और आप लोग जब से IMD बहुत अच्छे लेवल तक एक्यूरेट हुआ है, तो उससे फायदा सबसे ज्यादा उनको हो रहा है। एक और मैं एनेक्डोट दे दूंगा, सॉरी टू लिंगर इट ऑन आप लोगों के और लंच के बीच में आने के लिए। अभी मॉनसून में एक बार बात हुई, साउथ दिल्ली में मेरे एक बड़े सीनियर कुलीग थे, उधर बारिश हो रही थी, हमारे नोएडा में बारिश नहीं हो रही थी। उन्होंने कहा क्या तुमने लिखा है, बारिश तो हो रही है इधर, तुमने नोएडा में लिख दिया। मैंने कहा क्या, जस्ट आई हैव टू चेक। वो बहुत हाइपर हो गए कि अब तुमने गलत इंफॉर्मेशन डाल दी। फिर मैंने उसको एक्सप्लेनर लिखा, तो एक्सप्लेनर कि क्यों साउथ दिल्ली में बारिश हो रही है और क्यों नोएडा में बारिश नहीं हो रही है। यू हैव टू एक्सप्लेन एवरीथिंग थ्रू योर आर्टिकल, देन ही रियलाइजेस कि क्यों हो रहा है, क्यों ये स्पोरेडिक इंसिडेंट्स हो रहे हैं और क्यों होते हैं, क्यों बारिश 2 किलोमीटर में नहीं हो रही है और क्यों 2 किलोमीटर दूर हो रही है और बहुत तेज बारिश हो रही है। तो यू हैव टू एक्सप्लेन, एंड पीपल आर वेरी मच इंटरेस्टेड कि किस तरीके से इस सारी चीजों को एक्सप्लेन किया जाए कि आज दिल्ली में कोहरा क्यों था, कल क्यों नहीं था। तो यू हैव टू एक्सप्लेन इट। तो डे टू डे यू हैव, पीपल नीड एक्सप्लेनेशन कि क्या आज कोहरा क्यों है, कल बारिश क्यों था, मॉनसून में ईस्ट से बारिश क्यों आता है, सर्दियों में वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस क्यों आ जाता है, ये वेस्ट का क्या चक्कर है, एक बार ईस्ट से बारिश आता है, एक बार वेस्ट से बारिश आता है। तो ये सारी चीजें, बहुत सारी चीजों को एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ता है। कॉमन लैंग्वेजेस में लोगों को समझना पसंद है, और आप लोग हेल्प करेंगे तो हम उसको और बेहतर तरीके से समझा पाएंगे।
Thank you, Kunal. I think this is what I many times think is that nowadays journalists have become better meteorologists because you can explain so well. While the meteorologists rush to the newspapers to tell something which they can't explain. So this is the situation. I'm so happy that you have said that. Good, Kalyan. Kalyan is my very old friend. Good to be sitting next to him.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. When I started covering IMD, Dr.
Stand for a minute. Okay.
No, it's okay. No. So when I started covering IMD, Dr. Kelkar was the DG. So it's long back. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate IMD for this glorious 150 years and the kind of service they have rendered to the nation. Now the communication should be the second most important task in IMD after forecast. Because once you get a forecast, you need to communicate it. To communicate it to the policymaker, to the administration, and also to the public through the media. Now weather forecasting is complex, it is risky because there is always a degree of uncertainty. So you are communicating something which is not very certain. It is not that India wins a toss or India wins a test match, it's not that certain. There is always a degree of uncertainty. So there is a kind of inherent risk there. Now I would like IMD to look at the communication thing from that perspective, and I would like to highlight a couple of gap areas. And to start with the languages they use in the press releases. So often we get press releases from the IMD which says terms like isolated pockets of Gujarat, okay, many parts in Jammu and Kashmir, okay, areas in Tamil Nadu, Now Gujarat, Jammu Kashmir, Tamil Nadu, they are all fairly large states. So isolated pockets in Gujarat won't convey anything to a common man or to the administration unless you give more specific thing. Problem I understand is that IMD still has this current forecasting technology has certain limits. You cannot go kind of very specific. But I would like IMD to have a kind of internal review to see how these languages can be improved and can be taken more closer to the realities. Because many parts of Gujarat don't convey anything to the administration or parts in Jammu Kashmir. So that is one point I would like to highlight. There's another instance that kind of few days back we all received a press release which says this is during this cold wave period. So which says that the lowest temperature recorded in the plains in the country was at a site in MP called Mandla. Now on the same day, within minutes, we also received this temperature chart from the northwest, which shows that there are at least 2 sites in Punjab and in Haryana that have temperature less than Mandla. Now neither Punjab nor Haryana are hill state. So I think they should also be included in the plains. So I think this kind of slippages can be corrected through kind of better coordination within the regional offices possibly. And also I think there's this problem which Amitabh mentioned, while IMD is very active on social media, I don't know why IMD, these Twitter handles are not verified. Now, verified Twitter handles mean authenticity. No, unless your Twitter handles are not verified, so anybody can do it. So I will urge IMD to get their Twitter handles verified. And also, so using these Twitter handles, once you put data, charts, daily updates, satellite images, these are all fine. But you can also use these Twitter handles to, let's say, tweet about interesting research work being carried out at IITM or NCMRWA or at IMD headquarters. Or you can highlight, kind of flag certain reports, interesting reports. Or an organization like IMD, which have a kind of history of 150 years. I'm sure there will be many interesting hidden stories, anecdotes, photographs. So those can be turned into interesting threads and shared on Twitter. So that will increase the engagement on social media. Only charts may not help that much. And also I was like the IMD to look into, see this is only an observation, that is it possible to create a dedicated team within IMD to handle only media, all types of media. The team should have 1 or 2 kind of very senior scientists and some youngsters who could be given media training, who could be exposed to media houses, and who could be given training. Maybe WMA can help, or the US agencies or the UK agencies can help. So a team can handle media queries. They can create interesting content. They can create graphics also that may even help the television people to run along with their stories. Suppose if you are running a story on El Nino, so graphics on El Nino will definitely be help. A kind of ready-made graphics from El Nino, which will be very authentic. So these are the kind of thoughts I have, and I would like IMD to think about it.
Thank you, sir. They're very specific thoughts. I'm happy that you have gone to the thing, because even I have problems. Like when sometimes I read that heavy to very heavy rainfall I don't know what is heavy and what is very heavy. Difficult for me to understand. So the language problem is very much there, but that is only to be safe. I mean, if it is very heavy, we said yes, or very heavy. Or some. If you
look at the IMD press release, it actually gives you an impression they are trying to tick as many boxes to be accurate in a court.
Like all of the above. That kind of thing. All of the above. I mean, supposedly tomorrow will be either a foggy day or a clear day. I'm always right. It's like that. Nandkishore ji, aap kahenge kuch?
Sir, first of all, let me congratulate the team IMD on this momentous occasion of this 150th Foundation Day. So there might be very few organizations which have completed 150 years in public service. So to delve upon your pointers, like one is sensationalization, one is source not being verified, and then so how to reach out to the public at large. So obviously PIB doesn't delve into sensationalization or this unverified this thing. On the flip side, So we depend on like more approved news, like approved press releases or approved stuff from IMD, so that can be published on the PAB website to the consumption of media and public. Right, sir. So here, so what I told you already, actually here, if you see newspapers or the TV, so newspaper have some section dedicated to climate or weather. And even on TV also, there are news forecasts actually dedicated 5 minutes or something to tell you on weather forecast or something. So, but on PAB website, I don't see such dedicated thing in PAB actually. We do have like on ministry side, Ministry of SNT, Ministry of, all the ministries, dedicated platforms are there, but not for this weather separately. So we can work on that in future, so that actually both INB and IMD and PAB can work together, so that so a dedicated platform within PAB itself can be developed, so that actually more accurate news, so that it is not unverified. So that can be published in PAB for the consumption of media and that thing. Even that can go into PAB social media also for that greater reach, amplification of IMD messages and all. That is one. I can see that actually you are holding panel discussions for different sectors like agriculture sector, just now we finished energy sector and then transport and all. So these are like industry people which are depending on the IMD data for their benefit of the industry or something like that. So since PAB is also having the similar setup, like they have that particular separate system for energy sector, transport sector and all these things actually. So if we can collaborate in that sense, so in all these sectors also, if we can, PAB, that can be more amplified, and then that is one point, sir. Second is many of them are, in fact, actually I heard IMD forecast accuracy has been improved by over 50% in the past 10 years. Yesterday I heard that, saying that. Sir, I think whether this message has gone or seeped into the public or not. So that is a question to ponder.
So the problem is good news is never spread. It's only
Exactly,
the bad
sir.
news which is spread.
Exactly,
that is the problem with all
exactly,
people.
sir. So that perception in the minds of people is still somewhere actually because of this past experiences and all. So this we need to take it further. Like actually that improvement we have, technically we are speaking, we have added more Doppler radars, we are depending on more recent models we are using, all these things actually, satellite imagery data also we are using, all these things. But these things are technical in nature first, and people are not interested in this adding an addition of technology, technical know-how. So
I think we'll have to start winding up the session. We are already
right,
running out
right.
of time.
So as many of the co-panelists said, actually this communication in a simpler language, so analysis of this data and provide them into one simpler language. One last point, sir, before joining PAB actually, I was briefly CEO to one RTGS in Andhra Pradesh, Real-Time Governance Society, where actually they are giving this hyper-localized data to the cell phones of the people located there. Some heavy rainfall or heavy cyclone is happening, that particular this thing actually. So people in that area are getting messages in their phone. So don't be there, so these things actually, they are getting data from IMD live data as well as ISRO data also. So these things can be further streamlined, sir.
Thank you so much. जयदीप जी, आपका आखिरी ओपिनियन आप दे दीजिए सबके ऊपर.
हाँ सर, अब सिर्फ लंच के बीच में मैं ही रह गया हूँ, तो मैं अपराध बोध से नहीं भरना चाहता हूँ. शुरुआत में ही मैंने अपनी बात रख दी थी. 2-3 पॉइंट केलकर साहब ने जो शुरुआत में पृष्ठभूमि बनाई थी उसके मैंने नोट किए. सेंसेशनलाइजेशन, फेक न्यूज़ और सूचना का जो प्रसार है. सेंसेशनलाइजेशन पे मैं यही कहूँगा कि वो बिकता है, उसमें व्यूज़ बहुत ज़्यादा आते हैं और सीधे सीधे वो मोनेटाइजेशन से जुड़ा हुआ है, इसलिए लोग करते हैं. उसको नहीं करना चाहिए, वो गलत है और वो सीधा ही जुड़ा हुआ है. जो आपने कहा, बहुत सारे मौसम विज्ञानी पैदा हो गए जो सच में मौसम को नहीं जानते, फेक एक्सपर्ट्स हैं. वो हमारे यहाँ कहा ही जाता है सर कि जब तक सच जूते पहन रहा होता है, झूठ पूरे गांव का चक्कर लगा के वापस आ जाता है. तो जब तक झूठ उतनी तेजी से नहीं घूमे तब तक सच को तेज चलना पड़ेगा. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, जिन आपके स्पोक्स पर्सन नहीं बताएंगे, आपकी प्रेस रिलीज नहीं आएगी, आपके प्रवक्ता नहीं है, आपकी प्रोसेस नहीं है, तो झूठ को मौका मिल रहा है अपने पंख फैलाने का. झूठे मौसम वैज्ञानिक इसलिए कि हमारे पास बहुत अच्छी बात की, सिर्फ पीआईबी के भरोसे आप सूचना का प्रसार मत कीजिए. मौसम विभाग के खुद के प्रवक्ता होने चाहिए. ज़्यादा प्रवक्ताओं की ज़रूरत है. वो जब सामने आके सच कहेंगे तो झूठ उस तरीके से अपने पैर नहीं पसार पाएगा, इतनी तेज़ी से दौड़ लगा के लोगों तक गलत सूचना नहीं पहुंचा पाएगा. हमें ज़्यादा प्रवक्ताओं की ज़रूरत है। अभी बहुत अच्छी बात कुमार कुणाल कह रहे थे कि दिल्ली में हुई, नोएडा में, ये तो बहुत छोटी बात है। इस गली में बारिश हो रही होती है, उस गली में नहीं हो रही होती, और लोग उस पर चर्चा कर रहे होते हैं कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है। जब लोगों की जिज्ञासा तेजी से बढ़ी है तो सर सीधा सीधा डिमांड सप्लाई का इशू है। हमें लोगों की उस भूख की जानकारी इसलिए मिल जाती है कि डिजिटल पर तो सीधे सीधे मैट्रिक्स होता है कि किस तरह की खबरें ज़्यादा पढ़ी जा रही है, कहाँ से पढ़ी जा रही है, उस पर टाइम स्पेंड कितना है, और लोग बार बार रिपीटेटिवली उसको आ रहे हैं। हम अगर मौसम विज्ञान का एक अलर्ट लगा देते हैं सिटी का, तो लोग उसके नोटिफिकेशन को सर सब्सक्राइब कर रहे हैं। क्या मौसम विभाग का कोई ऐसा ऐप नहीं हो सकता जिससे नोटिफिकेशन सीधे आए? लोग नोटिफिकेशन की, जैसे बता रहे थे, गांव में मछुआरे से लेकर किसान तक उसको सब्सक्राइब कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है हम जितने लोग सभागार में बैठे इन सब बातों को समझते हैं, केवल मंच था और बहाना था कि इन बातों को हाईलाइट करें। मैंने कर दिया। मैं मानता हूं कि मौसम विभाग ने अच्छा काम किया है, लेकिन इस अच्छे काम को हम तेजी से तकनीक के साथ जोड़कर कैसे आगे बढ़ाएं। ज़्यादा प्रवक्ता होंगे, ज़्यादा सूचनाएं आएंगी, ऐप होगी, माध्यम अवेलेबल होंगे, तो आपकी जो ऑथेंटिक जानकारी होगी वो ज़्यादा तेजी से लोगों तक पहुंच पाएगी।
Thank you. At the risk of extending the time and at the risk of my missing my flight, I'll allow one question from the audience, just one. Anybody from behind? Somebody? Okay, go ahead.
My name is Rekha Dixit and I'm a journalist.
Can she get a mic, please? Sorry.
My name is Rekha Dixit. I'm a journalist and I've been writing on weather for almost like 15 years now. IMD's focus has definitely improved and IMD's communication is also improved. But you know, sometimes when you say that the news has to come out authentically and fast, we've had a very bad experience this summer when one of the stations recorded 50 degrees and even higher temperatures. And obviously it becomes a sensation, you know, when somewhere in Delhi the temperature has gone so high. But then IMD will tell you stuff like, this is not the official recording area. Now for the layperson, which is their official recording site by which the historical weather is being, you know, temperatures are being recorded and all, it doesn't concern them. They know that there is one place in Delhi which has gone 50 plus. Then there was this kind of news that, you know, that machine itself is, there is a defect and that has been reset and all. Now, when we are talking about such fine, I mean, this kind of record-breaking news, temperatures and all, a better communication from IMD, and you know, when someone had noticed a temperature going that high, instead of having published it, you know, put it out for our consumption, you know how the media will just grab it like that. Maybe there should have been some kind of, you know, a relook at it before releasing it.
Rekha ji, thank you. I don't think anybody sitting here can answer your question. But only, so thank you everybody for coming here. I request Shoma to wind up in a couple of minutes what we have done.
Thank you, sir. As you can understand, I think the main message has been that better engagement so that we don't seem like monsters, nor do you seem like monsters. And really speaking, quicker turnaround. This is but there will, let me tell you, there will always be a difference between what the media or the public requires and what IMD as an official organization can provide. So only through regular communications our future channels can be sorted out. And the other recommendations, I've written it down. I will put it up to our DGM who is here. And definitely we shall look into it because we want to go to the next 150 years. Thank you.
One more small suggestion or demand.
Yeah,
we require more regular, as a TV person, we require more bites. We can't rely कि 1 बजे अगर बाइट नहीं हुआ तो अब फिर अगले दिन 1 बजे होगा, तो we can't do work like this. So if we require a bite at 6 p.m. some event is happening, some weather event is happening at 6 p.m. So we require a bite at 6 p.m. So we need more persons to give bites. You are always helpful, Somaji, but more persons we require.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll wind up this session, and it's been wonderful talking to all my friends and new friends. So let's meet again sometime, and people can, and remember the party that people have to throw. I remember that. Thank you so much, sir. So thank you.
Keeping us informed. Now, taking forward, we would like to invite Secretary MOES, Dr. Ravichandran sir, and DGM IMD, Dr. Mohapatra sir, to facilitate our honored guest and the panel. Dr. Kelkar sir. Mr. Amitabh Sinha. Mr. Amitabh Sinha. Mr. Kumar Kunal. Mr. Kalyan Ray. Mr. Jaideep Karnik. Ms. Sulakshana Bramta. Mr. Mulanginand Kishore. And Dr. Soma Sen Roy, madam. Now I invite all the panelists for a group photograph, please.
On this momentous occasion of completion of 150 years of IMD, we wish to express our gratitude to all our seniors and mentors who have led us to this level. Some of our ex-secretaries and DGMs are here with us today. I request Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. Ravichandran, and DGM, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, to kindly felicitate our mentors by presenting a memento. I would like to invite Dr. P.S. Goyal, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Dr. R.R. Kelkar, AVM Dr. Ajit Tyagi, Dr. L.S. Rathore, Dr. K.J. Ramesh to please come on the dais.
Sir, कैसे हैं?
See, everybody, please sit for 10 minutes. Please sit for 10 minutes.
Please sit on your seats for just 5 minutes. We'll take 5 minutes only. This is a time to express our gratitude to our seniors and mentors who have led us to completion of 150 years, and at this stage we have reached. Dr. P.S. Goyal has been the first Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences, and he led us from July 2005 to April 2008. May I request Secretary Sir and DG Sir to kindly felicitate Dr. P.S. Goyal. Dr. Shailesh Nayak is not here at present, but we express our gratitude to him. He led us from August 2008 to 2015. Dr. M. Rajivan, who has been the Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences from 2015 to 2021. Dr. R.R. Kelkar, who has been our Director General of Meteorology from 1998 to 2003. AVM Dr. Ajit Tyagi has been the Director General of Meteorology from 2008 to 2012. Dr. L.S. Rathore has been the DGM from 2012 to 2016. Wait. Dr. K.J. Ramesh has been a Director General of Meteorology from 2016 to 2019. Our other seniors are not here, but we express our gratitude to them also. Thank you, sir.
Now we will also, group. Yes. So now we will also release the annual climate summary for 2024 by our seniors. So, just.
Salient features of the report.
So this is actually regarding the all kind of weather and climate of 2024. It gives you about monthly and seasonal temperature variation for a long since 1901, as well as emphasis on last year. So this you can get actually from also website of IMD Pune that can be downloaded. Thank you all.
Excuse me, in the series of felicitation, I request all you kindly be seated. I'll take another 2 minutes because our foreign delegates have traveled a long way to come here. So IMD is going to felicitate the international delegates. I request...
Wait for 5 more minutes.
Kindly be seated on your seat, please. It is a request. Another 2 minutes. I know you all are very hungry, but just another 2 minutes. So I request Dr. M. Ravichandra, Secretary, MOS, and RDG, Dr. M. Mahapatra, to felicitate our international delegates. So first of all, I would like to call upon Mr. Lamin Mai Taure from Gambia. If you are here, please kindly come on the stage.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ishida Junichi from Japan. Mr. Takashahi Shingo from Japan. Mr. Abdullah Rashid Al Khodori from Oman. Mr. Chong Wee Ming from Singapore. Mr. Raul Hugo Carroll from Argentina. Mr. Ben Churchill from Australia. Mr. Chatchai Chaisin from Thai. Mr. Mohammad Ismail Noor from Dilbutan City. Dr. Sanjay Srivastav from UN Escape. I request our foreign delegates to come in front for a group photograph. Thank you all for your kind patience. We'll break for the lunch. At 3:30 we'll meet here again and the lunch is served at the same place. Thank you so much. 3:30? 3:30. Sir, 2:30.
For DGs and for VIPs is same only yesterday's one.
For the VVIPs, the venue is the same as the yesterday.
We will take.
closed. Children suffer. During the pandemic, schools were closed for almost 2 years. And a whole generation of children actually suffered educational setback. Every time there are air pollution days, schools are closed. So these are very innocent victims of partly it is climate change, but I won't say that we can put the entire blame on climate change. Partly it's also our model of development and the fact that we have not really thought about how to become more resilient. Our indigenous communities, tribal communities, and people who have lived in close, with nature, they are actually much more attuned to living with natural disasters. And even during the tsunami, we know that some of the tribals in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, they had a third sense that something was wrong, and they had actually gone to a higher place. And so they were able to escape. Today, the way our cities are built, we see Los Angeles burning now. It is one of the richest places in the world. So nobody is going to be immune from these effects. So what do we do, actually? How do we actually get, the question was, how do we raise public awareness? What steps can we take? So now I think there are several things we can do. The first thing is to look at climate change, health, environment as interconnected. And currently the systems that we have, they tend to take a siloed approach. So we don't have any agency or any body which can collect data on climate, on meteorological factors, on health, and put it together, and also on environmental risks like water pollution, like heavy metals. We have data on all of these, but they sit in different places. If we had an environmental health regulatory agency, which is similar to the Environment Protection Agency in the US, this would be a science-based agency, it would be data-driven. The job would be to really collect and analyze data from all the different ministries and departments and make guidelines, recommendations, and laws. So it should not only be an advisory body, but it should be a regulatory body, which also has the teeth to regulate and to take action. Because today, I think, environmental health risks are the biggest risks to health today. We all are very familiar with air pollution, because especially sitting in Delhi, we are faced with it. But plastic pollution, chemical pollution, our soils, our water, everything is contaminated now. And we don't have a clear picture overall of what pollution we have, to what extent, what are the sources, how can we tackle and deal with it, and what should be the actions taken at the source to actually reduce the pollutants from coming into the water or air or into the soil. So the first recommendation I would make that it's high time for India really to have environmental health regulatory agency, because climate change cannot be handled by one department or one ministry. It is encompassing all aspects of our life. And from governance, from financing, from addressing these gender-related issues, issues in agriculture, water sector. I think today we've had many panels discussing each of these things. But unless we bring them together and have a good governance at a high level, at the central level and state level, we will not be able to make policies which are holistic and which not only take into account the health of humans, but also the health of animals, including domestic animals, wildlife, as well as the environment. So that is actually what is called the One Health approach, or a planetary health approach, where as human beings who have the power to change things, and we have actually made ourselves to come into this situation where we are today. Now we have the power also to use science and technology and to try to come out of it. This is where I think the role of IMD, as well as the role of our science agency, ISRO, becomes very important, because using satellite data, using the meteorological data, using artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms to be able to predict. So the other thing we will need to get better at is being able to predict in advance. So I think we're fairly good at predicting cyclones, for example, and that's one very big success story. We have reduced the mortality from cyclones to almost zero. But we have not been able to do the same for floods or for heat. So heat is going to take an increasing toll actually as we, in the next decades, because you know that global warming, we've already crossed the 1.5 degrees mark. And India is particularly vulnerable for heat stress, and our urban areas are particularly vulnerable. And within the urban areas, the poor will be the most vulnerable because they don't have access to air conditioning or, you know, good ventilation. So there'll be a number of actions we will need to take to reduce the deaths from heat stroke, and not only the deaths, but also the long-term effects of heat. So we're actually just beginning a study with the Indian Institute of Science to look at long-term impacts of heat stress on men, women, older people, younger people in the community, but more importantly to develop AI-based algorithms. Of course, this will be done in partnership with IMD. Using historical weather data, can we predict the heat in a particular area, because we don't want some general prediction. I want to know if I live in this pin code area, am I vulnerable? How high is the temperature going to go? And what's very important is the concept of the wet bulb temperature, where when you add heat, humidity, the wind speed and all that, you come up with something called the wet bulb. If the wet bulb temperatures start exceeding about 30, 31 degrees, it becomes actually incompatible with human life. So we're really talking about a situation where very soon we may be faced with temperatures where human beings actually cannot live. So, so the city planners, you know, will also have to think about how to design cities now which reduce this urban heat island effect. The third point, I think, is about the community and the response. How do we actually, science communication, I think, is extremely important. You know, the IMD again has good examples of SAFAR, which not only monitors, but in every city you'll find these public displays. You know, you can see the AQI displayed at different parts of the city. That way people get a... But citizen science, I think we can use much more citizen science. Other countries have done it. There are now ways, you know, monitors, low cost. They may have issues with, you know, calibration and things, but still people can become aware of their own risks to themselves. We need to talk about health risks much more. I feel that there is not much discussion or awareness about the health risks of air pollution, water pollution, chemical pollution, microplastics, as well as of heat. And then finally, of course, we need to also tell people what do they do. There's no point just telling them that you are at high risk, but we also need to give them solutions, and this is where certain things the government will have to do to reduce the risks, but many things that individuals and communities can do. And this is where we need much more innovation. For example, can we have solar-powered cooling centers set up at different common community points, so that during the peak summer, people who are working outdoors, who are exposed to heat for many hours, if they start feeling unwell, they can go and take rest in the cooling center for some time. This could be in the school or in a community center, or, you know, in any common place where people can access. And this can be solar powered so that we're not adding to the greenhouse gas emissions. So we may need to think of other ways of cooling our cities. There have been many, many innovations, and other cities have done many things, like Singapore has greened their buildings. You know, they've done many things to really, even though it's full of high rises, you'll find that the whole thing looks green, and that green and blue is known to bring down the temperatures in the city. So there's a lot of research and work. I think a lot of people here in the panel today will speak about the work that has been done. The IITs, you know, have been doing a lot of very good work in this area. But we need to link that academic work and the data with actually what people experience on the ground, and that whole area of science communication, and also stopping misinformation and disinformation like what we saw during the pandemic, but promoting health-seeking, health-promoting behavior is something that the ministry is definitely doing, and I think Dr. Akash will say more about that. So I would like to stop by saying that for air pollution in particular, I'm part of a global commission called Our Common Air, which really thinks about air as being a transboundary common asset for all human beings. We cannot limit it by city, states, or even national boundaries, because air flows. You can't own the air. And therefore, we need standardized monitoring. We need much more of that in rural areas, which we don't have, but we also need to do the source apportionment studies and then to actually implement. Once we know what the sources are, we really need to implement. Other countries have done it. I think very good example is China, that had air quality even worse than Delhi, and today they are many, many times better than us. So we have a challenge in front of us, but we also have institutions that can help us, to get there. It's a question of coming together and working together. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your ideas and particularly views on creation of new integrated agencies dealing with the air quality, health and climate change. I think that's a good idea. One small query I would like to have your views on what's the greatest difficulty you face when you utilize climate data on your research or applications, because you have been related to research at ICMR or WHO. I would like to hear from you.
I think the greatest challenge is what I mentioned earlier, that you don't have a unified database where you can actually link up. So when we did our study also, we had to look at many different sources of data and try to correlate the climate and weather and pollution data with the health data. So in today's day and age, and India being so advanced in IT, I think it should be possible for us to create this unified database, and I hope that IMD will actually take the lead on this and convene other ministries to see how this can be taken up. It will help us in the long run, because we can also then monitor the improvements. Once, London was able to show that the moment they reduced air pollution, their inpatient admissions for heart attacks came down dramatically. And this happened very quickly. It did not take long. So I think action on air pollution has immediate health benefits. You don't have to wait for a very long time to see these benefits.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, yeah. Okay. Anikender? Yeah, madam is to leave. Momentum, madam, just.
So, thank you very much, ma'am. So actually, madam has to leave. So I would like to request our DGM sir and the secretary to felicitate to Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. So, thank you very much, madam. So, now, please, sir.
Thank you. Now, let's proceed. Now, next speaker is Dr. V.K. Soni, who is head of Environment Monitoring and Research Center of India Meteorological Department. And Ministry of Earth Sciences and its both the arms, particularly Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and IMD, they are our arms as far as air quality forecast is concerned. Those are the basis for invoking as well as revoking graded response action plan, daily basis in the newspapers. You might be reading on the TV watching. So we look to IMD for all these forecasts. So we would like to hear from Dr. Soni, particularly on, will you please explain us what weather and climate products are available from IMD. Also, IMD is mandated to provide operational air quality forecast to pollution control authorities. What are those and what's the role of IMD particularly?
Thank you, sir. And thankful to my own IMD department for giving this opportunity to sit with eminent scientists on dais. Basically, there are two important environmental agencies, and one is the continuous physical environmental agents are temperature, relative humidity, solar radiation, and another is the discrete environmental agency. Discrete are those like pollutants, particulate matter, gaseous pollutants. So IMD is monitoring all these environmental agents, now we are celebrating 150 years. We have data for past 150 years. More systematic observations started from 1901. So we have a national data center at Pune, and all data are systematically archived there. And all these data are available to the research community students, free of cost. Another thing is not only the data, but we also generate a large amount of information from this data. So one product that was the annual climate summary we released today. So every year we are releasing that. Apart from that, we have the climate diagnostic bulletins that we are releasing periodically. And we are into aerosol monitoring. Perhaps IMD was the first institution in India to start the aerosol monitoring. And our solar radiation network started monitoring solar radiation in 1938. But there are evidences that we were monitoring the solar radiation much beyond that, around 1878 also. But what kind of instruments that time were used, that are not very well known yet. Aerosol monitoring we started when we started solar radiation monitoring. So initially we started with the broadband irradiance monitors to assess indirectly the amount of radiation in terms of atmospheric turbidity. Later on, we started monitoring using the microtops, and then shifted to the most modern instruments like a sky radiometer. Then we also started the chemical composition of aerosols. So that also in 1980s we started. So like that we are monitoring these environmental parameters. And as you know that we are also forecasting the health related meteorological parameters like maximum temperature, minimum temperature, then heat index also recently we started experimentally forecasting. And all these parameters, heat related parameters are, we are generating forecast at different spatial and different temporal scale. So right from nowcasting to the day-long forecast, and then 4-week extended range forecast and climate forecast up to 1 month and up to a season. So all these products are available and disseminated through our different social media and website. Another important aspect we started in 2010 when we started this air quality forecasting services during the 2010 Commonwealth Games. And 2018 we started air quality early warning system. SAFAR was limited to 4 cities, so we need the demand was to expand these services for many other cities. So 2018 we launched air quality early warning system. Under that air quality early warning system also we are actually having a multimodal and spatial scale, multi-temporal scale modeling systems. So 2 main models are there, which are run by IMD and another by IITM, and NCMRWF is also supporting in this air quality early warning system. So GRAP, as Dr. Atri was saying, the GRAP implementation is basically now based on the IMD forecast. So in advance, the GRAP forecast can be implemented using this information from India Meteorological Department. Although the forecast is generated by many different institutions, but through a single agency, we are disseminating the air quality bulletins. So IMD is mandated to disseminate the.
Thank you, Dr. Soni. Now we'll take next expert, Dr. Akash Srivastava, who is dealing with environmental health and particularly occupational health are aware that climate change threatens to reverse decades of the progress towards better health and well-being, particularly in the most vulnerable communities. Extreme heat causes greatest mortality of all extreme weather events and hazards, particularly. How climate information and services help manage and predict health risks, and how better coordination of health experts with IMD can help in this regard. Your comments, please.
Thank you. To begin at the outset, I'd like to first thank IMD for giving me an opportunity to be here in their 150th anniversary. Congratulations to all the IMD faculties out here. I'm going to answer the question from the perspective of we, the people who have been entrusted to deliver these climate resilient health services in this country. Now there have been researchers across the country who have for a long time in India been able to understand how environment and climate and meteorological factors have impacted health. But unfortunately, in terms of delivery of health services, it is a very recent phenomenon. For even though IMD has been in place for 150 years now and has developed a very robust mechanism of reporting, in health services, it's only in a very recent time that we really started understanding about environment, understanding about climate and how it impacts human health, and trying to put a structured format of addressing climate resilient health services or what you call environment resilient health services. So the challenge is that many of us, the workforce with which I am aligned to, have really not much our own capabilities to understand the complexities of this subject. Environment and meteorology is not a very easy subject for any man from the medical background to understand. Specifically, each parameter, be say heat, for example, would have endless numbers of parameters. Now, how do these parameters interact with human health? To make sense out of that, and then to see and design what we exactly need to be able to create a service is not an easy job. So we've been struggling, thankfully, for the last 5 years. We made a lot of progress with the support of a lot of organizations helping us through it, and one of the important partners in this is IMD. The climate information services in context of specific subjects that I will share today have been useful in the climate health services that we are giving out in the country are the services that are provided in context of heat, the services that are provided in context of air pollution, and services that are provided in context of extreme weather events. All three of these information are useful to our health workforce in first understanding what is happening around them, and second, knowing by forecast that they provide what is likely to happen in times to come, in short period and long period. So it helps to understand first how the health is getting influenced at today's date, and also to understand how in coming few days or few months would the health of my population get impacted, and therefore be prepared accordingly to take necessary measures, which we call, to ensure that there is resilience to this impact. So that's how the climate information services have been useful. And the request to IMD is that our health services actually are carried out at district and sub-district level. That's the point where everything happens. So at the higher level, we are the large-scale organizers, but the people who actually do the job are the ones who work in our health centers, in our hospitals, and in our primary health centers, community health centers. And all over them is either a block level officer or a district level program officer who helps these clinicians and doctors to understand what program level information is coming in. So these are the people who need to get these information timely as the data goes to the administration, so that they do not wait for the information to get relayed from the administration to them, but get it directly to be able to take more timely action.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srivastava,
Yes.
for your important information and contribution. We are running behind schedule, so I will request my panelists to be very specific and in brief. Now we'll go to next panelist. We'll give you Professor Ghosh. She is professor at Department of Environmental Studies, Delhi University. Madam, I would like to hear from you particularly because you are related to academic institutions. What's the role of academic institution in climate action and how to make community climate literate? And second question in the line will be, what will be the role of IMD in advocating climate research, particularly in academic institutions, specific to that?
Thank you very much. I first congratulate for the 150-year celebration. And I'm really get this platform to tell, thanking IMD because sir, health study, my dream, which we are discussing today, my knowledge partner is IMD. Why I'm telling you that when I joined in University of Delhi, it is almost 20 years back, no one was in the environment department talking about pollution, climate change and health. The topic of understanding only biodiversity and conservation biology. That means there was a knowledge gap I found. First thing, National Ozone Center helped me to understand ozone and personal health. Again, the IMD SUFFER program came with me. This is the first time, 2010, during Commonwealth Games. So that the reason climate change literate people are not there. Once we started, I started bringing students to, as a knowledge partner to IMD. I have included IMD with my syllabus. I was taking practicals there with them. I was doing dissertations, thesis with them. I'm doing PhD for my own effort, but I need more help from the IMD because our Vice Chancellor is ready to accept. Only thing is there, more people should be linked, the visibility should be there. The pollution, all of you are doing pollution modeling in terms of the dispersion modeling, but I'm very much interested on the exposure modeling. Because if you really talk about health, then my approach is from the bottom-up approach, not the top-down. So where we can meet together, so we need more and more interactions, sir. I'm working with the hospitals, the different medical practitioners are with me, real-time data with the patient. I'm trailing patient for pollution exposure. So there are many realistic data I can share you. It is Minister of Earth Science, people are there. The one topic we never talk about, because if we talk about health, there's a health, I'm very happy madam discussed about environmental health. Always disease-based pollution relation is there. Climate change and disease, why we are not talking about holistic health? So we need to have urban health and rural health, where the poor people will come. So one IMD, another IMD means index of multiple, the depravity index we have to calculate in public health research, and where we will take every aspect, socio-economical aspect, health aspect, and then we can interpret India. Interpreting India is very difficult because we have so many socio-economic class. So it's not only one study, one cohort study can give our understanding. We have to make two models. One is the rural model or our slum model, urban poor model. That will be the same. Another is the urban rich model. Just like we are not serious, 2 days before DDMA asked me to come and to take some understanding on the winter wave. This is not the preparedness. If really we have to prepare every aspect, we have to 2-3 months before. And so as a teacher, as a capacity builder, what I am doing, food is one of the things we are living on the climate change. So we have to make holistic information, life-saving sharing, like how to wear dress also can give some index. So this is the way, sir, climate literate, why climate change is happening, how the solid waste creating problem. I'm going and thankful to DST, they are giving fund for this type of awareness workshop. I'm doing PFT test to show them how it is the lungs is changing, if you really want to know. So real-time data and some demonstration only make them sensitive. We need a sensitization of the topic. Not only conferences and proceedings in the college level is not working. It's an action plan, so climate crisis, if we really have to address with not only the air pollution, not separately, I'm really with everyone, not separately. It is a holistic approach. So today, I'm just trying to request everyone, please come together and we can make a really better understanding in future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your important views. We will, in the line, we will go with the next panelist, Professor Sagnik Dey. He is professor at IIT Delhi, Center for Atmospheric Sciences. All of us aware that climate change and air pollution have become world's leading environmental cause of illness and premature death. We read in newspapers on the daily basis, because particularly during this season, more and more hospital admissions are there increasing. Particularly fine particulate matter are attributed to large number of deaths every year caused by diseases such as heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, COPD, pneumonia, type 2 diabetes, even mental illness, neonatal disorders. These are coming in 4. Particularly we and Dr. Sagnik, they had lots of, particularly in the remote sensing and this particulate matters and satellite observation. So we like to hear from you. You are also working on the heat waves also, that climate and related health impacts, particularly heat waves. Let us know your views on heat related information can be used for better implementation for mitigation purpose.
Yeah, first I want to congratulate IMD for this wonderful achievement and all the services to the nation. Coming to your questions, first in terms of air quality and particularly the application of satellite data sets, I think remote sensing has advanced to a level where satellite data can be used for air quality studies, not just particulate matter, but for many gaseous pollutants too. Now, one thing which is lacking in India is that we really do not have a very good network of aerosol composition in a more systematic manner. Particularly from the context of air quality and health impacts, we know that not all species are equally toxic, and that's why PM composition or aerosol composition becomes very, very important. Now satellites cannot directly provide that information, so we need to adopt hybrid approach, relying on reliable and long-term ground measurements. I think this is one thing where IMD can take a lead. And because IMD already is having a network of black carbon and many other indicators, all it requires is to just add up to the other pollutants. And if we have that kind of network from ground to support satellite algorithms, then those algorithms can be easily developed. And I think it is high time that India also should think of having a geostationary satellite dedicated for atmospheric chemistry and air quality studies. Now coming back to your question on heat wave, what is really required is that IMD has already started experimentally providing this heat wave informations and also to some connotations to the health. So we need to really now push the bar and move from just the meteorological forecasting to more health-based warning systems. Because when there is a heat wave, again, our research is suggesting that the impact on different demography is very different. So we need to really tone down the message, taking advantage of the forecast that IMD is already providing, but translate in terms of the heat, and then basically work on the ground level for communities actually, so that actually we can target the most vulnerable populations and then address actually the main problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sagnik Dey. Now, next panelist will be Dr. Jay Kumar. You are aware that air quality, particularly during winter months, November to January, worsens in northwest Indian regions. The forecast accuracy declines. And we need more accuracy, but that declines during these months. What are the reasons for this deterioration? And what are the gap areas in air quality modeling and how accuracy can be improved, particularly during post-monsoon season to winter season?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much, Atri sir, and from IMD inviting me for the part of the celebrations. And since we also from NCMR is a part of MOES, as Dr. Sonia has mentioned about the multi-models are using in the, specifically the air quality forecast, and that is exactly the use by the policy makers. But since you are mentioning that November to January, the forecast quality is deteriorating, that means that there is not a typical atmospheric condition or a stable or inversion that most of the models can able to predict it. But once you advance to the winter, there should be, like today you see that how the fog is making a impact in that. So that means not only the local emissions and the remote transport of large-scale transport. So in addition to that, there should be a, our model have to be predict the surface representation or the fog prediction is a very important. So that means once you come into the fog predictions, your cloud microphysics is able to having interface to your chemistry scheme. So when we started approaching to integrated type of models, that means previously most of operational centers or IMD and we all are only looking at the, if you can able to predict the atmospheric condition or a meteorological parameter, that may not be enough for getting into this type of extreme events, because most of the Indian cities are vulnerable to, like in the IPCC also, most of the cities are vulnerable to this type of extreme events. So we need an integrated type of systems. So in an integrated type of system, we know India we having a lot of unorganized building structures are there. So in the high resolution model, we need a very good urban canopy schemes. We have to use urban morphological data for planar and frontal index calculations. So then the chemistry scheme, so we know that we can go for a very complex chemistry in the model. But in operational time window, it may be difficult. So we have to adjust with the very reduced chemistry and all. So also especially in the Indo-Gangetic region, it's a very typical region where we have to looking into the, one is the aerosol loading, then there is a lot of moisture source from the water bodies. So in an integrated model, we have to consider many processes, like one is a very advanced cloud microphysics interacting to the aerosols. The next is about the irrigation parameterization to consider the moisture source from the rivers. And the next thing is about the very good urban canopy schemes. So there are other factors are there, and the Indian cities are very different. So all these have to be considered. So once you come advancing to the, from in a November and all, mostly depending on your stubble burning, if your stubble burning effect is good in getting the fire count, you may able to get it the air quality index. But once you come to the winter advance, this all stresses will come into the in an integrated model. So that is one answer to me. In addition to that, sorry, I think I had one more point. I may not take more time. But as a COQM, when you looking into a plus or minus 5 change in the PM, your graph or your everything will be changes. So because now our most of the models, our multi-models used in the air quality is a deterministic version of the model. So we have to think about some type of a probabilistic approach to getting into these air quality indexes. So that means you have to come into approach of ensemble plus a very computational on chemistry scheme. So in the pragmatic, in the operational window, we have to think about, but that is a very one of the, at least that is a one suggestions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jay Kumar. Now, Professor Ganguly, you have extensive experience and expertise in modeling the production, transport, transformation and removal of atmospheric aerosols from the GCMs, and also uses extensively remote sensing data from satellites as well as in situ measurements across the world to validate the model results. We'd like to hear from you on two aspects: how aerosols are impacting intra-seasonal oscillations of the South Asian monsoon rainfall, and also enlighten us on trade-offs between PM2.5 reduction, air quality improvements, and weather climate extremes. on your views on these two issues.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Atri. And first of all, I would like to congratulate IMD for 150 years of service to the nation and all the people associated with IMD. I would like to answer the second question first. So I wanted to talk about this. There is a need for balancing our efforts towards reducing PM2.5 and the consequences of this reduction in PM2.5 on weather and climate. Why I am saying this? Because we know that air pollution and climate change, they are related to each other. So far we have, there are lots of research papers, including mine and several other people, where we have studied how increasing aerosols affect the weather and climate phenomena. But now, as we all know that, I mean, we all agree that we must reduce the PM2.5 because it has adverse impacts on human health. There is no doubt about that. But we must also understand that some of these aerosols, they actually block the sunlight. And already there is CO2 and greenhouse gases are increasing, which are resulting in global warming and extreme weather events and especially heat waves and heat stress on humans. So there is a need to understand the health consequences of course, there will be positive gains in terms of reduction in respiratory diseases if we get rid of PM2.5. But the moment we reduce the PM2.5, there will be a regional brightening. And that regional brightening, if we don't do anything with the CO2 increases, if we allow the CO2 to continue to increase and just get rid of PM2.5, then it is going to accelerate the warming and it is going to result in extreme, increase the frequency of occurrences of heat waves. And we need to learn, I think, from such things happening in other countries. I mean, previous panelist, Dr. Swaminathan, told us that China has achieved clean air, which is a great thing. We should also target that. But how they have achieved this? So I'm saying this because currently, actually, there is a debate going on. I mean, the government of India is trying to take a decision whether to, for example, install flue gas desulfurization units, which are called FGD units, in the thermal power plants across India. These FGD units, they actually reduce the emission of SO2 from thermal power plants. SO2 eventually converts into sulfate aerosols. Now, we need to really understand that, of course, there is, as I said, there is no doubt about the fact that if you reduce any kind of aerosol, including sulfate aerosols, there is going to be reduction in health benefits, lesser respiratory diseases. But we have to understand that this implementation of these flue gas FGDs in thermal power plants should not be used as a smoke screen to continue generating power from this unsustainable energy resources where we keep on emitting CO2 and reduce aerosols. And so we need to understand, Ministry of Earth Sciences at least should take interest, get involved in this discussion. I don't know how much they are part of this discussion, to understand basically that it should not lead to a different kind of problem. I mean, we are talking about clean air to get for human health benefits, but as I said, more heat waves could happen if you continue to operate these thermal power plants and emit CO2. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Ganguly. Just quick question to Dr. Soni, because yesterday monsoon mission was launched. How this monsoon mission will help improve the air quality and environmental monitoring in the country? 1 minute.
Yeah, so quickly I'll answer it. So basically the main objective of Mission Mosam is to improve the forecasting accuracy. But this is not, Mission Mosam is not limited only to the physical weather, but we are also focusing on the improvement of chemical weather. And I also believe that in sooner or later we will not be having numerical weather prediction, but integrated numerical weather and air quality prediction systems. We have seen that when we introduce chemistry into the weather prediction models, the forecast accuracy improves significantly. So we have a significant good component in Mission Mosam.
Okay, thank you. Now just quick couple of questions from the audience. Okay, people are happy with the, okay, yeah. दूसरा दे दीजिए.
So, first of all, thank you to all the panelists for this informative session. I'm Dr. Twinkle. I'm from NDMA, working as a consultant there. So, sir, my question is that there is research and there are a lot of research articles available on early epidemic predictions. And we already know that there are many diseases which are like vector-borne diseases, which are climate-related factors, which are affected by the climate-related factors. So I just wanted to know, IMD and all the other places, how much data do we have, or do we have this amount of data available which can be used for these kind of developing these kind of algorithms or machine learning programs which can predict epidemics and can be useful in this way? And if yes, then where are we on using AI for predicting these health-related issues and climate change-related issues? Thank you.
I think it was my question to IMD. Now you have asked, so I must tell you that the question comes from both the sides. But still I'm telling you that, sir, maybe I'm there to ask, sir, that we are ready to, we have successfully have shown that air pollution modeling, the meteorological modeling, now we are waiting to disease prediction, definitely. Where we need a huge number of data that scientists can tell us, because we are biologists, we can generate data based upon the guidance of the thing. I think this is the one area is need of the hour to understand that, like a gourmet project, we can do some point of the time. Like Patel Chest initiated some study on pollen, forecasting the pollens and the thing, because along with aerosols, 2.51, I think bioaerosols is one of the thing, if we, after pandemic, we can take, and bioaerosols are many groups now came up, they are having huge database. If this type of things can take, just now we are discussing, this is a very new work. I'm really thankful that you raised the issue.
Thank you, madam. I think we had lots of good discussion, particularly air quality and health issues, because both indoor air quality as well as outdoor air quality has to be improved, because it is affecting tremendously, particularly our new generations. We can't leave the scenario as usual, because health is the fundamental right now. So lots of new products are to be generated by IMD and all the monitoring agencies. Integrated research is also required from the academic institutions, research institutions, and other NGOs and other agencies who are creating awareness or who are disseminating the information, all have to join hands. And Dr. Soumya Swaminathan also mentioned that there is need of creating specialized agencies, because this, particularly during discussion, it was pointed out that this sector there is really, I should say, weakest link as far as data, production, and all the informations are needed. I am thankful to all my panelists for giving important information, important suggestions. IMD is taking note of that. I am personally thankful to IMD for providing me to this chance to talk to this august community. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
So, thank you very much, sir, and to all the panelists as well as the chairman for a fruitful discussion. So now I would like to request our Secretary MOES and the Director General of Meteorology, Dr. M. Mahapatra, to felicitate all the panelists and the chair. So, firstly, Dr. S.D. Atri. Yes, sir. Dr. Akash Srivastava. Professor Chirashi Ghosh. Dr. V.K. Soni. Dilip Ganguly. Professor Sagnik De. Dr. A. Jayakumar. So I would also request to take a photo with all the panelists.
A very good afternoon and namaskar to all of you. As we continue our important discussion on weather and climate services for various sectors, it's time for panel discussion on weather and climate services for transport sectors. I would like to invite ABM Dr. Ajit Tyagi as a chairman and moderator for this panel. Dr. Tyagi is Senior Advisor at Integrated Research and Action for Development, New Delhi. He served as Assistant Chief of Air Staff and Director General of IMD. I request all of you to please be seated. Please be seated. I request all of you.
We will have, just after this, tea will be served after this one.
Tea is arranged just after this session, so please be seated. I would like to invite Professor UC Mohanty, Professor from Shiksha Anusandhan University. I would also like to invite Dr. Muhammad Koya, Fisheries Development Commissioner from Department of Fisheries. Air Commodore S.K. Thakur from Directorate of Meteorology, Indian Air Force. DIG P. Rajesh from Indian Coast Guard. Captain Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping. Sri Gajendra Kumar, Senior Scientist, Head of Aviation Division from IMD. I request Mrs. Ranju Madan, Scientist G from IMD, to felicitate our panel members with bouquet of flowers. I would also like to invite Dr. R. Jenamani, Scientist G from India Meteorological Department. Over to you, Chairman, sir, and we look forward to an engaging and insightful conversation.
Good evening, Anup. It's a great honor to chair the last session. Normally in the cricket team also you send a batsman in the last over. I'm little emotional at this session being part of the IMD and witnessed the praise showered by all the users. The transformation which in IMD has taken place in the recent decades, this wouldn't have been possible without the teamwork of all the IMDs under the leaderships of the various DGMs and the guidance of the secretaries. So it had been, I think, a good example of teamwork, sustained teamwork, where we could bring transformation in the IMD services, which everybody has talked about in the earlier sessions. As far as this particular session is concerned, I know it's being last session, so attendance is thin, and being weather today, the thick fog again brought out the importance of weather in various sectors, and many of those key players who are supposed to be here today from aviation, railways and the transport are not there primarily because they are busy in managing their services because of the bad weather. And also individually, if you look at it, many of our colleagues came late because of the fog, and many of them are worried about the evening flights, whether it will be delayed or not. So it impacts everyone, with the aviation, which is high-end transport mode, to the common man, which uses the rail and the road transport, and all state of people, the super rich to the common man. And if you look at the genesis of the birth of IMD, it was driven by the demand to provide warnings to the ports, which is the shipping. So I am happy to have a colleague from the shipping. And thereafter in the aviation, when the aviation started in early part of the last century, and first forecast was issued by the Shimla office to the flights in RF flights to the Waziristan in 1921. So we have a long history and the association of this department to provide services to transport sector. And in recent years, with the growth of rail and the road transport also, and the accidents which took place in these two sectors because of the adverse extreme weather, necessitated that we start providing service. And as I understand, IMED is providing a good service now, and of course it's subject to the further improvements. So we listen from the IMED the services provided. So we'll start first from the colleagues who are here. Thank you so much for making it convenient to be part of this important session. As I told you, the shipping was the first part of the for us. Not only, you see, one was one-way, it's not one-way traffic. All the shipping, even the 17th and 18th century, they used to have a very detailed log when they used to go on high seas, and they used to come back and provide to the Met services. So they have been a very good source of the information from the high seas prior to the radar and satellites and all that. So this is a very important part. And thereafter, of course, with the improvements taking place and in the technology and observations, the casualties as brought out has come down drastically. And let's listen what more they need from us. From weather services, I'm sure there are room for improvement. So may I request from shipping, we have got Dr. Manish Kumar, Captain Manish Kumar, who is the DDG of the shipping, to highlight how the services are being provided and what else you need from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi sir. First of all, let me congratulate IMD for completing 150 illustrious years. That's really a milestone to achieve for any organization. So many congratulations for all the IMD officials and their previous officials. Those were honored. So coming to the shipping industry, as Dr. Tyagi has rightly mentioned, that this is the industry that here before we had advent of technology, we were actually observer. I also sailed as a captain of the ship, so we used to observe the weather information and then used to send it judiciously to IMD centers. So I just like to brief about the shipping industry, how important role it plays. By the shipping, the maritime sectors is a backbone of any transport or any economy of the nations, because it largely covers 90% of the goods transported by sea by volume, and if it, in terms of value, about 70% of value is being transported by the sea. So it has a very important roles to play in any countries or global economy. So it is one of the economical means of transportation from one place to another, and plays a very vital role in supply and chain cycle. So here there are some challenges. One of the challenges is the weather forecast, because that plays a very important role for this sector. So I would like to tell that with the experience and what we have encountered, like coming from year 21, when the Taukte hit to the Maharashtra and the Gujarat coast, we had a lot of casualties. From there, it has improved. The SOPs were developed, and the weather informations we have received regularly, and it was communicated, disseminated to all the stakeholders. And year 23, when the Biparjoy hit, there was no casualty, there was no loss of property. So this is how we learn and we evolve ourselves, and this weather meteorological department plays a very important role when it comes to the data collection, analysis and dissemination. So that is an important thing shipping industry require. as accurate as possible the data that is analyzed and sent in a real-time basis. So that is the requirement of the shipping industry. I think we have come to the level where we are getting reasonably good information from IMD, and we hope to get similar services in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish, and has brought out that it plays a very important role in the economic development of a country. And along with this, in fact, entire transport sector, whether it is inland or aviation or the shipping, they are the major vehicle for the economic growth. And as India emerges from 5th to 3rd economy in coming years, and by 2047 is a developed country, we have to have a very good infrastructure as far as transportation, and to support that, Met services have to be at par and efficiently provide these services. As I understand, we are 18th as far as the shipping is, and we expect it to go to 10 by 2047. So this is a long way to go, but I'm sure we'll be able to get it. So we also have now with us from fishery background and both scientific and administrative. So we'd like to have from Koya Sahab his inputs about the weather services, weather information which you are getting now, and what more you'd like to have.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you, the IMD, for having the Department of Fisheries represented in this important discussion. Compliments to the IMD and all its officials, from the Secretary to the Director General to all, for having had a very long stint as a service provider to the across different sectors. One of the major sector that benefits is the fisheries sector from the IMD's services. As you know, India is a very large country in terms of fisheries, especially for fisheries production, from marine fisheries or from the inland fisheries in the riverine and lacustrine areas on the mainland India, or the aquaculture, which is actually a booming economic activity all across inland as well as coastal areas. So all these sectors have been receiving services of IMD with respect to weather forecasts mainly. And then fishing vessels, the major people who benefit are the marine fishermen, which is actually, marine fishing is a very daring activity, although their valor is well acknowledged. But for the weather, they cannot be, negating anything on the weather forecast. But so weather is very watched by the fishermen. And then nearly we have around, nearly 2.5 lakh fishing boats fishing, small and large. Around 60,000 large fishing vessels are fishing all across India's EEZ. So it is watched, they are watching how now the services with respect to the forecast, weather forecast, of course, short-term forecast, cyclone warning, these are all important. Short-term forecast is also very important because the local weather is watched. Fishermen have to plan their cruises the immediate week in the next few days with the short-term forecast. And then the climate services, what the IMD is mainly on the seasonal forecast with respect to monsoon onset and its movement all across India. Long-term weather forecast for, especially on the monsoon, its futuristic movement of the monsoon. Climate change assessment, especially with respect to fisheries. Fish is very vulnerable to climate change impact, fish as well as fishermen. So those are kind of services, long-term climate change related services from the IMD data sets. These are all important. Even in research and development of in the fisheries, aquaculture and fisheries rely on the IMD information. So I am actually a researcher with the ICA, Indian Council of Agricultural Research originally, I am in this assignment. I'm a fishery scientist assignment I'm now in the development of fisheries and the policy sphere. So I am myself a beneficiary of that data with respect to climate change in fisheries. So the challenge is actually mainly improving the accuracy and resolution of forecast. In fact, fishermen, now the technology has improved and we expect that the accuracy has to be increased and the delivery and the forecast, resolution of the forecast has to be improved further. And then the specific needs of the sectors of fisheries, subsectors, the small, even in capture fisheries, in wild marine sea fishermen, actually there are small, small fishing vessels and large fishing vessels, which have different courses of fishing activities. So they will need different kind of specific advisories. So that is one, what we need to have: small scale, artisanal specific advisories, large scale, commercial fishing vessel advisories. All these things are important. That way, that is what we look forward more from the sector. With a small information is that my acquaintance with IMD, I would like to inform. With that, I think the Secretary Earth Sciences and the DG IMD may not. I'm from Lakshadweep, a small island in where I am having. As a citizen, my acquaintance with IMD was that we had an observatory in our island. The small island, only 3 square kilometer area and around 5,000-6,000 people living. There's an observatory, and which was a curiosity for all students and the young people there. We used to visit there with a lot of curiosity. So that curiosity is an opportunity for IMD to develop its field centers of this kind of remote area, especially as centers of attraction for young minds, especially children, students, and even tourists to a greater extent. That is, with that, I conclude my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koya, and you have brought out whole spectrum of services which are to be provided by IMD. I happened to attend one of the stakeholders conference in Vizag, where we interacted with the fishermen community, and very valuable inputs came. One was that they would like to have all these advisories in the vernacular language. So that is one important. And second thing was there, as you brought out, there are small boats which go and within a one-day forecast is sufficient for them. But large boats which go and they 5 to 7 days medium range forecast they require, and particularly when genesis of cyclone and all that, timely warning makes them to come back safely. So both of these requirements have been noted by IMD, and I'm sure they are going to provide these services both for small boats and the large boats in the vernacular languages part of it.
More things here. Please. That one another institute of the MOES, that is INCOIS, International Center for Ocean Services, their services are different. What I was telling only about, they have been very continuously giving the sea state related activities, which is very well watched by fishermen, and they are able to reach to there, and in that context we can say what accuracy.
Yeah, exactly. Even the potential fishing zones, they do forecast based on ISIS. So yes, so MOS is providing services of this nature, and we can improve and target it more. I am sure Secretary MOS is here, DG is here, and they are working on that. I am sure this is what I got the impression when I got. So thank you so much. And of course, I am happy to have two colleagues in uniform, and they play a very vital role in safeguarding our borders, be the coastal part or the frontiers in Himalayas and everywhere. And their service requirements are also very, very stringent and very particular. They don't believe in general talk being given about area forecast and all that. They want precision, time, location, everything. So let's listen from them. What are they expecting? Are they getting the satisfactory services, and what more improvements they would like to have? May I have from the Coast Guard colleague?
Thank you, sir. At the outset, let me congratulate IMD for its 150th celebrations. And as Coast Guard, we are a high-end user of weather services by IMD since its inception, not only for our own operational purposes, but also for providing other services to the seafarers at sea. That means the search and rescue, one of the basic charter of Indian Coast Guard. So it is very important that it is highly linked to the weather for initiating the safety warning to the seafarer, as well as for the successful conduct of the search and rescue operations if at all some unfortunate incident happen at sea. And though as far as we are concerned, like as you brought out, sir, the mariners were the first people who used to provide their observation or the information about the weather to the services. So that tradition continue irrespective of whether Coast Guard or any other maritime services. But at the same time, one of the challenge which we found was nowadays we are able to even almost reduce the casualty during any super cyclone and other things by providing information to the seafarers as well as to the fishermen through various sources. So fishermen, protecting fishermen at sea, including while they are in distress, is one of the function of Coast Guard. So disseminating information to fishermen at sea is a Herculean task. So though we utilize the IMD services and further disseminate information to them using our aircraft, the coastal surveillance networks and ships and other whatever possible means. But the last mile connectivity as a weather service still remain as a challenge. I am sure the fishing, our honorable panelists from the fishing will also agree to us. But I am happy that there is a big project is going on with ISRO for dissemination of information directly to them. So I wish in that direction further progress is made so that we can almost reduce the casualty and unforeseen event at sea, which may result in affecting the safety of life and property at sea. And second thing is that though sir has brought out that some community level interaction is also happening, Coast Guard is having an instituted program of community interaction program with the fishermen. Probably at certain point IMD can also be part of them, those program, and that may help in integrating the IMD services also at the community level with various fishing villages or hamlets, so that the overall safety awareness among them is enhanced. And nowadays what we say, maybe 15 years back, the weather pattern in Arabian Sea or Bay of Bengal or wherever it is, it used to be seasonal. But a lot of anomalies coming with the climate change, as we know, and it was expected. So probably the services could be slightly more focused on these anomalies because of the climate pattern. That would be very much helpful for the seafarers to protect their life and property from any unforeseen incidences. Thank you. That's all, sir.
Thank you so much, Rajesh, and offering to be a partner in community outreach to the seafarers is a very good, I think, suggestion, and IMD should take note of it. No doubt, because we are should be issuing fishermen's bulletins and warnings, but as you brought out, because of the communication, many of these boats don't have means of getting these messages. So working with you, as you have got outreach to these many of these fishermen community, I think it will be beneficial. And of course, technically, ISRO and all the communication to the boats in high seas is another challenge which IMD should keep flagging part of that, how to communicate our warnings to the high seas fishermen and the boats going there. Thank you so much, and it's going to be, I'm sure, a good development taking place in communication of the warnings. And next is Air Commodore Thakur, and he is going to talk about the developments which have taken place. I left Air Force long back, and since as IMD has shown a transformational and improvement, I am sure Air Force also in their aviation services has made significant. In fact, they were the first of the national lightning network. They have put in the radio meters, they are putting up radars. And only thing is that whether we do have adequate synergy between the aviation network of the IF. Navy also has got a good network, and the IMD. So let's see, listen from the Eric Kumar Thakur. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Before I start, I would like to congratulate IMET on completion of 150 years of service. Sir, we have also procured a lot of things, sir, like IMET, and we have been working in synergy and in very close coordination with India Meteorological Department, sir. In fact, we had a plan to purchase C-band Doppler weather radar, but because of some problem that couldn't happen. So now we are in the process of purchasing mobile X-band radar so that can be used wherever we have a gap or wherever we don't have the weather coverage. Apart from that, Indian Air Force has gone in a big way. The LDS system which we are sharing the data with India Meteorological Department on real-time basis. And in fact, all the equipments which we have, we share the data with India Meteorological Department. Apart from that, the number of the airfields have increased, and there are almost more than 40 to 45 airfields where we give the meteorological services to the civil aviation as well as the military aviation. And the number of the airports is likely to increase only day by day as the government is very keen to open up the aviation sector. And wherever Indian Air Force is providing meteorological service, we are giving the services to civil aviation also. In fact, whenever we interact with the civil aviation, we had a lot of discussion with the pilots who are coming in, landing, and then they're based on their inputs. Based on their inputs, we had gone in for a wind profiler, which we find is not to be useful, especially for the heavy aircraft while takeoff and landing. And we are in the process of getting 67 wind profiler. And this wind profiler are been conceptualized and made in India. And it's in very advanced stage. Within a year or two, we'll start installing at all the airports wherever we have. Apart from that, we have upper air sounding system. We have almost 10 to 12 upper air sounding system. We had in between, we had problem of consumables, but now that's been sorted out, and we'll start getting the data. And this data has also been shared with the India Meteorological Department. So we have tried to build on, sir, wherever you have left us from, sir. And we are trying to use your model, and subsequently, in collaboration with India Meteorological Department, we had, in fact, worked out a plan for Doppler weather radar, procurement of C-band Doppler weather radar. We didn't fructify because of some reason. Now we have again gone in for the Doppler weather radar, and that too with a Make in India concept, so that we will fill in the gaps wherever the Doppler weather radar is not there, and we'll try and cover the entire country with the help of IMET, that the weather data is available throughout the Indian region. Apart from that, India Meteorological Department also has gone in for numerical weather prediction. We have one HPCS since it's almost on the edge of its life. So we have gone in for a bigger HPCS, and to develop the QRs and the system, we have taken a help of NCMR WF, who have provided the specs how to go about, and subsequently which all models can be run on that. And we, in fact, what you said initially, sir, the weather requirement of military aviation is slightly stringent as compared to the civil aviation. So we are in the process to improve the accuracy of the forecast, and that too in a limited time at pinpoint places, so that can be used by the aviators in some critical operation exercise and training. So we are in the process also of improving the accuracy, getting new equipments, and then and we are in a very close coordination with Indian Meteorological Department to share all the data, whatever we have with them, so that can be used for the nation as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekamar Thakur, and I'm happy to note that Air Force is working in close cooperation with the IMD, and also the NCMRWF provides you a training also in the NWP, so that is a good, and also you are taking help of the SEC as far as the satellite meteorology is concerned, so this is good. As far as the civil aviation is concerned, India is one of the fastest growing civil aviation, both in number of aircrafts and the number of passengers. And from the airfields which were just 20 odd in 1950, we are touching 140, and I am sure within coming years we'll touch 200. This, along with the Air Force airfields and the naval airfields, it will be got about 300 airfields. So this is a big number, both for supporting the real-time observations, current weather observations in these places, and also since the density of the traffic is going to increase, we have to have a real-time observing systems and also the nowcast to accommodate the large volume of traffic which takes place in these international airports. So this is very important. And as you know, within the cities now, the multiple airports are coming. NCR will have 3 airports. There is the IGI, there Jewar Airport and Hindon Airport. Similarly, Mumbai also have got Juhu, Santa Cruz and Navi Mumbai airports. So this type of configurations in many cities will be there. And we have to specific, unlike you see general forecast, each airfield will have a unique requirements depending on the local peculiarities of the weather. So IMD has to, you see, we are doing very good as far as the general forecast is concerned, but the location specific forecast, much more attention will be done. So I'll request Gajendra. I think he's heading a program which is going to, I think, establish state-of-art observing systems at the airfields, and also equally important is the nowcasting and the short-range forecasting. Over to Gajendra.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Sir, IMD is providing aviation services at more than 100 airports right now. And in the last few years, we have invested in more on technology. We have upgraded the systems at the runways. For example, I'll tell you that we have installed aviation weather observing systems at around 10 airports, and some 8 airports is under installation. And one of the major requirement or the demand was regarding the RVR systems. So we have installed around more than 130 RVR systems in last few years. And also we have upgraded this digital instrument systems at all the airports. So now almost all the airports in the country, they are equipped with the latest systems at the near the runway. So, so technology-wise, all the airports are upgraded, and recently, in few years, we have come up with the new radars also. That is also helping in providing the nowcast and aviation services, and we have increased the numbers of the radius-only observations. And sir, we have also now in the mission Mausam, we are largely focusing on the number of radars, wind profilers, and microradiometers. So these big numbers of the wind profilers and the microradiometer, that is going to help the aviation services very much. And also this big numbers of radars. With this numbers of radar, entire country will be covered with the radar. So for each of the airport, each airport will be covered by some radar. So that will be helping to provide this aviation services, METAR, SPACE, and all the forecast required for that airport. But sir, still even in the aviation industry, wind shear, turbulence, and fog, these are the 3 main aviation hazards. So with this wind profiler and other wind data from throughout the country, we will be able to provide more support on these aviation hazards. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. So obviously we are targeting, using these state-of-art equipments to forecast these hazards. So the focus should remain that how to improve our forecast. And so much of data will be generated, so we have to, apart from the in-house, if need be, we need to get help of the the research and academic institutions to develop algorithms and forecasting models for CAT and many other things. I am happy as far as fog is concerned, IITM, WIFEX, along with the IMD, 5 years, they have done the experimentation, collected good amount of data from IGI airport. But we need to integrate this with the urban network, which is going to come up a better appreciation of local weather conditions. So we are moving towards, but a lot needs to be done. And now the two sectors which we could not cover as of now because of in the absence of their representatives, but we are providing services to these both the sectors, and they are very, very important sector again. No doubt aviation and shipping are the front end, but the rail traffic, it's a real mover of the Indian common man, and also now with the Vande Bharat and other cargo trains, which brings that they will be able to bring down the logistic costs of transportation, and similarly the highway network of the Golden Quadrangle and the Bharatmala and Bombay Delhi Expressway, Char Dham. So all these roads are there, and we have witnessed that weather has caused a lot of accidents and landslides. Cloudburst, the Chamoli case earlier, also Malpa accident where one for Mansarovar Yatra, 140 people died. So there are we have avalanche, landslides in these mountainous areas, road blockage take place because of snow. So all these are the challenges which I am sure IMD will be looking. And similarly, train accidents also have occurred because of the flash floods, collapse of the bridge in Andhra in 2005, and again some trains derailing because of the water flowing the tracks in MP. So these are the challenges which I am sure IMD's GIS-based forecast will be able to provide some help to the railways and the road transport. Now the third level, which before I come to the IMD, is the real challenge is going to be for the common man, whether we'll be able to provide this on his mobile handset, if he's traveling somewhere, that what is going to be the weather condition on the GIS map. Real-time weather should be provided, and the nowcast could be provided. So that will be real to the last man in the network to get such. I'm sure private players will be able to provide this in the coming future, but IMD also officially should work on this. So first I'll request Janamani to then, and then we have finally the last word from my guru, Professor Mohanty, who has been providing the scientific background to all these developments which are taking place in this sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, sir. So basically, as you know that in terms of the transport, particularly for the passenger, railway comes the highest number, carrying the passenger. And I will not come to the statistics. We know that how many trains operate. But comes to the weather, role of the weather. So we know that particularly in heat wave or heavy rainfall or cyclone. So after we got the success in our DSS, the decision support system, and enhance the observation. So if we talk specific about the railway sector, so what we have been able to do, actually we have a meeting with the Indian Railway. We got the network into our DSS, and this is basically we are giving a customized forecast actually as per their requirement. As you know that during different, like I can take temperature for example, how much water one train to carry actually to serve the passenger if temperature cross 45 along the route over the station. So they have to make all, advanced arrangement. That is the things we are doing, GIS-based threshold-specific forecast, color-coded warning for each specific station, specific route. So it is reaching directly to the desk of the administrator or the management. And second thing I want to tell, heavy rainfall. Heavy rainfall, you might have seen in Konkan case, or even we have seen last, 2024 actually, how the train comes and you see all water and Air Force is rushing. That has not happened in 2024 actually. In 2023 there was a case, but 2024 we were very, well integrated with them. So such kind of incident we ensure not reoccur. Because if you have the prediction observation, so it is in real-time exchange, so they are planning. What we have followed actually, we have learned the lesson like, stop the flight from the airport rather than coming to Delhi actually, when you know the current weather. So it is same thing exactly happening to railway now. Stop before coming from Chennai to, the station where it is already raining or likely to cross certain value. It will flood the track. So that kind of scenario we want to stop. And coming to the highway, actually, as we know, the highway, as Sir has told Bharatmala and others, exactly similar fashion, all the highway we have integrated into DSS. Once you are having the data, so you can move to any sector, and we understand where, the vulnerability high, where the risk is high. Because if you are reaching to railway or highway, how much population you are addressing at a particular, time or hour. So you are saving a lot of things from energy or, of course, the other kind of issue. Of course, for the inland waterways, like Brahmaputra, even, the kind of tourism also, like Chilka Lake. So we directly have it. Suppose I add, fog information for airport group, I add to the railway group, WhatsApp group, I add to other group, or we add to other group. So that way we want to be connected actually. So we find that we have reached because of the development from all our, stakeholders within MOES and other research center, and that's why the services looks success, and I hope it will have a great future. Thank you.
In this connection, I was happy to see I was traveling on a Meerut Expressway last week. So there are toll plazas, they come out with the poor visibility, drive slow. So such messages, if are put to the people that yes, have heavy rain expected or there, and all these toll plazas, if they are not already having automatic registrations, all that, we should impress upon NHAI for their local use and also input to the IMED if they can provide. Because ultimately these are going to be the highways where the traffic will increase, and they should be having such facilities. So I'm happy that IMED is working on this, and of course it has to improve as ICT technologies improve to provide it to both the management and as well as to common people the information about state of weather in the highways. And the last word will be from Professor Mohanty. He has been actively supporting the research related to in the Air Force, IMED, and also for the aviation sector. And so, please, over to you, Mohanty Sahab.
Thank you very much, Chairman. At the outset, I congratulate IMD on completion of 150 years. And as it already discussed, it started with water navigations, then of course air navigations, but now actually with the developments we have and the plan we have, road transport and surface transport, IMD should, I think, start very specific things, like even construction of Sagarmala, they're connecting the ports through coastal highways. And now with the highways also the speed of the vehicles are quite high, and road accidents, even construction of the coastal highway, it needs actually a lot of calculation of storm surges, coastal inundation and so on, what will be the height of the highways and so on, and how it can protect the environment, which is part of the also study. And I feel like it is good that IMD has taken a venture in 150 years to reach specifically all the stakeholders. So one of the stakeholders is obviously the common people who maximum use the road transport, and particularly the coastal area which is thickly populated, and with the new plan of NHI to have the coastal highway and all these things, I think IMD also may think over to expand its wings with its sister organization like Ancient Noble and so on, so that how they can give the advice to those people so that they can construct properly the highways, particularly coastal highways, which is not covered by anyone here, and also safety of the people because of the in at the stage of construction and maintenance, as well as safety of the people who move in those highways and with much faster speed, and they can save their life. And so these type of sectors may be looked after more specifically. Surface transport, though it is as is giving forecast to common people, it is giving forecast to everybody, but specifically oriented to the surface transport, like we have in aviation and naval. I think there is a need perhaps to have such thing, because that is the activity which most common people, they use the surface transport. They don't use air or water. So I think, and tourism also expanding tremendously in the country, that's a very good sign. But then with the tourism, we should have also specific forecast for the tourist sectors. So where actually now not only our Indian tourists, many foreign tourists are coming and so on. So that is another sector. So I feel that there is a need to more focus and enhance our meteorological services for this type of area which is not covered, because weather and climate is a service which need for each and every human being. Starting from the beggar in the street to the president in the palace, everybody need the weather and climate information in their day-to-day life. So therefore, this is a sector, I feel, because it is a section on the transport money sector, so I feel that there is a need to look into that aspect more details so that we can give better solution with changing climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mohanty Sahib. To sum up, I'll be brief. One is that yes, we are very happy at a very happy stage that Mission Mausam is going to augment our observing system, where the transport sector needs should be taken care of. Of course, apart from the weather radars, which are going to help big way, but other instrumentations also. Second is focus on the nowcast, particularly for the road transportation. Aviation, of course, they need, but apart from this, short to medium range forecast for fishermen which are going to the high seas, and also for the shipping is very much required. And of course, these all platforms should become a data source for the IMD. So when we engage them, we should have this mechanism where we should receive the data. And one requirement which I request Secretary and DGM to look into is the MDAR data. You see, next to the satellite, the airborne data is now emerging as the most powerful input to the numerical models, and which has been demonstrated by the NCMRWF in a couple of their papers. So we should have this MDAR data from the aircraft which are going to be operated in India. And as we see, there is a 500 aircraft order has been put up by the Air India and 500 from the Indigo. So 1,000 aircraft will be there, new aircraft which will be coming. So we should impress upon the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the DGCA and the Airport Authority India, all majority of these aircraft should be equipped with the MDAR data relay. As of now, the cruise level enough data is there with the trans-boundary aircraft flying. It's only the landing and takeoff data, vertical profiles at the airport, which this MDAR data provide is very valuable. So let's make use of, impress upon and try to get this data. It will positively help in improving our model inputs and the forecast. So thank you so much, each one of you. We are very, very optimistic about the developments which are taking place, and positively it will contribute to the safety as well as the operational efficiency of these sectors, because they are all commercial sectors, particularly the aviation. So along with the safety, they should be with the good R inputs, safer flight and efficient flight should take place, and so is the ground transport. So thank you so much. I'm sure IMD in the next their review will be able to highlight many of these achievements. So once again congratulate IMD for their achievements being the last session. Let's all give a big hand to the IMD team, IMD, and of course, the entire management from the ministry, the sister institutions of the MOES, the IITM, INCOIS, and the NCMRWF, and of course, all of you have done a great job. Thank you.
Sir, and the panelists for this interesting and engrossing session. Now it's time to felicitate our panelists. I invite Secretary MOES Dr. M. Ravichandran and DG IMD Dr. M. Mohapatra to felicitate our panelists and chairman, sir. To AVM Dr. Ajit Tyagi. To Professor UC Mohanty. To Air Commodore S.K. Thakur. To DIG P. Rajesh. To Captain Manish Kumar. To Dr. Muhammad Koya. To Dr. R. Jenamani. Yeah, please. To Dr. R. Jenamani. To Sri Gajendra Kumar.
Yeah, thank you. So before, as we are closing towards the end of the meet, yeah, group photo. Chalo, tum chalo. Tum Yeah, thank you. So before we break for tea, we will have a 5 or 10 minutes for concluding. Yeah, 5-10 minutes. So before that, okay, so before we move to concluding session, we will also felicitate the coordinators of this stakeholders meet. First of all, I invite Dr. Anand Das from, Anand Das, DRR. Dr. Shravan Mupa. Dr. Seshakumar Goroshi. Dr. Anikender. Dr. Anup Mishra. Dr. Harmeet Shone. Dr. Harmeet. सब लोग इधर खड़े जाओ, अरे आना फोटो क्लिक. And Dr. Suman Gurjar. Please be seated for 5 more minutes. We will conclude the session very quickly before we break for tea. Yeah. चलो आना. फोटो लेंगे. गौरोशी नहीं है. ठीक है, ठीक है. गौरोशी नहीं. यू आर देयर. गौरोशी आपको लेना है. या चलो सुनो. नहीं ठीक. फोटो लेने. I have taken already. Don't worry. नहीं बस बस बस. ठीक. चलो. We'll have a. Yeah. We'll also have a group photo.
You have to wait 5 or 10 minutes more. So now we would like to request our international participants. So firstly, I would like to request Mohammad Kausar Daulatji from Afghanistan. Please, sir. So I would like to request our Secretary, MOS, and DGM IMD to felicitate our participant from the Afghanistan. So please. अच्छा वो गले वाला. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
So would you like to comment? Yeah. You can.
Thank you so much for this spectacular program, conference about the India Meteorological Department, which is their celebrating their 115th anniversary. Actually, due to some flights reason, we couldn't able to participate in this program on time. But I would just share some few words that Afghanistan is also affected from climate changes. It is one of the main countries who do not produce such type of carbon dioxide. But even though we have so many floods and so many other challenges. In this regard, Afghanistan willing to cooperate and is willing to seek cooperation from India in some following things. For example, in weather stations, we need to make common weather stations and spare parts, especially in the spare part fields, and more specifically in the capacity buildings. So we need capacity buildings so that the Indian side, they should train to our meteorological department officials. And for weather forecast, again, observation is an important aspect of meteorological training. And research and technical division, we also need the cooperation in this regard, and plus high resolution modeling. So the cooperation in these areas will not only benefit Afghanistan to tackle these challenges, but it will also strengthen bilateral relationship. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So now I would like to request Mr. Lamin Mai from the Gambia, if you would like to say some word. So, good evening, colleagues. Good evening, my friend and secretary. On behalf of my government, the government and people of the Gambia, I'll take this opportunity to thank the government and people of India for the warm welcome accorded to me and my fellow PRs who are here. Let me also thank my colleague, the Director General of India Department, the Permanent Representative of India with WMO, and our third Vice President for the excellent organization of this celebration. It is an immense honor and privilege for me to join you in this celebration of 50 years of India Meteorological Department, an institution that has stood as a beacon of excellency in meteorology, weather, forecasting, and climate science. For a century and a half, IMD has not only pioneered advancement in meteorology, but has also served as a cornerstone for global collaboration and innovation in climate science. Your contribution have had a profound impact not only within India, but across the globe, including Africa, where we have benefited greatly from shared knowledge and technological development facilitated by IMD. As the head of the National Met Service of the Gambia, I have witnessed firsthand the increased importance of meteorological data and climate services in addressing some of our era's most pressing challenges. Accurate weather forecast and climate prediction are essential for managing water resources, ensuring food security, and mitigating the devastating impact of climate change. IMD's leadership in developing state-of-the-art forecasting system, early warning mechanism, and climate models has set a global benchmark. Your role in disaster preparedness, particularly in saving lives and safeguarding livelihoods during cyclones, floods, and other extreme weather events, is an inspiration to all nations striving to strengthen resilience against climate-related threats. Today's celebration is not just about reflecting on your remarkable past, but also about envisioning its future role in the rapidly evolving field of climate science. As we face unprecedented global challenges, collaboration between meteorological institutions worldwide is more critical than ever. I look forward to IMD continue its legacy as a global leader by fostering partnership, driving innovation, and sharing its expertise to support climate adaptation, resilience, and particularly in vulnerable regions like Africa. On behalf of my team back home in the Gambia, as a representative of our nation that deeply value international collaboration, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to IMD on this monumental achievement. May these achievements inspire even greater achievements in the years to come. In conclusion, I wish to encourage us further to enhance global partnership and cooperation in order to galvanize support in mitigating and adapting the impact of climate change and its related disaster risks. I wish and I hope the fruitful debates that have happened since yesterday will lead to concrete outcomes that will support us all in furthering the agenda of weather, water, and climate service globally, leaving no one behind. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this historical occasion, and once again, congratulations, IMD. Thank you very much, sir. So now I would like to request Mr. Chechaya from the Thailand. Sir, please.
Good evening, sir and madam. I am Chachai. Behalf of Thai Meteorological Department or TMD, I would like to congratulate for IMD in 150th anniversary. Thank you. I would like to give you some souvenir from Thailand, Bangkok. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Mohammad Ismail Noor from the Djibouti city.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is a great pleasure with me to be with you to participate this 150 years of service for the Indian Meteorological Department. On behalf of my country, and I thank the government of India and the Director General and the Secretary of the Indian Meteorological Department. I'm feeling well. So I am happy to be with
different times. But recently there has been a lot of changes in the cyclic nature of the water. Primarily there are a lot of extreme events which is on the excess amount of rainfall and also very less amount of rainfall. Honorable Prime Minister was mentioning yesterday that no one part of the country when it goes through a flooding situation, the other part of the country goes through a drought situation, which is primarily the natural variability of the pattern which has intensified in the recent years. And we all put a blame on the climate change. Now if there is any natural disaster related to water, you can say in media and news that the first title comes in the climate change impact. So is it really true? We need to really look into. I was discussing with Professor Gosain in the morning. Climate change is one aspect of it, but then human interventions in the resource utilization and the land use pattern, specifically deforestation and all those things, have also caused into the natural disasters increased frequency. As a chairman, I don't want to extend my discussion very long. So we have around 50 minutes for the total session. And we have around 6 panelists here, all eminent people. I would also like to mention something here that I'm very humbled here to sit here along with Professor Gosain. I did PhD with Professor Gosain. So I was, in fact, I met him in IIT Delhi day before yesterday, and I was telling him like probably IMD did not realize that I'm your student. So I should not be chairing this session, rather he should be chairing the session. But he was very, very professional in that, like roles are defined, so let's not worry about it. So thank you, sir, for that. So with all your blessings, let me chair the session. So what we'll do is we will take 2 minutes, maximum of 3 minutes for giving an opening remark by the panelist about the topic of discussion today. And then we will significantly or specifically pose some questions to the panelist so that they can elaborate on the questions. Then we will come back for discussion and other things, and then we will also open it up to the audience for asking a few questions to the panelists if there are specific questions. So can I start with Sri Manoj Tripathi, who is the chairman of Bakra Bees Management Board.
Good morning, everyone. Regarding this particular topic, I am Chairman Bhakra Vyas Management Board. So this particular topic and the next two topics related to agriculture and electricity. So all these topics are correlated if we see from the perspective of a developer like BBMB. We are operating multi-purpose projects like Bhakra Nangal project and the Pong project, wherein we are using water. We are using water to the tune of around 34 BCM every year in producing the electricity as a byproduct. And apart from electricity also, we are giving that water, whatever we are releasing through our turbines, and we are giving that water for the agricultural sector also. If we see the role of BBMB, we are irrigating almost 8% of the total irrigated area of the country. It comes to the tune of 135 lakh acres of land what we are irrigating. So these multi-purpose projects, they have played a very big role in boosting the economy, boosting the economic health of the country. And from that perspective, I find that this topic is very much relevant to especially those people, because I am from the developer side and the other panelists, they are from the government side, or we can say whatever data they provide, we are using that. So I wish all the best for this particular session. And regarding the use in BBMB, what I can see that whatever data, QPF data we are getting from the IMD, we are using it in optimal utilization of Innova dams. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Manoj Tripathi. I think Bhakra BS is a well-managed reservoir system. We might, or we would like to learn from you about it in more in details when it comes to the discussion session. So can I request now Dr. Mohammad Faiz Saeed. He is the Director of Flood Control Application Unit, Central Water Commission, New Delhi.
Thank you, sir. Myself currently posted as Director in Central Water Commission. We in Central Water Commission have been using the rainfall data for last, say, 5 to 6 decades for translating it into early warning system. Central Water Commission has a very dense network of its HO observation stations, wherein we collect all type of water-related data, like water level, discharge, even water quality data and the sediment data. And we have a huge repository of this data for last 70 to 80 years. But the important point is that how we are using that data for our practical application. And one of the most important applications that we are using is early warning system. We have been doing flood forecasting for last 5 decades, and we are relying mainly on conventional statistical approach where we use gauge-to-gauge relation technique to forecast for a particular station. But recently, say last 4 years, we have upgraded ourselves to the use of mathematical models in the field of early warning system. In 2016, CWC launched its service of 3-day advisory, which has now been upgraded to 7-day advisory. And it's a very robust system, and it is online 24/7, and it covers the entire nation, covering all the 20 river basins. And I must thank to IMD for their continuous support that they give to us for the forecasted rainfall data that we receive from them, and we make effective utilization of that data in forecasting the forecast for our around 200 stations. So that is the way we are moving ahead, and we are very thankful to IMD and all the related service providers who have made this system a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we would also like to know more about the flood control applications you are doing in the country. It's very nice to hear that 20 watersheds have been fitted with the flood forecasting systems with advanced technology. Now I request Sri Rahul Saxena, who is a scientist GN head, Hydromet Division of the India Meteorological Department.
Sorry. Good morning to all. I'm Rahul Siksan. I'm working as Scientist G in Hydromet Division of Indian Meteorological Department. And just to begin with, I would also like to, just draw the attention that yesterday, during 3 of the addresses that were done, it is a very proud moment for us that the flash floods actually, the South Asia flood guidance system that was initiated during Dr. KGR, he's here. He triggered that movement, and now we are very well established in providing the South Asia flash flood guidance services. It was actually, as we all know, that flooding is obviously one of the worst natural disasters, which proved to be of significant damages to both the economy on the social front as well. And of all the floods that we have, I mean, the flash flood is one of the most exhilarating phenomena in terms of its dynamics that are involved. I mean, the word itself, as we all know, that it gives a very less response time to us. And there is where it is probably different than the riverine floods in terms of both the spatial and temporal domain that it affects. So we initiated a program called Flash Flood Guidance Services for the South Asian countries. And in addition to India, we have 4 other neighboring countries of Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka, for which we are providing the flash flood guidance services. And these services, as of now, are provided on every 6 hours, and we get an update. So this is a combination of all the satellite and radar estimates that goes into the system. It monitors the geomorphological conditions of the ground, the soil moisture conditions on the ground, and we issue a 6-hourly, flash flood guidances, which gives us the threat score and as well as the risk score. Risk is always for the 24 hours validity, and threat is a 6 hours validity because of obviously the short-term period of the flash floods. So it's a very novel, I mean, it's a very significant step towards the disaster mitigation that we are talking about. And we are providing the services to CWC and all the other government agencies. And through our regional centers, we provide these guidances. And obviously, these guidances are then, the value addition is done at the regional levels, and so that the stakeholders, finally, that outreach is provided to the stakeholders, to our regional centers. So it's a significant step towards, the large repertoire of the weather services and weather and climate services that are being provided by IMD. And we hope that, the evolution process is already there. Initially, we started with only 30,000, watersheds. And now we have almost about 1 lakh watersheds for which the services are being provided. And very specific, areas. So we are, the impact-based forecast, we are moving from a very generic, state level right up to the district level and even up to the watershed level. So that is what the resolution and the granularity of the system is. And it has evolved over a period of time. We already have the numerical models. Presently, we have 3, numerical weather models. IMD runs 3, both global as well as the regional models, which gives us the input to the system. Then we have almost 18 Doppler weather radars, which go into the system. So all in all, it's a good, ecosystem that has been established, and a very, significant component of early evolving for all system. So I look forward to, interacting with other people, and we hope that these services reach out to mass and mass. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul. I know that there are a lot of things to be shared. We will come back to you with discussion points after we do this round. Can I request Dr. Deepak Kumar, who is the Director of River Directorate, Central Water Commission.
Thank you, sir. And good morning to all. Myself, Deepak Kumar, and working in Central Water Commission as Director, River Data Directorate. Let me start with we are, as a country, we are only 2.4% of land masses of the world. And our population, when we consider the population of the country, considering 4% of natural surface water we are having, fresh water we are having, We are one of the most water-starved country. And to manage, to provide the drinking water, irrigation requirement, etc., we need to have a robust water management system. And to have that system, we need the water data in a big way. IMD is providing this rainfall data to our system. And the Central Water Commission is involved in the observation of river data. We are collecting data related to this water level data, discharge data, silt data. And these data are being used for various purposes. And we have started this data collection since 1950s. And till today, we have established more than 1,500 centers for collection of these data. And our ministry has started this National Hydrology Project. And under this National Hydrology Project, the ministry has funded establishment of more data collection center on the river. That includes not only this water level data and discharge data, that includes also the rainfall data. And these data, more than 3,000 rainfall stations have been established by various states under National Hydrology Project. And I think these data will provide development of various applications in the water sector, including flood forecasting and irrigation requirement, basin water assessment. And these data are also available on India Varis portal, which can be used by everyone. And we hope that it will provide the important contribution towards developing the various applications. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Piyush Kumar, Director Morphology and Climate Change Division of Central Water Commission, to share his experience and thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. I am Piyush Kumar. Thank you, sir. And am I audible now? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. I am Piyush Kumar, working as Director Morphology and the Climate Change in Central Water Commission. So, theme for this session is about weather and climate services for the water sector. And we all of know that the change in climate is mainly affecting the water field areas like floods, droughts, sea rises, melting of glaciers, etc. So currently my office is looking after the work of monitoring of glacial lakes and the water bodies. And we started this work in 2016. And in that year, we started monitoring of around 480 lakes and water bodies. So when we compare the lakes with water bodies, then we are more concerned about the glacial lakes, because water bodies are more like stable type of assets. So we are more concerned about the lakes, and from 2022 we started the monitoring of 902 lakes, the glacial lakes and water bodies. Out of these, there are around 544 lakes, out of which 100 are located in India, and rest are 444 are boundary lakes. So what we mean by this monitoring of lakes, because when we monitor the lakes, we just check them size, change in sizes, and output of this monitoring is one term which is quite known in these times, which is glacial lake outburst floods. So after the monitoring of these lakes, we are working for the estimation of GLOFs and all. And if we can do the early warning system for these GLOF incidents, and other prime factor is we know about all aspects of climate change, but we don't know how to quantify it, how to amalgamate these changes with the design of works, design of flood control works, design of HEPs, etc. So I think the focus for these, to gauge these changes must be in the line of how to quantify these effects, so that we can adapt ourselves as per those events. So I think from this session we can gather more knowledge, more exchange of ideas, so that we can plan, we can check out something better to handle all these effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piyush. Now I request Professor Gosain to say his remarks.
Thank you. At the outset, let me congratulate once again IMD for completing 150 glorious years and contributing so much to the society. I was also quite fortunate to be party to the initiative taken by WMO in 2012 to formulate the global framework for climate services. I had attended a meeting which was to have a dialogue between the users and the providers to identify what kind of services are required. So that has taken a long route, and that is quite obvious. And then when I came back, I had been interacting with IMD since 70s, and I must accept here that it was Dr. K.J. Ramesh who had challenged us that we should provide some services for the benefit of societies, and we started with the early warning system for the flow forecast using the hydrological models, and the support was given by him as well as Dr. Mahapatra to provide all the data on the rainfall forecast. Now I'll just mention here that water has become very complex. It's not an easy resource to tackle, and we need all kinds of people to really get inducted into this, providing solutions of various kinds, which are complex in nature. But only way forward is to do the integration, to have the frameworks of the kind which have the capacity to integrate all the sectors and create a base framework for the water, which is a source, which is a key basic source, and to look at the interaction of all the users with this water. And that is our focus. We have been working on that. The scales are different. We sometimes have to be at the basin scale, and the other time we have to be at the local scale when we are talking of the urban flooding. Some of the solutions can be done by using the international sources of data, but the other solutions need local data, which is the most important requirement. We cannot talk of urban flooding if we don't have the good terrain information available, because all the derivatives which we are having in terms of loss and damages, you cannot identify loss and damage until because most of the losses are in urban areas and the populated areas. If you're talking of some happening in terms of the flood, creating a problem for industries, you'll have to look at which industry was there at that locality level and how much inundation it created. What was the duration of the inundation? Unless you have that information generated, you cannot even think of doing the loss and damage calculations properly. You might be vague in terms of getting the numbers which are not reliable. So I think reliability of your outcome or your services, what you are providing, is very important. And that's where all the communities have to work together, the data providers, the solution providers, and the disseminators in tandem to really provide some benefit to the society, which will be really making a difference. I'll stop here and then I'll share in the second round what we are doing as a unit, as a team, in terms of providing some of these things ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, after this round, what we probably can summarize is like, most of the services of the IMD or the weather and climate services of the IMD is well utilized by different organizations. Primarily, they talked about reservoir operations, flood management, then flash flood management, and also river basin management, and Professor Gosain uses it for his own research as well. So, the next point probably would be, how do we improve these weather and climate services, and how do we take it forward so that it can be better utilized? That is where we need to focus the discussion on. And with the availability of the advanced technologies like AI and Internet of Technologies, how do we primarily look at filling the gaps where the deficiencies in service are occurring, if at all it is there? So how do we all work together for getting into that? One of the reasons I suggest I mentioned this is, we know that IMD has set up automatic weather stations and rain gauge stations and all other weather monitoring stations across the country at very large density. But then when it comes to the hilly terrains, the density is a little less compared to what is happening on the plain terrains, which is primarily because of the land availability and the suitability of a location where it can be effectively put in. This is what we felt. I come from Kerala, I represent government of Kerala, and the recent landslide which devastated one of the districts in Kerala very, very widely. And that is where we realized that the density of the network needs to get increased in those regions as well. Because otherwise we were not able to get a proper information. Well, we got advanced warnings and all with the available information, but then if we have additional information about this, then we will be able to manage it in a better way. Thanks to IMD and the Department of Earth Sciences, they have decided to establish a Doppler weather radar in the Wayanad district with immediate effect. So that was one of the after effects of the discussions what we had after the event. Now let me come to specific questions to the panelists, which we have indicated in the beginning. So based on their experience working with different systems, how did they utilize the services of IMD, the climate and weather services, for efficient management of the system which they are leading? So my first question would be to Dr. Manoj Tripathi. Well, we all learned that the largest multipurpose projects like Bakranangal and BEST, which has been managed very effectively and which is primarily an example for the academicians like me to teach the students how these systems are managed with the information, with advanced warnings and all. So the question probably what I pose is, how do we optimize the utilization of waters of river Satluj and BS with the support of the IMD and the way ahead for further betterment of the system? Sir, could you elaborate on that?
Thank you very much. I have specifically come for this purpose because we are based at Chandigarh, and I thought it better that I would explain what's the role of the multi-purpose projects and what are the difficulties we are facing in this regarding the optimal utilization of water. If we talk of Bhakra-Nangal project and the Beas stage 1 and 2 project, they are one of the largest multi-purpose projects in the country. We are irrigating almost 135 lakh acres of irrigated land in the country, and that accounts to almost 8% of the total irrigated potential of the country. In terms of electricity, because it's not only food security, we are also catering to power security also. So we are producing power to the tune of 2958 megawatt of electricity. And that's a sort of byproduct. What the water we are releasing from our dams, that's a byproduct. Electricity is our byproduct. And the other aspect is, apart from water and food security, third is the electricity security. So all the three topics which are to be come in this session before the lunch, they are all related to the multi-purpose projects because we are the ultimate users of these projects. When we talk of optimal utilization of water in these multi-purpose projects, I feel that there must be other operators of the multi-purpose projects in here also, and we also have the service providers like IMD is there, Central Water Commission is there. So in case of multi-purpose projects, specifically storage dams, we find that whatever water we are receiving in the monsoon, we are storing it in that filling period. So filling period normally starts from the start of the monsoon period till the end of the monsoon period. And there the factor comes in regarding the optimal utilization of water. If we know beforehand what's the amount of water that's coming in the monsoon, even if we don't know beforehand what's the amount of water coming in the monsoon, but specifically at the end of the monsoon period, because that's the period where a lot of water gets wasted to the spillway dams. In case of storage dams, we are producing electricity from whatever water we are getting during the monsoons, and we are releasing to our canal network. So regarding the data what we are getting from IMD, it's the quantitative precipitation forecast, QPF, for the next 7 days.